said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories.
Alrighty, and here we go, ready to go here on the secondary stream of the NECC Esports broadcast of Valorant. We are into week number 2, and I'm very, very excited to bring you some Challengers gameplay. My name is Orbital. With me is Vincent. You know us, you love us, or hate us, depending on what you feel like. And of course, usually I'm on the latter end, but you know it's going to be a great time here. I'm very, very excited. Vincent, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm ready to see some Challengers division here. Two teams I actually never seen before. Park University going up against Yano University. I'm interested. I mean, seeing new teams is always a fun thing for me because I get to see new players and see where they're at. You know. So as we look to get started, why don't we talk about maps, Orbital? Where are we headed?
Yeah, we're headed to a flurry of different locations. We are on Split, Icebox, and Haven. And the reason I say kind of interesting is it's the more times that I've seen it, it's either all brand new maps or all old school maps. It's either one or the other. It never feels like it's always going to be different, but it is going to be Split first with Park University on the attack first. And then on Icebox, it will be Keanu on that attacking side. And then for Haven, the decider, it will be Park University. So a nice little split down on both ends, especially considering both squads are not only looking for their first series victory here in the NECC, they are looking for their first game victory.
That they are. Yeah, I mean, last week number 1, these guys unfortunately taking a couple of losses. When it comes down to the Keanu side of things, it was an 0-2 loss to the Fresno State Bulldogs, and they struggled in that game. Just to be completely honest about it, it was not a good game for the Huskies. And well, on the Park University side, a little bit closer, but still 2-0 or 0-2 against Culver Stockton. So really, somebody has to pick up a win, and well, that's a nice thing to be looking forward to, especially when you're in this sort of matchup and not getting the greatest of starts to your season over in week number 1.
Oh yeah, that is 100% what it is. And the only downside to it is it feels like a gimmick, right? You're both 0-1 in the current standing, and someone's going to come away with it, right? And although it might feel like that, it's a great stepping stone, right? This is still week 1, week 2 area. You're still in the beginning of the season, so being able to step up and get that first win under your belt could be kind of that snowball up the mountain somehow of success towards a higher peak. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. Again, a lot to prove for these teams as well. Did they take the lessons that they were learning in week 1 and apply it and succeed here in week 2? On Split, though, I mean, that is one of the more basic maps that you can get. Very, very standard. Not so much verticality. It's just straightforward. Shoot them as best you can.
Yeah, and well, let's shift our focus a little bit here, Orbital. Let's talk about Split, right? As a map, I think we got to cast Split last week too, if I'm not mistaken. And I like myself a bit of Split. I think that it's a bit of an underrated map, in all honesty, from a tactical perspective, and it's really hard to get right, which is probably part of the reason we see it so with such irregularity, in especially at the collegiate level. But I think we should be in for definitely seeing Sage. Definitely gonna more than likely see Raze on the cards. Raze can be very effective there. But we already headed into the character select, and we'll have to see which direction this goes. A bit odd to see it. You don't always see that jet coming out, but we do see one actually coming in from the Park University side.
Yeah. I always attribute jets to we played it enough in the past that it's gotten to the point that it's an all-around win, right? If you're good with a jet, you can kind of fit into that niche of just about anything, right? Great utility in terms of map movement, great smoke placements that you can utilize. It's the best of both worlds without being at the apex of the current Valorant meta. So I really, really do like it. I know it's weird to see that, especially in some of these areas, but it's still high priority, still gives a lot of high skill potential, and we can see some big moves being made by Park University if they can utilize this properly. You can see the defensive rally on the back end, though. This is great territorial situational awareness by the Park University squad. They're picking up such hefty defense and zone control here.
Yeah, another thing to pay attention to, I think, on the back end, well, actually two things, and the first of which is that we see 2 controllers there on one side versus a singular controller on the other. And then when it comes to the potential flashes and that sort of part of the kit, you have the Sky here for Floofy, whereas Bot has gone with the KO, and we've seen a lot more KO as of recently, just in general, right? But I don't know that it's really the answer on this map in particular. It's going to be, I think, difficult to make that KO work as well as the Sky, at least in potential.
Yeah. And I have to agree, right? The lineups for KO are not great here, right? And the zones, the alleys are much wider, I feel is the best way to put it. On something like Bind, you could get a lot of utility out of it. I think, yes, it's a little bit weirder, but the expansiveness of the current alleyways just don't synergize very well. You're lucky if you get a couple suppressions here, I think. And it's still very possible. Keanu Huskies do have potential to light up the battlefield very, very early on. And of course, prepping here early, it will be Park University. And you can see there, that's going to be the first kind of suppression dart thrown out. It doesn't really hit anyone. So, of course, Keanu Huskies still in the dark here.
Oh, the fragment's going to go through. Information, not so much, and damage a little limited. And by limited, I mean absolutely nothing. Here comes the push. Pushing through that nebula. 2 players committed to this position. It's Zelios, good for the frag. Being on trying to trade, but ultimately, Park get nothing really done out of that. Keanu, they have really made a good move in this one. Rotations, they came in fast, and the shots were on point.
Yeah, just phenomenal. Stopped right at the doorway. And yes, it's a pistol. Yes, it's kind of give and take. But to be able to cleanly hold them down there right at the entryway, didn't even give them a chance to break out into A. gives great credence to Keanu's movements, to their aim, to their control that they have here. Now buying up into the round, of course, we do see the Spectres. We do see the Marshal coming out from Money Marv, which is going to be very, very interesting. Normally on the attacking side, I don't think we see Marshals that often. It's usually used as kind of that, almost like the hero rifle, a hero snipe they like to play with. So kind of interesting to see it here on that first buy.
Fast, quick, up here for Blabba and they're going to be demolished after that. Ultimately, trade's working in the favor of Park Universities. It's double kill with these pistols, covering a SMG. Savo, going to need to do work, does do just that. Followed up with the boom bot. That not so effective, but the double kill. Hey, pull back out the paint shells and go for another try. Ultimately, though, not missing its mark. Just a 2v3 here, Orbital.
And you know what? You'll take that if you're Park University. You're just trying to get any little extra bit of econ off. And current stretch is going to be weird. Again, this B flank is going to be harsh to try and pull off. This is going to be the plant from Jazz. And around the corner they go. Jazz is currently suppressed, but Bean was ready to go. This is looking strong, but Bot gets the mow down with 2. You make it very difficult for Keanu Huskies to win, but it's a win nonetheless. Keanu Huskies move up to 2-0.
To be fair, I mean, that was mostly pistols that the Park University side of things were working with. But yeah, Keanu doing a pretty darn good job at just handling that. A couple of kills, 3 in fact, are going to put some pressure on the economy. The Huskies, as you get into the first gun round, you can see what we're looking at for the bonus. Gingerbread is only got a Frenzy. Obviously very expensive to pick up the rest of that kit if you're a Sage. And Savo, on the other hand, has a Bucky. Normally you like to see a lot of a Judge here, but the Bucky can be just as deadly, especially in this close corner.
Yeah, I love it. I love seeing teams mess around with those early game weapons. It gets silly, it gets intriguing, and it gets very, very fun. So gonna really enjoy that one. If Keanu can hold it down here, this will lend a lot of credence over to the rest of this early game. But of course, Blabba Yos is gonna go ahead and get the first kill. Floofy is gonna get a second, and both to the head as well.
Some way to open around. Quick double kill on the entry. Get some heals out as well for the rest of the team, obviously. And interesting that Gingerbread now has picked up that shotgun, but I don't think it's going to be of much use. As you can see the push, it's coming in, Park going the other direction, but as I'm speaking, going to be one frag back towards the Huskies. 3 versus 4. Entry into this site is a little bit slow, all things considered. Park University, they don't know this, but it's wide open and they're taking their sweet time, allowing rotation after rotation to come into fruition. Labios in position, missing a 1 shot, but he is good for the second attempt. So Bot is down and out, 2 versus 4, and with limited utility, limited weaponry, it's going to be a Husky loss in that 3rd round. So no bonus for the Huskies.
Yeah, no bonus, and because they did buy up, I'm wondering if they're going to straddle a bit on the utility. They should be able to buy weapons and armor pretty easily. Everyone purchasing up hard here. I am curious about the utility because they did pick up, you know, that shorty, or not shorty, there was the Bucky. There was a couple other angles that they were holding and purchasing into it. So yeah, there you go, right? It is going to be a light armor buy by Savo, who unfortunately probably had to chip off the armor to use one of those paint shells or hang on and purchase up one of those paint shells again here. So this is going to be very, very interesting for Park University. With guns hot, though, they look great. Hopefully they're going to do it again here, taking it much slower, or at least through default, through a default setup once again. Mid is going to be a question mark. Keanu Huskies are not going to be swayed.
There's Blabba Yost, who's been doing some good work early on in this game. Just trying to manufacture, look for an opening, look for something to work with. Ultimately, though, not going to find it just yet. As Exilios pushing forward. It's a pretty good setup over there at A, but mid is where the push is coming. Gingerbread with the frag. No headshot to be found, but connects the spray control, make it a double. That time the headshot is there for Bean to fall. And now swapping things up. Gingerbread moving in the position, and Jazz has no clue what's going on. Maybe waiting for that potential guiding light to come through for the frag, but Gingerbread standing tall, fragging out, and gets the triple kill.
Stay down.
Made it look so easy when the healer gets tired of the DPS and goes DPS themselves. The Sage takes off. Of course, Blaba Yost is going to try their best here. And at least try and take down the Sage, right? You don't want to drop in this fourth, what is considered the first gun round for both squads. And down to 10 seconds left. It is going to be the shot. You take two. Can you get one more? No, you're going to try and save the weapon. Might as well here. It will be Keanu Huskies taking a third round, leaving Park University with one. Blaba Yost will carry it over with the Blade Storm in hand as well. Good start, though, for the Huskies.
Yes, indeed. It's a good position to be in, right? You lose that bonus round, sure, but you do pick up that first real gun round. It makes it a lot easier, and off the back of some phenomenal play by Gingerbread, who's done a great job at finding some success. That said, they're going to be coming up against a pretty darn good buy once more. The only exception for the rifles is going to be Blaba Yost, but that is actually going to be a Blade Storm shortly, and yeah, pulled out immediately. Up and over, actually. Blaba Yost not quite able to find the opening that they were anticipating.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit slower, but of course the Seekers do go out. Floofy is going to go ahead and burst onto A site. Knives are out, but Gingerbread with that Spectre goes ahead and takes that kill early. That is going to be huge. Ultimate down. Is the spike going to be landed quickly? Yes, it will. Keanu Huskies do have to know that this is being planted. Even though the wall is up, it should give plenty of opening. Haux in the back is going to get peppered a little bit. With the slowing field down, it'll only be a little bit of time before Keanu try anything. Savo from the side takes out Bean.
Big one to find. Dashes in. Forward position. And oh my goodness, that is crazy. Floofy ultimately able to connect the shots, but missing one, connecting the second. Oh, there we go. Keanu doing work. And they pick up the round for the trouble. The retake was a little bit interesting, I think we could call it, early on. I mean, Zavo, Money, Marv pretty much just threw themselves into that thing, only to get entirely demolished. But it did create openings for the rest of the Huskies to make the moves and connect the shots.
Yeah, considering both these teams are 0-1 and weren't able to even pick up a game, I have to give credit to the attempt, right? Knowing how to aggress very quickly and try and set your opponent off foot, I think is a very good tactic that teams should utilize more often, right? Send it. If you don't really have a game plan, send it, see what happens. You always have another round to try afterwards, and at that time, it really did work out for them. Now we're going to see a float over towards B. This is going to be the first time. I think Park University are kind of hard stacking over there. They did this in earlier rounds, but then did rotate to A. This time it looks like they're more prepped to actually move through garage and give it their best shot to actually get a full plant down.
We'll have to see if that comes to fruition. Things not necessarily looking great, but it is that stack we were discussing. All 5 players. This could be good on the timing. It depends. No. Gonna be pushed off. Actually, Savo gets smacked with the Trailblazer, meaning is just gonna be in position for the time being. Savo now with the ability to take shots is fired, and along with everyone else, the Huskies picking up the frags. Just one player here being for Park University left alive.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit rough. Park University not finding the angles that they want. Their entries aren't as clean as they would like. Utility usage sometimes feels a little bit too congested, and at the same time feels pretty open. So maybe just trying to find that perfect number, that perfect balance that they want. For right now, though, it is going to be a hard sprint to at least try and get the plan. Bean is trying to sprint as hard as he can. Should be able to pick it up, but he's going to try and stop for this shot, and is going to land one down to 11 HP.
Ooh, careful.
Only got a single kill. Looks like time is going to run out here. Defenders are going to take it as Keanu. Keanu Huskies will go ahead and move to 5-1.5.
Remember, this is a defensive-sided map if you are not super familiar Valorant-wise, but it's definitely not this one-sided as we've been seeing. Park University struggling. But off the back of what was an eco round last round, they are going to be able to pick up all the rifles that they could want. And, well, let's talk adjustment, right? What haven't we seen? Well, we need to see some consistent mid pressure and winning the mid control, right? I mean, Gingerbread doing a really phenomenal job at winning that out in the real one round that we saw consistent aggression in this direction. So, Park University, see what they can do.
Once again, it's an early fade back here in the default mid positioning and an early heal as well, which is quite surprising. But Savo going hard, can't get the showstopper off. That's going to be Floofy, making sure that doesn't pop off. Gingerbread is able to get one. Money Marv is going to fire away with one in the mid. That's going to be a trade of 2 for 2. Park University says that they're done with mid, have lost enough lives, and it looks like they called the right rotate. Keanu Huskies are actually rotating to B, and now the sound should be heard. Bot here's walking. It is going to be noticed, and they are going to play strong. Again, a suppression knife is thrown out, doesn't get much more. And with the Viper's Pit down, it's going to be a hard spray into the dark for Keanu Huskies to be able to take this round back.
Yeah, that kill through the Nebula really gave the false idea that there was going to be a B hit. Not to be. Cosmic Divide going down. And actually the No Command as well. This is a deadly potential duo. Bot decaying away, spawning out that first, but he's going to fall. Just 12 seconds to recover him. Only Money Marv left alive, who's going up over the top. Use the Cosmic Divide to their advantage. Man, Money Marv not even going for it anymore, just trying to get some exits, trying to get some saves, but the Guiding Light coming in. Those dispatch with it. He gets away for the trouble and the dash, in fact, to confirm it. And it looks as if Bean, if I'm not mistaken, on the other side there, rethinking the idea of swinging that corner. Would have met a knock to the face.
So far, that was a very expensive round for Park University, but one that they needed, right? Dropping that Viper's Pit is something that's basically is a hard needed win, right? If you drop the Viper's Pit, you are expecting to get the plant down. You're expecting to win the round. If you don't, you lose out on a large chunky utility. And they were able to pull it off with only one ultimate. So they still have 3 in the bank. That's going to be the Cosmic Divide, the Seekers, as well as this lockdown. So plenty more to try and get the ball rolling and really try and lock down, I want to say, some sort of rounds in a row here, as House is able to take out bot.
That's a nice opening frag. Haven't really seen very many of those here from Park. And that is a secondary follow-up. Blah, blah, Yas is good for it. Now the 3 versus 5 is initiated. Nebula now down. And there's things to work with here. Savo, nicely done. Bladestorm is available. There's a lockdown as well for Park, should it be necessary. I don't know if they're going to want to utilize that.
I mean, they already dropped 2. There's no reason to do this now. You're up 4 members to 3. You have this round down. Floofy takes out Savo, and that should be all that they need. Floofy takes a second through the wall, and that'll put Money Marv once again in a slow deficit. Is going to try and hang on to the op, because at this point, losing 2 in a row should mean Econ crashing. Park University should have the ability to ramp up from here. Even if Money Marv is running away with that operator, it still means the rest of Keanu Huskies are going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel.
You say that, but I mean, there's a little bit of cash left as well. I mean, definitely not enough to get the full buy, but upgrades, absolutely. And we can see those upgrades coming to fruition. Maybe not so much for Gingerbread, who's stuck on a shorty. Has bought up armor, though. I don't know that that's really a necessity. But either way, those decisions have been made. And 5-3, Spark University really do make the difference. In a couple of rounds, they've changed this into what was a dominant half into something pretty reasonable, if you were to ask me.
Oh, 100%. And their next goal now is to try and get that op off of Marv.
That was crazy. That Trailblazer, I think, saw both of those players at A, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh. Yeah. Now Money Marv, though, got tagged down by Blabayast and finished off by Floofy, so that's going to be 1. The attacker lockdown going on. This is actually going to give great opening, and that's going to be Exelios, unfortunately caught inside of that site. It'll be lockdown or die. Those are your two choices there. Blabba Yost clearing out heaven, looking for one more. Bot tries to swing but can't find it. Instead, loses their own head. There's going to be one more left as Jazz takes out Gingerbread. Just like that, Park University sweep the round. Feeling real good here. One behind Keanu.
Well, these Huskies, they have had a good start. And then subsequently dropped the ball just a little bit here. 3 rounds that they've lost in a row. Last round to save, yes. This time, what do we have? Going to be a mostly full purchase here. Money Marv is going to be low on cash and buys a Marshall, but has a Blade Storm ready to go should it be necessary. Not too worried. Speaking of Blade Storms, Blah Yost has the exact same thing in his back pocket. So we'll see if that goes forward. You know what I've liked here early from Park University? They recognize that mid is a really crucial part of this map. Now, granted, they really haven't managed to crack the code, but they have consistently put some pressure here, and I think that's a really good sign, at least in general, for this Park team.
Oh yeah, and and a huge improvement as well. They usually lose members here as well. Remember, Keanu Huskies usually sent Gingerbread. Gingerbread got a 3K here, I believe, and now not losing a single member here in the early 40 seconds does yield results. Now Blabba Yost is going to take one, Jazz is going to take another, and Park University, after those 2-round reversals, feels like they're on pace. Their combinations are on point. Their swings together are working very, very well. And now their chances of taking this B site have increased monumentally as only Salvo in the back, now caught between multiple members, can't take a single one down. It feels like Park University are going to get a flawless unless Exelius can do something.
Well, a kill would be nice, but that's not going to really do anything to help win the round. And Yost is in position. Nicely done to find one here for Exelius, but it is the closer. All tied up. It's 5-all as Park, they've made their comeback. They've made the statement, and they are sticking to it. Huskies, lost bonus accruing, sure, but it certainly is not enough to net and purchase multiple rounds in a row. Multiple loss rounds in a row, might I add. And, you know, that's a real vibe right there.
For Keanu Huskies, yes. Unfortunately, it is the vibe for them. They gave up 4 rounds in a row. It is painful. And it is kind of heartbreaking at that point, right? You got such a good lead, and now you have to be faced with the reality that the team has now caught up to you, and you have to shake it off. You have to be like, hey, this is still a chance. We're still in this. We can still make this a decent half. That's gonna be the Trailblazer out, getting a bit of information. Money Marv says, yeah, we're taking it right back. We want to at least reach 6. Up and over the go. A couple blades go out. Can't really find anyone. Money Marv gets shot out of the sky. Great shot by Haux. Jazz is gonna go ahead, sprint in, try and get the plant down. Bot is gonna try and throw it off with that chair. Shot through the walls, isn't able to land anything, but forces that plant to go wide. Blue Feet takes out Gingerbread. Again, these shares trying to do a little bit of work. Plant should go down. Park University with 4 against 3. Keanu Huskies up against a tough 11th round.
Oh, these Huskies, they've been trying to take your advice, you know, channel their inner T Swift and shake it off, but can't do just that. As they are pretty much locked out of this site. I mean, technically 3v4, technically winnable, but man, Sheriffs only, that's a tough one. Here we go, though. Savo, for the attempt, is only Bot to find one, as Hooks actually confirms a triple kill with that rifle. So, final round, what do we expect here, Orbital?
Final round here is all-out aggression from both squads. I think we are going to see, of course, you can see the ultimates out. The Blaze Storm still up for Blabba Yost. Gonna probably use that one to sprint in. Probably following behind the Seekers, I would say. That'll be the key for Park University. They utilize 2 ultimates. Remember, they used, I believe it was 3 ultimates in a row. It was the Viper's Pit into the Seekers and Cosmic Divide into the lockdowns. That's what gave them the initial 3 rounds to kick off their 5 rounds in a row. It's been phenomenal for them. Keanu Huskies, though, they got to layer it in. They got a Resurrection. Utilize it. If you play a little bit more aggressive, you can. Money Mars said, I don't have to. I just got to hit those shots.
I absolutely love that from Money Mars. He didn't call, or he didn't take the shot with the operator, but instead called his teammate to come shoot the Seekers to bait the player into a false sense of security. They swing the angle, get absolutely wrecked by the op. That was so intelligent. But, well, speaking of intelligent here, Park University, they committed the Seekers over there at A, and it was a full rotation off of B.
Oh.
Gingerbread, what a big win coming from him. Blah, blah, Yas, no longer in this server as he's pushed back all the way. The lockdown, buying some time for the retake. It's 3 players only left here for Park.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's more like a 6v3 as, again, the resurrection is available. That's going to be a sprint down straight through the flanks. They are just going to pile in like nobody's business. Bean still in the back corner. No one has cleared it out. Like it's ticking away. Money Marvin's gonna go and get a shot off, but Jazz in a perfect position is gonna hold it off. House goes ahead and sprays down for 3. Are you gonna get 4? It doesn't matter. The spike goes off and you take a few more. That is gonna be 6 in a row for Park University for them to claim the first half.
What a fantastic post plant setup. They had all the util in the right place in Park. They did everything that they needed to do, and, well, in all honesty, we are sitting in a position where the Huskies, they should have really had the first half on their, on lock, but they could do no such thing. They lost out in those back half moments. You talked about the ultimates and how well they were utilized over a day for Park, and you're right, that's part of it, but just the ability usage here on the last round of the half was dominant.
Yeah. And as you were saying, right, Park University, they were on the attacking side. It's a defender-sided map, and now they get that side selection. So we can see here there is a little bit of a pause here, just making sure that we get Jazz right back in the game. Unfortunately, disconnected here, but I also do see a little bit of light here for Keanu Huskies. Again, for Park University to take 7, that's huge. They have a more defensive composition here, I feel. Again, with all the utility that they can set up, they can easily blockade either A or B in fair fashion. You can already see it being popped up by the Killjoy. Keanu Huskies, though, their composition is well made for an offensive push, right? With the Rays and the Jet, double duelists coming in and absolutely opening up the show. These are the 2 OGs. I would say these are the 2 OGs of entry. They're the 2 OGs of constantly getting in, messing with the opponents, and clearing out some zones, or at least taking 1 or 2 down. So, whereas Keanu Huskies got 5, I feel their attack is going to be on par with Park University's, or maybe slightly a bit better if they can utilize those abilities, right? Getting down, that showstopper is so important to create a little bit of space.
No doubt in my mind. And we're still sitting in a bit of a pause, by the way. Nothing changes. Apparently we got a PC crash, so probably going to be just a moment.
Yeah.
But, yeah, 5-7, it really is sort of an interesting scenario, and I have to say it was impressive for Park to come back in the way that they did, and it was off the back of not just, see, the thing that you would tend to think, right, is, well, normally a comeback of this nature would entail some sort of huge change, huge adjustment. It really didn't. They just started, Park just started kind of hitting the shots that they've been missing before. That's all it took.
Yeah, and it's the momentum flow as well, right? So when they won those initial rounds, you can actually see it on the screen here, right? As they were winning, they got 3 rounds in a row, but it's very specifically 3 rounds that completely drained the econ out of Keanu Huskies, right? By the time the ultimates were gone, Keanu Huskies had no money to work with. They were effectively working with a short buy, and when you lose that many rounds in a row, and especially as the team that was ahead originally, sometimes you start to panic a bit, right? You sometimes start to set in, hey, we can't let them get ahead. We start making kind of rushed decisions, or we start second guessing ourselves. And again, I'm not a mind reader by any stretch of the imagination, but it was that Park University fell into a bit more comfortable rhythm, whereas Keanu Huskies then fell into disorganization. right? They weren't hitting the shots that they were usually hoping for. Gingerbread couldn't hold down that mid as well as expected. Money Mars started missing some very key shots, and it's the fluctuation, right? It's being able to draw yourself back in, and that's why I was very, very curious of saying Keanu Huskies have got to shake it off. They can't let those 3 rounds of ultimates that went Park University's way take over. And unfortunately, it did. But now you get the hard reset of the half, right? Hard reset. Now you're on the attack. Wipe away the first half. Try and get into the second on good standing here with that pistol round.
Yeah, no, definitely that and more. And I mean, the pistol round obviously going to be a big deal, not crucial by any means. I think the Huskies would love to pick that one up, but it definitely is not make or break for the game on the long term. But nonetheless, still waiting on pause here, and with that, I think maybe we could head to a short break if we don't get player back in, or rather, when we get player back in, we'll be back after that.
You can forget I'm living up every breath. I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
Alrighty, folks. So we've returned, and sorry about the wait. We are getting players right back in lobby, or excuse me, right back in game. Lobby's been and done started here on Split, but Yeah, I think we, to kind of cap off our conversation that we were having before we left your orbital, we're thinking that Park doing a fantastic job at making that comeback. Keanu not out of this yet by any means. It is going to be on some of those individuals though to take a step up and start winning some of those duels again.
Yeah, and my look is on Money Marv, right? And I think you pointed out earlier as well, as the game was actually starting, Jet is not seen as often. It's a great solo queue pick. I love the agent, very very fun to play. In current competitive, there are agents that do a little bit better in those roles, right? The role specific agents do help out a lot. So I want to see Money Mars step up. I want to see them overtake Gingerbread, honestly, because Gingerbread has had a fantastic time, right? Great pieces, great holds. Now you're on the attack. This is where a Jet should excel. We should see the Jet making kind of those very aggressive plays with that pocket stage and start winning some rounds from there.
Well, let's see it. Here we go. We're getting underway. It's looking like going to be a straight up B rush. And good job to hold that off, right, Park? I mean, Jazz putting up the wall, or rather the orb in time. It's only going to hold things back for just a moment. Hooks is good for the Park side of things as Money Mar finds the entry. The Sheriff working wonders initially, but going to fall. But Xelios both invested as being all alone and dispatched with ease. Park University are just overwhelmed over at B.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to see. Keanu Huskies knew they had to take the flow of the game and really push back, and I love it, right? Constant aggression, even in the pistol, right? If you remember, Park University stalled out pretty hard on their pistol round, which actually resulted in Keanu Huskies taking the victory. I like what Keanu Huskies did. Push the tempo. You now have the conductor's baton. You get to dictate when Park University is actually going to face off against you. Use that to your advantage. Now, Keanu Huskies are prepped for an A push this time. But it's going to be a 4v5 here around the corners.
Indeed. Gingerbread. Double kill. His bot helps out on the entry fragging duties. Keanu Huskies good for frags, but Floofy, it's a really quick rotation in from the ramp side of things. Quickly dispatched as things go. This is a pretty darn solid anti-eco.
Yeah. Beautiful job. Beautiful, clean, easy, simple. You carry 4 over. You don't have to buy up too crazily. Exelius, kind of okay with this. Again, Exelius hasn't had a phenomenal round in terms of kills, so if you lose this round and you don't purchase up, it's going to be a difficult one. So this is what I like. Yes, this is the correct answer. All Spectres, in case you lose, then you can buy up with your team. I like this call by Exelius to follow the rest of the team with that.
So, Orbital, but I want to go back to something you said. To be fair, Exelius on that Astra, I mean, it's hard to frag with Astra. So yeah. I want to kind of give that caveat, just in case. And I hate it when that bug happens. I mean, I say bug, but it's been in the game since launch, so maybe it's just intended. Either way, it's frustrating. And Park, they're gonna have to be in the situation where they fight things back. Blah blah Yas doing that in spades as he frags back for the 3v3. Now it's Hoops up in the heaven area. Well, only good for one. So here we go, 2v2. Who's gonna pick up the clutch?
At least for the moment, it looks like Keanu Huskies are going to have priority. They're going to get the spike down. They're going to get to prep appropriately and actually force Park University to entry in an awkward spot. Either Park University enter as 2 and get crossfired in a barrel, or they try and split entrances. Looks like they are going to enter in from this top rung. It's going to be dangerous. Sound is noticed. Savo should know exactly where this is. Spray on the barrel. Blabayos is going to fall. Money Marv, one more along the edge. Bean is gonna swing. Salvo finishes with the 4K of kills, and that'll be Keanu Huskies taking 3 in a row with their aggression.
Huge quad. But remember, we've seen this before, Orbital. Well, that first half was a fantastic start for the Huskies, and only they lost at 7-5. Now, Park University, they had their attempt last round in order to get right back into things. They couldn't confirm it, and that's even better for the Huskies because well, they're going to be running into just pistols. I mean, we do see one Spectre there for Jazz, who had a little bit of extra cash somehow. Actually, really didn't. Ultimately, just spending a little bit more this round is more apt. But nonetheless, Shorty, and oh, baby, it works wonders, but only good for the singular frag. That's the difficulty. You got 2 bullets in the chamber, and if you don't hit them, it's all over. Bean hitting 1 shot for getting dispatched, and the Keanu Huskies do get that bomb planted. Park University trying to find some retake potential, and with Jazz falling, that potential is now nearly gone.
Yeah. And again, Keanu Huskies have read it, right? This is a very nice acknowledgement of where the game is currently going. Haux, though, says it's not over just yet. Spray down along the side, though. I was just praising Keanu. Let's talk about Haux popping off here. Unfortunately, it is going to be the kill. Ginger is going to go ahead and finish it off. But my gosh, that went from possibly carrying 3 over to Haux popping off there with 2 in the back.
Absolutely, and you know what that does more than anything for this Park side? Number one, it gives you the lockdown, which I'll keep it real with you. I think the lockdown can be a bit hit or miss on this map. It's a little bit on the more difficult side to utilize, but it also can be very effective. The other thing that it really does do a good job of is it keeps the economy here of the Huskies very, very reasonable. You can see everybody pretty much under 2K with the exception of just 2 players, and well, they can't build that same sort of bank they would have otherwise. But speaking of building, Park, they've tried to build themselves up and pick up some frags. Unfortunately, it's unsuccessful as the Huskies find another opening in middle.
Yeah, this is Keanu Huskies play into their own tempo, and I was curious about it, right? Their composition set aggression, and I love it. Great shot up on the top side, though. That is going to be the showstopper used as a blinder to actually give them access to B. Whether intended or not, it was a solid play. They enter in with all 5 alive. Park University stuck with 2 in the back lines. It feels like Keanu Huskies have complete control of this round. This will be another gun round down in the pocket. Floofy, let's get Money Marv. Now they're going to get more. Bot sprays and prays, hits 1. Salvo finishes it off. That'll be 10 total with 4 in a row here. Or at least I believe that's 5 for Keanu Huskies as they storm their way to double digits.
Yes, they've done a great job of converting the pistol into a flurry of rounds. And in addition to that, you know, let's talk just for a second about that setup there at the very end. It's a thing that you don't necessarily always see in collegiate, but one player playing behind the box, I think it was Savo who's playing the anti-flash position, was just playing in order to play the trade on towards bot, does perfectly at that and makes the moves. It's definitely something that you don't always see, and it's such an important aspect of the game.
They're going to quickly boost in, and again, this is on par for Keanu Huskies. Park University a little bit slow on the rotate, so free entry in. That blind up top also makes it very, very difficult. The Nebula's consistently keeping people off. Floofy, though, once again, gonna find Exelius. Salvo gonna find Bean. Salvo finds 2. Blabba Yost gets a knife kill, but Money Marvin Bot go ahead and finish off 2. 3v1 with Jazz only alive. You gotta walk through your own wall. It's going to cause a couple problems. Jazz gets Bot. Jazz gets Ginger. Down into a 1v1 again. Can Money Marv pull this off? Oh, spotted behind the post. They're going to play Do-si-do. Jazz, though. Great swing for a clutch victory. I think. Yeah, should be plenty. Plenty of time to defuse here. Great round for Park University. They finally push back with 1.
I mean, geez, Park, we're treading water there, and he got bailed out big time by the big-time play of Jazz. The triple kill, 1v3 clutch. You don't see that often, and ultimately, I think the Huskies are the biggest to blame. Nothing to take away what Jazz just did there, but they just gave over 1v1s. That's such a crucial thing not to allow to happen. If you don't want to get 1v3'd like that, you got to peek together, play together. Good news for the Huskies, of course, is that they got plenty of cash to buy back in, and it is actually relatively strong on the ultimate side for both of these teams. Already the Viper's Pit being utilized there in middle, and it's a good decision, but ultimately middle is not where these attackers are headed, as B site has been overwhelmed.
Yeah. This is going to be a chase in quite well here. Kiana Huskies not worried at all about these ultimates being used. Again, all you have is that lockdown. Probably Defender lockdown will come down here shortly. Seeker's probably not necessary as Gingerbread goes ahead and takes out Lava Yas. Very, very simple kill, and actually the Cosmic Divide, and oh my gosh, that's a lot of ultimates being used at once. Cosmic Divide from the attackers, lockdown from the defenders, both coinciding over each other. Gives credit to Kiana Huskies as they back themselves along the wall.
The push comes in. It's Hooks with a double. It's going to be the attempted defuse. Fortunately, the gravity well defining that for just a moment. Gingerbread on the flank. The defuse now coming in. 1-2. But the defuse, it's happening. No, it's been stopped. And oh my goodness, it's the Huskies on to 11.
So good. Even in the scramble, Keanu Huskies look strong. And you have to give credit where credit is due. The defensive side just didn't treat them well, right? They had to play to someone else's tempo. When the Huskies can run wild, that's where we're going to see their excellence. When they're doing it well against the onslaught of ultimates that were played, they still came out on top. And because of that, they have earned themselves a little bit of a break here. It is going to be that eco round. What you have is a Shorty Inspector tops for Park University. So Kiana Huskies still pushing the tempo, saying, we don't have to play slow. We don't care. We're just going to go straight into Heaven and A.
Got to put some respect on the name here, the Park University. It's a hard decision to give up map point. They're doing just that in order to save and buy into the next one, but maybe they don't have to do that. Especially not with shots on par with those. Hooks with the frag. The resurrection does come through. It's been sit on for ages here, Keanu, and, well, nothing able to be done about it on the defensive side. But they've been entirely locked in, the Keanu Huskies. Ultimately, I don't think it's going to matter, though. Maybe I spoke too soon. Jazz, Hooks, both of them getting frags. Double kill there. And it's only one left to be denied by Blah Blah Yost. It's beautiful, Thrifty. And it's off the back of a big triple kill there from Hooks.
All right, out of nowhere, it is Park University, and you said put respect on their name, and they say make it double. You're very, very well fought. Great collapse coming in. I just wasn't seeing them play up to tempo, and they proved me wrong right there. Clapping back at such a crucial time as well. Gaining that round is going to give them a little bit of credence over. You can see Gingerbread and Bot working with lower purchases, an actual swap out at the end. So Keanu Husky is actually opting to save a majority of their equipment here. Means that they know that they can play these next few rounds, or are going to try and play their next few rounds with a larger amount of cash in the back. Park University going to try and at least get to double digits.
That's certainly the ideal scenario. And I'm always hesitant about these Blade Storms in rounds like these. So difficult to get all the value out of it, but regardless, here's the push up through mailroom. There's tons of util in the way, and Jazz is going to dispatch with Bot before things can get any more ridiculous. And Savo, vulnerable, but in position to get bit by that snake, and it's not ideal, not pretty. Still just a 4v5 though. The Huskies down but not out.
This is probably the slowest round that Keanu Huskies have had to play. With about 30 seconds left, they haven't really found an opening in this. Builds to Park University. That's going to be Poison going up, and with Blah Blah Yas hanging on to mid. And with the spike down in mid as well, there is no chance. They're going to have to go for frags or chase, and Gingerbread is down as well. It's all down to 2 here. Oh, Sabo stuck in a bad corner. That one's going to hurt. Moneymar, though, might be able to pick up 1 or 2 frags on the outro. Knives go well, reset twice. Might get 1 more. 5 seconds left. Everyone else is running. Good call by Park University. Well fought rounds. You run the time. You get your round and move to 1 behind Keanu Huskies.
Well, I mean, talk about a similar storyline, right? Looking at 2 halves of the same hole. They line up pretty perfectly. Huskies out to a great start in half 2, just as in half 1, only to be overcome by 1 big momentum swing. That being that thrifty round that the Park University side of things found success in. But we'll have to see if that success continues, as the Keanu Huskies are poised and ready to utilize this purchase to the greatest of effects, and we might just be seeing a showstopper entry here. Savo has that on ready, but if they do elect to move in, Hoops' lockdown is prepped and ready to go, so they might be finding themselves in a bit of a dicey situation, all things considered here, it'd be.
Yeah. Park University definitely getting a handle on these reads. Look at that utility stack, and might be the call to actually rotate out. Keanu Huskies are dancing this one a bit. Again, but there's so much utility right at the entryway. They're like, oh, well, this is going to be painful. Coming forward. Get the boost. Savo bouncing all the way in the back, and that means the entry has been made. What can they find? Keanu Huskies take a couple wide shots, but no one's really found. And again, take a look at where that Sage is for Keanu Huskies. Bean goes ahead and takes a swing on Ginger, and that'll be the first frag. Park University finding one. Can they find more? They know B hasn't been infiltrated. Trailblazer is out. Not going to find anyone, but it is going to be enough. Exelius getting the plan.
This lockdown, maybe a bit on the later side. Not 100% sure, but Savo is just committed to getting locked down. What the heck is going on? That's going to be a nice timing. I mean, granted, he pays for it with his life. Money Marv blinded up, has to fall back. Cloudburst, Nebula making it difficult. There is Jazz pulled off the spike once again, not able to get the halfway mark. Exelios and Bot pushing forward. Exelios with the double 3 on the round, and it's a beautiful one to push the Huskies to 12.
Oh, Jazz. Jazz thought that they had that grab. They thought that they had that halfway point, and because of that, they felt like they could turn and fight. But when the timer ticked down back to 0, they were taken by surprise. It gave Keanu Huskies enough time to rush back in. Oh, that's a painful one to lose. Park University now, thankfully, have enough money to fully buy out, but this is going to be it. This is your last chance, and the most that you have is a cosmic divide on either side. Oh, Haux. Haux takes some swing shots and loses a life, but takes one 4v4. Ready to go for B.
0 point, gonna go out. Doesn't really find anybody, if I'm not mistaken. Being backside of the site, not quite ready for the swing from Gingerbread, but Gingerbread is not looking the right direction. It's now going to be one-man advantage for Park University. Nebula, or excuse me, Cosmic Divide being put up for the Park side of things, but honestly, I would kind of like this for the Huskies. It gives them an opportunity. Jazz, on the other hand, has made the numbers thin. It's down to 2. Is technically a Cosmic Divide here for the Huskies, should it be necessary, but flash drive over the top for Bot. Not a lot of things to defend or to deny this spike defuse. 0 point, also denied. Bot, the early shot, though. Floofy gone down. Shots fired across the bar. It's Bean on the defuse halfway already, taking the shots. Bean off of it. Now the 1v1 is going to be all up to the Asterisk, as it's Exelios trying to find the shots. Can't quite connect them, but the spike is ticking, and it's halfway already, and that allows for Bean to win out the round. Just one round away from overtime here as Park University. They're not done yet.
These teams are duking it out tooth and nail, and I give so much credit to every single member. Everyone has stepped up at one point or another. Keanu Huskies had a great attack. Park University having a great secondary defensive portion to this half. This is phenomenal. I have to give credit to both squads, and it's only going to get better from here. I feel Park University do have a large majority share in the weapons department. Keanu Huskies did have to purchase off on the weaker side. With that mid control, though, this is going to be a full side B rush. And again, Park University have to rotate.
This feels like we've seen this B hit time and time again, but Nebula, this is what I was saying. It seemed like a weird decision from Park University because I mean, Keanu clearly liked it. They put up one of their own. Savo comes back through the Nebula, putting down utility, maybe a bit on the premature side here as Blah Blah Yas is pushing forward, bot fragging out as Blah Blah gets that one, looking for more, but Bean and Jazz pick up the pace, find success. Whilst that's happening, Gingerbread trying to find the shots, the Marshall not connecting. It's Bean defusing, and it's all over. We're headed to overtime. Exelios was the final one to fall. Oh, the Keanu Huskies can't close it in regulation.
Oh, they had such a good idea, but at the end of it all, Park University started to read their tempo. They read it so well. They read the plays, and that's what you have to do. On-the-fly adjustment were done so well. The adjustments perfectly etched for Park University, and Keanu Huskies couldn't adjust back. Well fought to get to overtime here. And with Park University, both these squads have had phenomenal attacking sides. Keep that in mind. Each team had their longest runs while they were attacking, so expect them to go back and forth at least for a decent bit here, as Park University will go ahead, go on the aggressive first with a large default spread across all openings.
You know, the big key there for that second half is Park's ability to retake. Think back 1v3. Big thrifty round on the retake today. 3 rounds in a row, or 4 rounds in a row. Keanu Huskies push B and get absolutely demolished on the retake. They just couldn't hold once they found the site. They're going to have to do the holding here, though. It's Blah Blah Yachts to push forward. Spots out a toe on that Sage. As you go for the shots, Gingerbread is still very healthy. And is going to get a little bit of healing in addition to that. But Hooks wins the duel. Blah Blah Yachts. Second time's a charm. Elrim gained, and the Huskies have been dispatched with here in mid.
Yep. With the mid open, this is going to break into the B side flank. And remember, for Park University, they don't usually aggress hard. They're actually going to send the Trailblazer out. They're very, very cautious everywhere they go. This is giving an opportunity for Keanu Huskies to try and rotate behind. Now they enter into heaven, but Park University already there. Boombot completely taken out very, very quickly. Nanoswarm is popped, and that'll be the plant. Park University with the 2-man advantage are going to go ahead and force the retake.
Well, this time it's going to have to be Keanu to do the magic here, retaking. Down by 2 is a tough task to pull away from. 2 players up from heaven. Here we go. Push out there on the backside, being good for it. Everyone's involved. In fact, it's a team ace for 13. Park University finding desperately to win their map pick here on Split.
Yeah. It's been good, and that one looked great. It feels like Park University might be back in control. But again, with the purchase power that they have, everyone gets a brand new set. You can see the line where Park University are drawing it with that Viper wall. It's going to corral Keanu Huskies over towards that to that B side. And again, will they push fast? The tempo's already been spotted out. They did this last time and it actually failed to net any results. So looks like they're just going to hard rush once again. Sabo trying to get the double boost over, and that's going to be a spray in. Haux, though, gets a shot in passing, and that's a great opener to have. Sabo is going to go ahead and get the spray. No! Haux with the double. Oh, that's enough. That's plenty for Park University to work on, but Money Marv and Bot go ahead and take one back. Money Marv, again, the jet player that we were hoping is able to step up here. He is going to still be alive. Exelios still trying to lay down the stars. Can they find any spray through that nebula? Isn't going to net anything. Jazz is going to follow through. Out they go. Double blind in the sweep. Just like that. Jazz and Beans making a jambalaya. That'll be Park University taking it 14-12.
That they are, and yeah, I mean, listen, it was a little bit chaotic. There's no doubt about it. But reality for Park is that they found such crucial clutch moments. That was the difference, right? I genuinely think that when Keanu were rolling, they were dominant, right? They couldn't miss a shot. They were hitting everything, playing together. But it was whenever they got, taken advantage of in a situation, give a little bit too much rope to Park University, that's when the clutch factor came out. And I'll say it again. I go back to that 1v3 that we saw come through. I mean, that was humongous. That was Hooks, if I'm not mistaken, who pulled that one out of the hat. Or no, sorry, Jazz. Jazz was the one who picked that one up. And then on top of that, just consistently being able to find the diffuses over there at the B site. I really don't know why Keanu just kept, banging that same drum. It clearly wasn't working on the backside of things, even if the takes were phenomenal.
Yeah, there's a couple question marks, but of course some great plays that were made all the way around. That's why it went into overtime, and that's why we're getting a potential stellar map number 2 here. That is going to be Park University carrying it over 1-0. Can they close out the 2-0 sweep, or will Keanu Huskies be able to fight back and go to the decider map? Please don't go anywhere. Here at the NECC, our secondary stream will be right back.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's facts, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said.
Watching it, you're thinking, okay, well, I mean, Keanu, they pretty much threw away that what should have been a map victory on Split. And you're right. I mean, they really did miss their mark on the back end of that game, and it was a big giveaway. Fortunately for the Huskies, though, they weren't anticipating winning Split. They were anticipating winning Icebox, and that's where we're headed. So, considering that wasn't their pick, it's okay series wise. They're not out of this yet. They absolutely have the opportunity to make the comeback. Question is going to be who's going to make the big step ups, because let me tell you, we definitely need to be seeing some more of those first bloods. And I mean, Gingerbread did a great job, but when your Sage has the most first bloods in the entire server, I mean, great job to your Sage, but well, what's happening on the entries from the likes of your Jet and the likes of your Raze?
There's so many opportunities. There's so many people that we did see glimpses of, and I have to piggyback off of what you said. The likes of Haux, the likes of Marv, the likes of pretty much every single member. There were glimmers of them being able to do like Gingerbread was able to do as well. On Icebox, it's going to be a little bit more difficult though, right? This is a map that is that was notorious when it came out as being difficult to handle, right? It was the map where everyone just kind of was like, oh, how do we handle these angles? It's always vertical wise, but with all of it being figured out, especially like you said, I do believe this was, I think it was Keanu's map pick, is that right? I
Yes.
think it was. This will be a chance for them to show off that they have the capability. We saw it in their runs on the attack. Now they can try and do it on defense as well.
So we're already seeing some interesting differentiation from the Huskies. So Blah Blah Yas was on the Jet before, now the Sova. Now, remember, Sova oftentimes, or almost never seen over on Split, which is why we didn't see that come out. Now it's Floofy to pick up the Jet, and Hooks is kind of tempting to play the Reyna here. So there's so much changing already. I really think this is interesting. And Hooks was the top frag, for the last game. So I'm definitely thinking that, well, on the Reyna, just add on the extra firepower, and that might be really big for the for that side. But nonetheless, otherwise it looks like we're seeing pretty standard picks here for Icebox.
Yeah, and of course you always have to have that Viper at this point. It's a given. Nothing will ever change there. But we'll get to see where the attackers, where these squads get to rotate to. Keanu Huskies, I do believe we have that correctly. It is going to be Park University on the defensive, because I'm a little bit slow here. It is going to be on the proper sides. Keanu Huskies, though, they're already buying up some armor, which I guess that means they are going to go pretty hard here in the opener. The openers have always, so far the pistols have been pretty one-sided, I think, in Keanu's favor, if I'm not mistaken. So Park University going to have to give it their best shot here on this map to one-up their opponents.
Speaking of Keanu, look at this adjustment here, bot sticking to KO. This is something we do see sometimes, especially as of recently on this map, but it's definitely not the standard, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, that's interesting. Jazz, usually when you push mid, there's going to be players there. Probably want your gun out, my friend, but ultimately going to fall to that one. Nice attempt with the shock darts, but those are going to fall flat. So, the Keanu Huskies on site and planted with the relative ease.
Yep. Now with the trades going through, Gingerbread once again holding it down. Leaning out against Hooks. Lava Yost, though, trying to knife away at this ice. Chip away with the old ice picker. Can't get much more as the shock bolt lands at the feet. Exelius is going to finish one off. Money Marv with the pistol will go ahead and bean. Be down to 1. Floofy having to traverse poison, fire, and electricity. Unfortunately, it's just too much. Round 1, excuse me, goes away at Keanu Huskies.
And I think you were doing a little bit of inadvertent guessing at the outcomes there. Some potential foreshadowing, I guess, because that was a very dominant Keanu Husky round and a very dominant pistol. And that is, yeah, right, very much been the case throughout. 2 pistols, 1 in the first game here, and now a 3rd in the second. Can be a big win factor for a team, but still, we'll have to see how things go. Winning both in the last game and still losing it doesn't bode well per se for this setup.
Ooh, that's an interesting chance. Blabayos shot out a recon bolt, got a little bit of information, is now getting inside tracked here, but unfortunately with no hard weapon in hand, the pistol doesn't do as much as you want. Gingerbread was able to do the 180, get the flick. Salvo takes out Jazz, and down the mid they go. That's going to be a spray. Salvo and Exelius finish off 1 apiece. With 1 more alive, Floofy is going to be taken out by Money Marv, and it's a nice spread of kills here in this second round. Keanu Huskies take it away very, very calmly in that anti-eco. Now into the bonus. Park University should be able to purchase up fairly calmly and get us situated for round 4.
Yeah, the Huskies unleashing some carnage there in the anti-eco, but you're right. This has been a big setup here for the bonus round, for the bye round on the Park side of things. They set up pretty standardly. Two over here at A. You got Sova over in mid, and then a floater, and then 1 committed to B. So ultimately, early options suggest that the Huskies are pushing A, and that's where the rotations have come. Luffy dispatching with Money Marv in a very quick fashion. The plant gonna go down, but it's going to be pushed almost immediately thereafter. Hooks swinging in for the frag, and Gingerbread baited in essentially by the dismiss, and it's looking like it's all going to be over shortly, and it is. Those Spectres simply not standing up to the firepower of Park.
Team Ace.
With the teammates under their belt as well, I didn't even realize that. That is a nice one to be able to hand everyone. You can see it, the first kills of the game across the entire board. Everyone's bouncing with happiness here. Now into the gun round, though. This is where Keanu Huskies last time took off. When the weapons were in hand, they started running over the show. They should be able to do it again, right? This is going to be Exelius also. Remember, at the last game was, I believe, near the bottom of the leaderboard. This time ranking at the top. I want to see that continue. I want to see Exelius continue to push the envelope, continue to get those frags, headhunt as much as you want, those poison kills, and lead your team to an iceberg victory.
Here we go. B seems to be on the cards, and oh, that's a good spot, but it's ultimately not going to be any sort of confirmation for Gingerbread. Mentioned before that Gingerbread actually had the most opening frags of anyone in the server last game. This time Gingerbread going to be the one to put down that spike over the top. Blah blah. Yost is attempting to hit the shots, and this time it's good. 2 shots, 2 no scopes, and a big frag, all working well. But by double kill, and that's a collateral, if I'm not mistaken, through the smoke. And Savo really has to play this passively inside the smoke from the position. Oh, that's brutal. Gets hit with the dismiss. Good for Floofy, but now in a very awkward position.
Oh, swing wide and gets it. Savo able to win it home with some beautiful poison play there. Huge credit to hiding in that poison, not giving the opponent any time to peek around. They go ahead and take the gun round and are gonna push Park University into purchasing once again. So there are enough members running with that, with the very nice creds in pocket. It'll only be Blabayos that is gonna be hard pressed. I would expect to see a Spectre come out. maybe a shotgun to boot, but the rest of the team is fully buying out. There it is. Okay. Very nice. Eris, I believe, is going to be trying to use that one to good success.
We'll see if it can come to fruition. Talking screen setup here at A for the Huskies as they introduce themselves here at the site. Luffy has some information. In fact, a wide array of information. Gonna make sure to get away with that and live to tell another tale. Playing this close angle.
And with entry left over towards this A site, the flankers are still there, and Park University get one with beans, say, hey, bot, you're not allowed to play anymore.
You will not kill my
Spike's on the
ally.
back. And a nice revive. So Kiana Huskies did prep accordingly. They knew that they could play a little bit more aggressive. They sent a Seeker, and now are playing with all 5 members. 50 seconds left, though. A decent chunk of time has expired, and that's forced Park University to actually check the other sites. And now Keanu Huskies are choosing to rotate.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, but they're doing it real slow. That's the problem.
30
See
seconds
that-
left.
That means that there's already going to be a rotation in, and it's on the way. Dashes forward. Ultimately, the singular player who was there has entirely vacated the position. Guardian connecting shots there for Blablayasis.
Spike planted.
Being thinking about anticipating potential Viper's Pit, but that's a dangerous thing to throw out there early as well. Park University not in a perfect standing. Here we go. Null command. That is one way to deny any sort of ultimate. Frag over the top for bot, but it's traded. That means that it's going to be Savo who's come around back of that one, and maybe getting a little bit too greedy with it. Didn't go for the repeat.
Team Ace.
Just went for the straight up duel.
It was a decent attempt, though. Very decent attempt. Park University with a better retake. Phenomenal plays there. Got the early pick as well, even after the spike went down. So they are going to get a little bit of a chance at purchasing up here. Should be able to have rifles on hand. Keanu Huskies, though, looking like they're going into a bit of an econ. They had enough, I think, to get a better buy, but instead said it is much more worth to save here. Save up for the next round, especially since Park University are running for ultimates right now, right? The Empress, the Hunter's Fury, the Blade Storm. High value ultimates are going to absolutely dominate. So Keanu Huskies don't want to take that risk.
That's a good point. I mean, definitely don't want to be there. Money Marv, he's certainly not going to be anywhere anytime soon, as he's felled by Hooks, who's done a good job. Floofy. There's that Blade Storm you were talking about. Good for frag. And Bot is covered the Marshall. Again, a missed shot. Overheal not going to last forever. In fact, it's all gone. Deadly is Bot.
Spike down.
Before he's
A.
traded, we're looking at just a couple of more players left in the running.
Yep.
What is ultimately a very difficult position.
4v2 with a bit of tag on both sides. Gives credit over to Park University for holding it down. Blade Storm still very much active. And for this save, they were only really able to draw one ultimate. That's not what you want to look for. You want to try and get at least one more. You want to make Park University
30 seconds
expend
left.
as much utility as possible. Keanu Huskies sitting on 2 of their own, but still having to sprint for that spike. It's going to be a challenge. Do they actually chance it? Do they try and force it? Wall goes up.
Last
They are going to
player
flank
standing.
in, but with Savo hiding up top, this is going to be an open. Blablayasis takes Exelius right into the middle of A.
10 seconds left.
Swinging wide with the dragon, gets a couple shots, misses. This should be all but over. Running out of ammo here is going to be up top, and Blablayasis finishes it off with a nice 3K.
Talk about a really solid anti-eco round. I mean, that's one of them. Patient, calculating, not over-aggressive, plays together. All of those things describing the Park University side of this situation. It's going to be the buy round, though. The Huskies, they've got the guns. They've got the rifles. Well, they did a good job of at least pulling one of those big ultimates. That was the Blade Storm out of Park.
one. You would like 2 or 3, but you got 1. And now you get the other. You get 2, the second here. As Blava Yacht's trying to find a chance. Actually misses all 3 shots. So that should actually give Keanu Huskies hope for another ultimate drop. Without the Empress being dropped early, though, it does mean that you're more worried about that Viper's Pig going up. It is going to be used here. This is what I was curious about. Bot, though, takes Floofy's life. With the Viper's Pit, is actually going to be countered by the attacker's Viper Pit. So this is going to make it an odd angle. Jazz is going to walk in to the definite side. And oh, Salvo. Oh, this is so dangerous. The Jiggle Peak is not going to show Salvo. And this will be Keanu Huskies looking for a close quarters combat. Bean takes out Money Marv.
Interesting decision. They need to buy some time to the Huskies in order to deny the flank, or rather define the flank coming through. One frag making the double as no one's left available on that position. Oh, that fragment misses its mark. Oh no! Oh, but
is it enough?
he had to move it. Yes, it's plenty of time. I mean, plenty, maybe a little bit of an overstatement, but still, minute 6 on that left, and or second 6, excuse me. And with that, I mean, the Keanu Huskies, I really think that they had that. If Bet is able to, or Bot is able to collect the fragment and put it in the right place.
Yeah, that was, and I have to agree, right? It looked doable, and I think it was Exelius, right? Exelius had a fantastic poison pit, actually dropped down, and being able to maintain that advantage, being able to have those 2 guards up. Losing the round feels bad. Park University 4 and 3. Bladestorm up for Keanu Huskies now. They're going to give it their best angle. Bot takes out Bean. That's a great frag to have. What more can you get? Jazz is going to take out Gingerbread.
What's more to work with here? Bot going to plant that spike down. Null command is available. Should it be a option? Jazz could find a res here potentially as well. Bit of cross, or rather ceasefire for now.
Revealing area.
When will they move their way in?
Standing ahead.
It's a question. Oh, that's some good information there. Well, we asked. Knows precisely what's going on. And it seems like it would be a little bit stupid for the Huskies to walk into a stack like this, doesn't it?
It is. We've seen them do rotates with far less available to them, with far less time. With 30 seconds left, it looks like they're going to commit. That's going to be the poison walls down. They're going to call it in as quickly as possible. Bot's going to try and go in and get the plant. Savo's going to save their planter, and they're going to get the spike down. So I'm going to start ticking. That's a flank back. Park University regroup on the other side of the wall. They are going to prep accordingly, but in a 4v3, it's going to be difficult. A fake defuse goes off, draws fire from behind yellow container. It's going to be sprayed. Bot again. The clutch factor here, maintaining an advantage over Exelius, is going to tape a couple pop sprays into that poison. It's been up for so long. Haux up top, though, is going to find one. Can you find another? Jazz gets the third. Follow through on Haux. Spike is ticking away. One more. Savo. Savo gets the head. Great win to be had, and can you save a weapon? It's going to be up in the back corner. Yes, you do. 4 and 4 is the score. We're tied all back up.
I'm going to be honest, I thought that up was gone. I thought there was no way it was coming back into this one, but it is. It's here. On the back of Money Marv, who's, well, he's not having the greatest of games thus far. But we just need to see him get warmed up, get heated up. To keep you in check on a map like Icebox.
Fun times. Money Marv gets the shot off. And you said it. Heating up now that they have their favorite weapon in hand, right? It's the perfect time to start opening up on some heads. You want to try and get that lead back. You were the one chasing that 3-4 score. Now at 4-4. Should have 5, as the wall is going to give them a little bit of time. Park University don't want to take that chance just yet. An extra wall up top in the middle of A means Jazz gets a great high line sight. Is not going to hop one more. Bot is spotted out. No one looks up. Always look to the clouds. Money Marv takes out Bean, but are you going to get more? Jazz gets a third. Are you going to get a fourth? Look up. Nope. Didn't even take their own advice. Gingerbread narrows it to a 2v2.
This 2v2, well, it's entirely denied as the defuse was already happening and completed by Park. So this was the problem that Keanu ran into last time, though. They won a round, and then they immediately lost a round. And so that sort of back and forth is just never healthy for your economy. And you can see, look at it. I mean, 2 saved weapons, that's great, right? That gives you a good backbone. And you're going to be able to get out just one more, but the rest of the players, the last two, they ain't got much to work with, do they?
Definitely not. Absolutely not. They're just taking some chances here and still grant some fun times. Normally you don't get to see this. Normally you get to see the full buys and then the ecos and the full buys and all that. This is swinging a half. Blah blah yas holding down mid. Almost gets two, but says no, you only get one. Gingerbread
No charges left.
looking for an opponent. With the wall going down, is going to secure at least 2 pieces of information. 1, there was at least 1 member over on B, and 2, there was a second. Jazz is going to get the revive on the Sova. That'll bring back a bit more utility as well, I think. I think Blabba Yas might have had an extra recon bolt in there. With all 5, though, that gives huge precedence to the kill on bot. Haux going to take that one in mid.
Going down. Is it going to be maybe denied by that snake bite? No, it's not. Okay, going down for Exilios, but it's good for it now. Money Marv. 21. Taking the flick. Can't hit the shot. Looking for more. Could be a potential Arena ult here. The fuse coming through there. It's Floofy. They're not going to deny it. Oh my goodness, it's collateral for Money Marv, but the defuse, it's not been stopped, and that's another round that is just off the back of some fantastic sticking. And this time it was Floofy. The wall in the way, courtesy of Jazz. Park University, they don't need to kill them. They just take the diffuses, but they're making the frags and getting the defuse.
Such bally calls too, just very brute forcing some of these rounds, right? Normally you don't see someone charge in. It is the strategy to take care of a Viper poison. You go in, someone with 150 is going to rush in, try and get that stick, or try and get the defuse, but it's hardly utilized, especially with all members still up. It's such a risky call, and they pull it off. Park University are absolutely impressing me here against Keanu's fast-paced attacks. I'm really, really liking it. Them adjusting as Haux goes ahead, takes out Gingerbread. This is going to call the early push forward. And up above, they're going to go. Haux gets 2. Floofy takes out Bot. And it's down to just a few. Money Marv gets 1 in the reset, but the reset does nothing else. Jazz gets a headshot. Floofy takes Exelios. And that'll be a 7th as quick as can be. Park University move on to 7-4.
What a great showing this has been from Park. I mean, remember, this is the Huskies pick, Icebox, and beyond that, it's also not been the Huskies just losing rounds off of getting killed or you know, not finding entry. They've consistently got on the site, but once again, the retakes. All the retakes have been just so strong against for the Spark side. I mean, the Huskies just, they don't have an answer, and I really don't know what else they can do. Is that's a nice find there in middle. Null command no longer in command, and it's falling all apart. Hooks with 3 as Park University confirmed the half 8-4.
Crazy stuff to see it here from Park University. Out of nowhere, with blistering speed, they take over this map. And now they're on the attack. Keanu Huskies, I love your attack, but sometimes the defense can get a bit wonky, and this is your chance to reset once again, right? These teams have been battling back and forth throughout the entirety of the series, and they've given us such a good game. I want to see more. We saw one OT. Dare I say it, I want to see another, specifically to see if Keanu Huskies can match pace with Park University. Salvo has had a phenomenal game. Gingerbread with some phenomenal clutch holds in the 4 rounds that they've won. And can they match up against Park University? It's all going to be telling here. Once again in the pistol round, they're 3 for 3 so far. Can they make it 4?
I mean, 3 for 3, but down a map. That's just never ideal.
Mhm.
Not to mention, you know,
Enemy tag.
losing some big clutch moments. Nonetheless, that's got to be out of the mind now for the Huskies. Park, already down by one singular player, looking for more on the re-entry. Shark Dart does well, does connect, finds the success. No. Savo, Gingerbread. Oh, they just have so many that you're swinging into.
Down A.
And Bot, excuse me. Keep doing the exact same thing. Only good for one. Our Park University. That's probably not going to be what expectations were. But hey, you got to do what you got to do, and it's 8-5 now. But the Huskies, or they have a step in.
Yeah. They do. But remember what we said about those pistols, right? Remember what we said about those pistols. Keanu Huskies are currently 4 for 4 on pistols. And they've gotten some leads, but it always feels they lose steam at the end of it. So I want to see them continue pressing forward. They've, on the defensive, have to play to Park University's tempo. Will Park University aggress quickly? So far, done a mismatch. They played it more, I want to say, technical-wise. It's just standard, you know, take about 15 seconds in the early stage, slowly push forward and try it out. Bot getting a great kill on Bean to start things off. Try their best. It's going to be a 2-on-1, and Floofy gets a kill on Exelios.
Let's see where this can go from there.
Enemy removed.
There we go from Gingerbread.
Planted.
New sound. I haven't heard of that one before.
Always something new, right?
You fought well.
It's true. Oh man, how is this allowed to happen? I can't believe it. Savo's gonna save things for now. Luffy,
How
William
should
might find it.
One enemy.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh, nasty work from Floofy.
One enemy remaining.
Now just one more left to play. As Floofy falls. Lear goes out. Nothing to find. Looking in the right direction is Marvin. He can't hit the initial shot. Goes for the reload, and it's
Oh my
who's
gosh.
got it. Double digits here is on the side. Park University, I mean, or sorry, not double digits, excuse me. They just hit 9. But, I mean, talk about winning a ridiculous round.
Sneaky play, sneaky deaky like is what wins it. It was the anti-eco Park University eke out the win, and we said it. Keanu Huskies are a team that like to play off of momentum, and the momentum here was cut short, right? They're working with the eco. They're the ones with the shorty, and now pistols to boot. Park University getting that aggressive, surprise the heck out of the Huskies, and now they're going to chance it forward. Park University, go ahead. Flood over towards that B side. A quick air dash is going to give all at the top boundaries. Exelios, though, quickly cuts that one down, and Floofy is no longer in this round.
Yeah, that's with the pistol. They're going to have to do more with them, though, if they want to win this out. The Huskies, they've done it once again. Gingerbread over the top. The frag is his. Give him another. No right click this time, but the shots are on point for the left click. 2v2, but it's quickly taken back. Blah Yost with a big triple takes that and puts it to bed. This time it's for real. It's double digits, 10-5, and not only double digits, but double the rounds that the Huskies currently are playing with.
I like how we have to go back, reiterate. No, it's 10-5. Don't worry, we just hit double digits. But that's the crazy part, right? At this point last time, I believe it was 8-10 was the score that we were sitting on. That's when someone finally hit double digits. Park University have shown their dominance here on Icebox. They are on the cusp, 3 rounds away from pulling off a 2-0 after an 0-2 week. This would help out so much. Money Marv, though, has something else to say. Immediately takes the life of Haux, the top fragger for Park University at the current time.
Yeah, and right, nothing to do about it. There's no resurrection available. The Huskies the only one to have one of those. But
Right here.
4v5, still a winnable scenario. They've adjusted. Park University headed then towards A. They've They've been hitting B very, very often. And Floofy, give him one, dashing away. The follow-up for Jazz is good for it. As Bot falls down, Money Marv on the rotate. Has to try and find an opening here. It's going to be the Blade Storm available. From the backside, Jazz once again. Money Marv, though, trading out quickly, efficiently. And it's now the Shock Dart. No damage done, actually. Somehow, Money Marv coming away unscathed. 2v3 crossfires. Be hard to anticipate. And Floofy continuing to win gun duels.
Jeez. Oh, Money Mar! Money Mar says we're not done yet. I'm going to save my op once again. Park University, though, huge credit to Floofy right there. Some phenomenal big playmaking opportunity.
Enemy remaining.
And they're going to chance it one more time. They actually chase and give Money Marv the fourth. This is so dicey. Park University at 11. Potential match point here. Keanu Huskies have got to get together, rack up a game plan, and execute. As it looks like they might have to
With
swing low
what
for
guns?
this. Yeah, they're swinging low here, praying maybe that Money Marv can carry the operator over one more time. But it looks like they're gonna have to give this round to let Park University sit on match point.
Well, you say they have to, but they're not doing that. The Huskies have swung. They swung for the fences, but I don't think they're going to get the hit out of the park, if you know what I'm saying.
All right, I like the jokes that we got here. It's going good so far, and Labias wants another quick dash. Floofy has done this at least 3 or 4 times now, and they're going to call it. Keanu Huskies are going to rotate in. Look at the flank on the back line, though. This is going to be questionable. This is going to be an opportunity. Money Marv gets Floofy. That's a shot that you want. Again, it's the weapon you carried over. Need at least 1 or 2 more. You got the entry. 2 winning on the flank. Oh, this could be devastating. A chances. Look, Jazz is about to run into some very, very not fun situations.
Bot's been patient.
No.
How patient can you be? Yes, this is the answer. Brilliantly patient. Hooks is no more as the lockdown, or excuse me, the suppression for Bot finds one more player. Confirms the suspicions, but all the patience working out now for Bean. Spamming through the smoke, and all that's screen. It might as well not have been there. Equalizing the Huskies now 3v3 as Savo pushes in. Is taking a load of damage there due to the decay in the Viper's pit, but it's Bean with another resurrection just to make sure things work out. Bot on the backside. It's Savo on the front end. No more pit to work with. It's 2v2. Null command invested. Null command disabled as it's now Savo has to do it all alone. Blade Storm available. Would it be used? Don't know. Playing around the yellow box here. The push from Floofy! And Floofy has the connections. It's 12. It's match point. Park University, they are looking beautiful.
They look beautiful. They look great. They're on match point. They're happy. They're great. They're ecstatic right now. One more round to take it. And would you know it, they are gifted the single greatest thing ever. Keanu Huskies, unfortunately, are having a tough time buying out. You can see them working a bit with the bottom of the barrel. Salvo running with only half armor. Park University can smell the victory in the air. Keanu Huskies, though, with 3 ultimates, a Resurrection, a Hunter Series, and a Blade Storm, should be able to make, hopefully, some magic happen here. Very aggressive push up from the Sage, just to try and get a bit of information, but it's 3-2 split, fading over towards A, and only 1 defender from the Huskies there.
Well, this has been so quiet. The timings are brutal here for Bot. Don't know. Bot's Guardian has connected, but he's going to get flanked there. Nice frag. Doesn't quite know. Now he does. Savo has been pushed all the way forward. Can he deny the rotation? Yes, he can. He's denying the Hunter Shuri as well. Floofy with a big triple kill. Clutched out the 1v2. Now it's clutching up here in this round. The quad feed from Floofy.
Give it to
Ace for him on the possibility. The Blade Storm is out.
Give it to him. Give it to Floofy. Floofy wants it. Floofy's on the hunt. Can Floofy pull it off? They're on completely opposite sides of the
30
map
seconds
right
left.
now. They're waiting. They're
planted.
trying to bait out the time. Oh, the knife is out though. Floofy wants the ace to finish it. Oh, look away at the wrong time. No, Floofy. Floofy missed it. Come on, Floofy. You got this. We're all cheering for you. Exelios has no idea what's going on. Oh, the look. Bean. Bean's baiting. Bean wants to give it over. Knives out. There it is.
Attackers
Floofy gives Park University their first series win here in week 2 on the back of none other than a beautiful reset with the Blade Storm ace.
Yeah, what a way to close it. There's no doubt. That was beautiful work and so many pivotal rounds from Floofy. But I mean, that last one and the one right beforehand are two fantastic examples of just that pivotal rounds from what was a pivotal player. But I mean, despite the heroics there at the very end from Floofy, Hooks still walks away with a ridiculous overall just series, right? He was
100%.
very at the top, 23 and 20 in the last game, 20 and 14 here in game number 2, to allow and help Park University get that 2-0 victory. And remember, I mean, this time it was on the Reina, but remember back on Split, he was playing on the KJ, the Killjoy, man. So it was so impressive to see that come in and such a success. It was brilliant to see. So if there's anybody to throw up for an MVP, it's got to be Hooks.
Yes. 100%. 120, 130, 150, whatever you want to say. Hooks had a stellar match. Not that the rest of the team wasn't able to reach it, but Hooks stepping beyond, especially in the OT. OTs are stressful no matter how you look at it. Such a good job. Of course, that'll be the end of this series. Congratulations to Park University for taking it 2-0 over the Huskies here. And again, Huskies will have another chance. Kiana Huskies will have another chance in week 3 to get a victory on the board. It is still early on in this season, so hopefully we get to see them later on and try their medal at another point. Of course, that'll be it for us right now as we have more matches lined up here in the secondary broadcast. It'll be a new set of casters, but we'll be hopping over to the mainstream for the 3rd series over there. So please don't go anywhere. Go ahead, get a little bit of a break in, and we'll be back with some more NECC Valorant action.
always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Fellow, my great friend. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Valentine's Day, or if you are a Fellow, a happy Singles Appreciation Day. I'm here for him, though, so we're not necessarily alone just yet, but we've got two great teams coming up. John, why don't you tell us a little bit about them?
Yeah, hopefully you will be the up mind to my Sully today. You never know for this Valentine's, or at least with Mick, one or the other. I think that'll suffice potentially. But yeah, let's go take a look at rosters. We'll first go over Southwestern Michigan College, go see what they've got in their 5-man and also 5-woman lineup here for today, and then we'll go take a look at Rogers State University as well in just a bit. They also have map bans done too, so probably look at that much later in this best of 3 series, potentially. Question mark. Maybe we don't have rosters up. That could be fine. Maybe we'll go just look at the map bands instead
just mention those,
to see where we're going tonight. Not fingers crossed. You never know. Probably see a fracture ban, and yes, that is one of the several bans here tonight, Scott.
Yeah, it looks like we're actually going to be going to the map of Haven and Bind as a guarantee, and Split is a possibility as that decider match goes through. But the bans were kind of interesting. Breeze and Icebox first. Breeze has been somewhat popular, but is still kind of taking a back seat in comparison to other maps. Icebox is extremely popular in the current meta for a lot of teams, especially in the collegiate scene. Seeing that be taken off the board is fairly shocking, but seeing Haven up first, well, it is one of the go-to maps, or at least it used to be. Fracture off the board, like you mentioned, and then Ascent as the last ban. Typically, that's the first map or second map. That's almost a guarantee at any day and age of Valorant, but no, denied there by RSU, and we will in fact be seeing Split be up last on the chopping block. I'm fairly excited for this one here in the Emergence Division. And you got any bets to who's going to win this one, John? No betting for real, but what's your inclination here?
I mean, I don't know. If we want to talk about maybe like more diversity than Michigan's got a Rogers State beat by a mile, I don't know. I haven't seen either two of these teams play at all. And the map bans, they're not speaking anything about confidence. So, I mean, this could honestly go to all 3 maps, to be fair, because all these maps have been around for such a long time. There's no real personal preference except maybe if you want to like deep dive Split, but that's just a decider map, so we might not have to talk about that until very later in the matchup. So I don't know, maybe just Southwestern Michigan College. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, well, I think ultimately it's a little too early to decide. I threw a wrench at you. I was actually hoping you would just say, no. And
you were hoping I'd do that again.
But it's fine. I'm just gaslighting you. I did that last week as well for R6, so I'm hoping to keep that pacing up all the way through this one. But I'm going to see what our agent selection is going to be. I'm hoping that's up and ready to go in a moment's notice. I think the players themselves are ready and raring. And I think when we're talking about the first map we're heading to, Haven, who do you think of first and foremost as being one of the most important agents on this map?
I think now probably, well, the no-brainer is Astra, but you could say that with like almost every map, so I'll be a bit more unique. Chamber, probably, because there are still a lot of really small areas in the map that you can kind of just hold on your own as a Chamber, and there's plenty of long ranges as well to opt from, and we've been seeing a lot of teams substituting out that Jet, not in general of like not picking her, she's still in play a lot as that main duelist, but she doesn't always have to be your op player now because you have Chamber on the board, so having that as a selection here, and now a hard lock-in for RSU, I mean, we're probably bound to see that. But they also have 2 duelists as well, so maybe a bit of team play by both Salty and Clarky. A lot of options on the board for the defensive side.
Do they plan that? Do they coordinate that? Everyone's selecting the exact same time there. Was that their plan? I do like their setup, though. Clarky rocking the Rain. I was going to mention she's pivotal to success, but I also think Sova is typically one of the better agent selections for this map, though obviously in recent times has taken a little bit of a backseat for agents that you can bring to the table, but Nightfire says Sova is the guy for me, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So I love the pick. I like seeing French Fire over on the stage as well, having these walls, same thing with Jethro on the opposing side. Having those ice walls can really separate these objectives and make it a lot easier for an attacking and defensive team to hold on. And I also would like to mention the fact that we have a Jet. I love Jets, and like you mentioned, you don't necessarily need a Jet when you have the Chamber on the board, and they obviously want to bring both.
say it's not always that big of a concern having just the main two duelists on the board. I'm hoping to see a lot of aggression from that, though, because, I mean, when you have such a high commitment on not so much util, but instead just fragging potential, you kind of have to work for those picks, not only to get the man advantage, of course, but to also have less util to deal with for that side. So I feel like the lineup here for RSU is definitely going to favor themselves once they transition onto the second half, of course, but still having that Astra, they'll be able to defend a lot of really difficult parts of the map, maybe even like C long, for example, just propping down some smoke without a lot of effort being established, or also A, really just whatever tickles their fancy so far here in the first half.
All right, round one officially ready and ready to go, and I'm more expecting us to see a C-oriented push in this first round. Obviously, Elo's looking to test the waters first and foremost, but Salty will get the information necessary and opt to kind of step away for a moment's notice, waiting and prodding still at the one lonesome player, the chamber there for Southwestern, but from the looks of things, they are going to commit over towards the A side. We've got one over towards the long, one being sent towards short, maybe come up that ramp side, but no one's actually decided to contest just yet. Clarky will need to be aware that a single shot can necessarily remove him from this position, but Prod, I think, is also rocking that Ghost, and unfortunately takes the first shot as well. Clarky now dropping them to 1 HP, or at least one shot worth of HP. This one's going to get close. That's a bad start for an early push.
Looks like they'll still commit, though, in towards A. No rotation happening. You've got the 2 and 3 setup inside of both main and short itself. There's the 1-for-1 trade that the attack desperately needed to make some sort of space, but they've now lost Spike as well. It's still back and forth between these two teams. Papa Brown will now net their third here. Danny will deny the ace, but they probably will guarantee the win. Is a nice tag team by both the Chamber and Jet in tandem there. Round number 1 going the way of Roger State, and I am very shocked we had a full commit to A and really no back down at all from SMC.
It was a very interesting decision, losing that first fight and having Prod take a lot of damage. I understand their arena, if they get the first pick, then they can, I guess, facilitate a bit more of an aggressive approach, but it still seems like a bit of a not so thrifty decision, I guess I'll say. I didn't really like it. It got them close. Prod even picking up 2 kills is something that was very unexpected after that first shot happened to connect, but holding on is Roger State, and they're going to look to do it a second round now, as they have some semblance of SMGs and rifles in their hands, looking to contest. Danny misses the first shot, but actually finds the second, tag teaming with his cohort of their Jet behind. Neither of them finding the successful side towards the second one. French Fry looking like they may peek next. Sova could go for the one-way recon bolt, but it does not look to be they'll do so just yet. No one sending that over the top, over towards the rafter side of the roof and back of C site. Maybe they don't necessarily know that's shot, but it's Papa Brown on the flank. Being aggressive for Roger State, takes one. Clarky's in a very bad spot. It's Need Batteries who finds the kill, but it's Jethro and Papa comboing now for 3 total as they finish off that round in devastating fashion.
Not really having the best flank watch implemented there at all, just kind of tunnel visioning on the main point of contention there for the attack, and that kind of was the main reason why I ended up losing that second round. Also the weapon advantage that the defense had. That will no longer be a thing though for round number 3, as rifles can now be fully bought here out by SMC, which potentially could give them the upper hand. The only range I have to worry about is either incredibly long range or extremely short range, because it's mostly SMGs and a sniper with some sheriffs on the board for the defensive side of RSU. So just kind of proking and prodding near that mid-range area on the map will probably be the best option for them, just to establish that early dominance and probably get site control at a pretty quick pace as well.
First pick drops actually in favor of Southwestern Michigan. This is not necessarily shocking, as they actually have rifles, but they pick up the first. A devastating loss as they'll lose the chamber on Rogers State, which means they don't really have that long-range potential they necessarily would have had previously. They're going to have a quick rotation over towards the C site. Nobody directly on A, which is also a bit of a shocker, considering no Killjoy and no Cypher for either of these teams. It makes it harder to necessarily hold a site individually and being able to step away from it and still being able to spot. But they're asked to rotate back to the A site, but it's a quick garage push. They're holding very still. Prod and Elo sitting in garage themselves, trying to get a bit aggressive. It's Salty up first, but Elo pounces and finds themselves another kill.
Yeah, you need to be the one to assert that dominance there, having the better weaponry and being on the attack and needing to get that map control as well. We have Jet attempting to get up, or Jethro, trying to get their way inside the garage and not able to win that confrontation up against the Sage, though. 5 versus 2 post-plant. A gigantic barrier orb blocking Clarky's will pay a point of entry, so he'll most likely now have to rotate back around in towards the garage area, backing up their Astra teammate to maybe try to go for some exit frags here. It's really the best option, get some rifles off the board, but unfortunately, they're not able to do that French Fry. They're just able to lock down that key part of the map and end out the round flawlessly for their team.
A really solid inning for them as well. Unfortunately, though, this just means that Roger State can buy out. And with the ability, if they've been able to gather successful kills and successive kills for Papa Brown individually, that means they can buy out with an operator here in this next one. And guess what? They do have a Jet on their side. Salty will be the player, or agent, I guess I should say, to bring that operator to the table and probably lock down that C site individually with no real assistance needed anywhere else except for necessarily to watch that big garage window and garage as a whole. But that's why you have a chamber there to assist, have a little bit of options for your side, some variables as they attempt to push themselves forward. But it's Southwestern Michigan looking to forego C at all and push towards B, putting Danny in a bad spot and finding the first kill.
Great aggression here by Prod. Now begins to dismiss in towards, but is in a very open spot to become just a picking target there for Jethro. Things now evened up, and now we're not going to have that B site being attacked for much longer by SMC. They'll try to rotate around in towards Garage, but you've got Salty waiting so patiently there with the op to net a pick for themselves here, now bringing that man advantage in the favor of RSU.
That's a big one as well. Need batteries sitting inside mid, now watching window itself, trying to rotate back, flush themselves over towards Elo as they actually have the spike and are looking to come up this short ramp. A sites still being held though. It's not Prada. It's the Rain on the opposing side. It's not Prada herself. It's Clarky holding on to the A and was unfortunately snuffed out as Elo does a great job of checking their corners and now plants down the spike. The rest of SMC will make their rotation where necessary, but it's going to be a long and convoluted one. Look at your mid player, your Sova, all the way down right now inside center. There's just no real reason for why you're all the way over in courtyard right now. Too slow of a rotation, but thankfully Elo's been popping off. Takes out Jethro, unfortunately refragged back by Papa Brown up in heaven. Salty now stepping down to the bottom sides of the site. It is a 1v2, but they don't seemingly know the Sova's sitting off site. They have to deal with Need Battery as well. Gonna go ahead and try to vortex them out of that position. Need Batteries doesn't find a good opportunity initially, but does take out Papa Brown, but Salty's quick to refrag. Recon Bolt finds out Salty, and they are none the wiser. They don't know where they need to be. Shock Dart sent, and Salty will not find themselves this round win. But will, I think, maybe get away with? No, they're not going to get away with the operator. Salty, unfortunately, not fast enough. I don't think Nightfire can get... Yes! Ooh. Oh! John!
Barely, but they got it. That's all that matters. Being able to now aggressively swing out all those long angles here, A main, mid, or even C long as well, that's just going to allow for so much more opportunities for SMC now having that sniper in their back pocket, especially with the chamber on the board too. He can just kind of be a very high and mobile character having that sniper as well, so he's not really going to get caught in that poor of a position that many times here in this fifth round.
One thing I want to kind of see better from SMC right now is their default positioning. Right now, they're spreading themselves out early in the rounds, but there's not anything being acted off of it. Two people were sent through B, and then they just aggressively dismissed through site and tried to find another, and then Jethro capitalizes. It wasn't where you wanted it to be, and it got cut down a little bit too early for them. I think Southwestern Michigan needs to be a bit smarter about where they're holding, and I think their decision to push up here through C is the right bet, but take a look. Jet holding extremely close. Same thing here for Danny as they're going to watch both corners. Cubby player gets 2 pistol shots to the head, deals with 1, now needs to deal with a second. There is a rifle down, but it's just out of reach. Gets the right click, jump shot in a second as Elo is felled. But Danny Bang lost the fight in mid. One more possibly for Need Batteries, but Clarky will thankfully escape for a little bit longer.
Incredible eco round so far for RSU, but they are just getting away with highway robbery at this point. It's 2 versus 4, so not completely over yet, but look what weapon Salty has. They'll miss the first shot, but they could be granted a second opportunity. They'll miss that one as well, but that's completely fine. There's only 30 seconds to play with, so even if a rotate comes into fruition, they're going to be completely aware of that. There's a 1-for-1 trade. The op is still in the hands of Salty, though they could maybe pop off here, and there is a tag team being attempted. French will be received a single 1-for-1, but it's quickly refragged out by Salty, finally landing their shots and now having the Bladestorm as well to work into round number 6. What a recovery round by RSU.
What do you mean finally landing their shots, John? That is an insult to Salty in that round.
Well, with the op, they were hitting some nice shots without the op, so maybe
That's
they'll
true.
give it to somebody else, perhaps?
Question
Mark?
No, you don't take the Jet out of
This is their redemption arc. No, don't worry,
out of the
Scott. This is their
operator
redemption arc. Just
maybe.
trust.
I'm a
believer.
Salty nailed
I'm a
a really
believer.
nice shot initially as they took out, I believe it was Elo trying to swing out through Garage that first time. I mean, when they first had it in round 3.
Yeah.
There was something there. Salty's not necessarily bad with the operator, but there could obviously be a bit more. Misses once again. Not the redemption round so far you were asking for, but
just wait.
there's still a minute and a half to work with, right? I mean,
Yeah. They've got plenty of time to think about where they want to position themselves, maybe rotate, because it's exactly what SMC are doing now, because they don't want to give a second chance to Salty just yet. That information will be gathered at some point here for RSU, so then they can make that call to play for the retake game. I believe an Empress was now popped out here by the opposing Reyna, which could maybe allow for some extra aggression, which what SMC desperately need moving into C.
Ooh, Danny has such good position there, but it is foiled there by Prod. Frag shoving for both sides, typically an even 3-on-3 until Prod can have enough thing to say about it. Now it's only 2 on the board for Roger State, and they're going to have a very dangerous time to deal with it. Salty pops the Blade Storm, but unfortunately does not seem to find their target just yet. Clarky on the flank, trying to come in from C long, but right now kind of trapped in lobby. Prod does not watch their angle, and Clarky die bombs in, finding themselves the kill, evening things up on a 2-on-2. Salty still only really has an operator to deal with. Missed opportunity by batteries. Hopefully that doesn't come to bite them back in the rear. Does not seem to just yet. Clarky takes out Nightfire. Salty has been felled by batteries. And now they swing around the objective. It's a game of do-si-do. Can they find the victor? And it will be batteries. Another round win for SMC.
At least able to now equalize once again, this time 3-3. And the lack of information being gathered and understanding when a fallback is happening, that was the biggest problem for RSU. They weren't 100% sure as to what they were about to get themselves into once they heard the Empress being popped and the C site being bombarded by attacking players. So just being able to potentially utilize either just chamber, overextending a bit, then TPing farther back in towards the site, or maybe even having that jet player get overtly aggressive to get that information, not even get a kill, to say the least. That could be a great way to improve here for RSU, just to fully understand what they're about to deal with here in those next few moments. But hey, that's a fantastic opening pick by Salty. Here's their redemption round, Scott.
Maybe that is exactly what we're seeing. I will point out, I do not like what Roger State did at the very beginning. They shot themselves in the foot by picking up, I guess, double duelist at the time. It just doesn't make that much sense, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. SMC, they lose one, but they'll go ahead and bring back another. The resurrection comes through, and now Prod once again being the carry for the side of SMC, but Clarky's also doing a bit of their own, a 3K to their name, but Elo will clap right back. 2-on-2, Elo with Spike, but Prod still on the objective, removing Danny Bang from the opposing side, and Salty is left all by their lonesome. Forced to now choose whether they want to sit back, retreat away, and save that operator, if they want to maybe push for this one. But it is a full sprint rotate now for SMC to head back to the C site to trick this plant.
Through the defender spawn as well, they're switching roles. Oh, Salty might be able to get some sort of nasty wall bang. The plant being taken off here by Elo. They will actually bait the spike. Here comes Prod from the flank around, but is not going to be successful in that endeavor. A true 1-on-1 here. Salty, 1 bullet left in the mag. Maybe just land that single shot though and get away with this. Perhaps there goes the swing, but it's going to be a miss. Plenty of time to work around. Still 40 seconds, and now a rifle will be traded out here for Salty to be on better footing perhaps in this close quarters engagement between themselves and Elo, but they're not going to check near the default location of that plant. It's going to be Elo to win that 1-for-1, and now SMC will regain the round advantage.
Back what I was saying earlier about Roger State not equipping themselves correctly, look at what SMC are doing. And I'm not really in love with their agent selection either, but them actually bringing this Sova is probably one of the big reasons why we would see them be a bit more successful when they do start to go with those mid-round pushes after they've gathered some information. They can gather information off of that. Where can we gather information for Roger State, especially when we start to switch them over to the attack? There's just nothing there besides ruthless aggression, and I don't think that's properly equipping themselves for what's to come, especially on the defense, as SMC have been bringing that same level of aggression, really opting to bring Elo as a secondary duelist themselves on the chamber, and yet we're seeing them come out on top without needing to have a double duelist composition and forcing the jet.
I really, especially since like they're Sage as well, I feel like they have not been able to do that much in terms of utility. Maybe find some picks here with the classic. Nope, Prod is waiting at just the right position to get rid of that only anchor inside of C. A flank being attempted, but it's quickly shut down by Prod as well. Nice early picks here for the duelists as SMC have full site control. They've got a man advantage. They don't really even have to overextend. They could actually fall back if they want to, since they've already gotten rid of the flank, and just be patient. That's it. They've got plenty of time to spare. Here comes out a flash by Clarky. It's not going to actually blind out French, though. They're able to win that gunfight. Danny may find him with the shorty. Absolutely hilarious, but is it going to be enough to get the job done? Potentially not, as they will actually fall to Prod. It's going to be 4 for the Reyna now, just smack dab in the middle of C, and that's now going to be a 5th round here for SMC.
That's exactly what we would expect to see as well from Arena on this map, especially on the attack. That's maybe why we're seeing Clarky be a bit not as influential in their pick of their agent selection of Reyna, it's because Prod can really swing off of Elo. Elo has always been that front contender very early in those stages because he has the getaway ability that doesn't necessarily need to actually have a soul there to use the dismiss, and that's why you first swing with that. Then you have Prod, arguably the better gunner and the person more equipped to play into these one-on-one or one-on-two engagements, get the first kill, dismiss away, or go ahead and get that devour set in stone. They're just better equipped for it, and Prod has been eating up quite literally and figuratively in the stance of his ability set, but unfortunately in this round cut down. It's Papa Brown sitting on a long. He's watching from the ramp side, manages to catch him as he swings out a lobby, and that's going to be all she wrote for that push. Now they're hesitating, and this could be a disaster for them, but Clarky's kind of caught. I think Nightfire is aware of it at this point in time.
Ooh, somehow makes it out though. We'll try to go for a wall bang and eventually dip a bit farther away, closer towards A, still kind of holding a bit aggressive here. Speaking of aggression, you've got Elo just walking into B, gets rid of Danny, but there is Salty to greet him with that operator, so it's not going to be that well of a successful push overall. Losing out on that Sentinel is a bit of an upset for SMC, but they could definitely still have a chance to refrag. No duelists on the board either, but they still have that Sova to gather some information. They have the Astra as well to deny a couple of sightlines here and there with those smokes. It just depends on how well they can play with the cards they've been given in this situation.
I would like to see a bit more hesitancy right now for SMC. I mean, they're on a massive player disadvantage, and yet they're just sprinting down. They have plenty of time. 35, 40 seconds were on the clock at the time, and yet they still want to just rush up towards through garage ramp. It just did not make that much sense to me, and it's just continuing to be in that fashion. Clarky will clean up the last two. Nightfire may be able to stop it from being a flawless round for them, but the damage has been dealt, and unfortunately for SMC, Roger State are now climbing once again, and that could be a big round for them when you're talking about confidence, a big booster for them, especially after SMC managed to run round after round in a dominant fashion. Roger State now clap back and bring themselves back into the fray.
You know, I really want to know why Papa Brown wanted to actually be the first person to swing near A main. Looks like they're opting for that a second time, because if you lose out on your Astra that early in the round as a defender, you only have one set of smokes, and you have basically no util to stop a plant, and that's when SMC has been at their strongest. It's just having site control, putting themselves in that post plant, and just playing to deny a retake. I mean, especially when they get the first pick. Elo managed to get rid of their doppelganger as Danny is there to fall pretty early on in round number 10, and they're going to just continue this onslaught of aggression. We've got Papa Brown, though, in the middle of A lobby, gets rid of 3 players all in a row. Apparently, the aggressive Astra is actually going to pay dividends. Salty gets rid of Prod, and it's just one attacker. In the blink of an eye, this round has completely changed to a 50-50 sided affair, with now the Astra having case control in the middle of A lobby, and now the Sova trying to go for a bit of hunting.
Papa Brown's just sitting pretty inside big window in mid. You don't really need to do much else. You have control over Spike. It's sitting over there towards that A lobby side, still towards the attacking spawn. You've essentially flipped this map on its head. Now SMC not only have to play attack like they're meant to, but they have to attack a side they're not wary of. Nightfire, you see the barrel of the gun, but does not turn. Needs to check each and every corner. Papa Brown not paying attention first, but Nightfire once again misses the opportunity of that round, and Papa Brown capitalizes. Now 13 kills to their name, 4 of them alone coming in that last round, and they're the only player left with a rifle in their hand, as Roger State now tie it up 5-5.
I don't even know what to say about that. Papa Brown just kind of walked at them and just shot them almost, hit all the shots. I really cannot believe that play worked, but hey, I guess they read in a situation that their A lobby coverage is weak, so I'm gonna go get aggressive, win my gunfights, and then just play around Spike. They did a relatively good job in that manner, so I guess I got to give credit where credit is due. And now Elo, someone who I talked about a bit earlier in the last round, being able to find those opening picks, that could be 10 times easier. Now they've popped their ultimate, the Tour de Force, one shot in towards the chest or higher. That will put somebody down 6 feet under and maybe give a huge opportunity to have to play against RSU. But look at this flank, Scott. 2 beautiful plays by Danny as they will make this a 5-on-3 instantly for RSU.
I really love what Roger State is doing here. They know that they can't necessarily gather information at the same level as SMC, but they know where they're going to be if everyone pushes and the same motion. Look at the split right now for Roger State on the defense. One's holding short A, watching a very close angle. They're sending another one towards short A ramp, and they also have a player in big window that flanked over towards Hey, Papa Brown and Danny comboing for the buddy ace. Danny finding 4 of those alone. It was a monstrous assault that came out of Roger State. You want to say Rogers, you think more about Captain America, and that's what we're seeing right there. They just forced their way through, attacked the attacking team, and brought it to their face. And I think that's something they desperately need when you're talking about the defense, especially when I'm going to already be worrying about what they'll bring on their attacking half. If we see more of that in-your-face attitude, SMC are going to continue to struggle throughout this map.
And especially for RSU, I think you and I have harped on this a couple of times. I'll reinstate it. They need to be more of an aggressive team because they don't really have any general information to gather, unlike SMC where they have a Soba. They have to kind of go for some small peaks, maybe see if they're going to get into a gunfight or just already be holding some sort of angle. So having somebody like your Chamber to just kind of run around and get those necessary picks, that's always a nice start. Unfortunately, Danny will not be as powerful as he was last round. He'll be the first one to fall, and SMC will actually take the lead here, looking to possibly go in towards B, but they are basically caught in a funnel here leading in towards mid, but apparently Elo does not seem to care all that much as he'll end up finding yet another one, bringing back the advantage here for SMC, but not for very long, Scott.
Ooh, Clarky's clapping back now, tries to find French fry, and unfortunately it's a little past due, not finding that one, unfortunately not able to be eaten. And that French fry will now turn soggy, able to turn back the other direction and work their way over towards the seaside. Coming in from Garage, they'll be cut down. It's salty. That's typically what you put on a French fry, but apparently it's going to be put down in the wrong direction. A kill early, at least somewhat early in this round, as now you're seeing SMC temper their ego, playing this one a bit slow, and I think that's the right decision, but unfortunately Clarky baits out by wall banging this side wall, connecting over towards this Garage window, baits out the player to step out. Batteries falls for it, and they'll be able to capitalize. Just Nightfire left standing. A quick headshot kill into Clarky will devastate the Roger State side, dropping it now from a 3 versus 1 to the 2-on-1, and it'll now be made the 1-on-1. Nightfire has done amazing in the later stages of the round, but unfortunately Salty has just been better. Built different, as the kids these days do say, and it will lead Roger State now 7-5 at that halftime and bring them up 2 rounds.
You know, one thing I probably would have liked to have seen from Jethro there last round, probably would have been playing a bit more passive. You know, you've got the man advantage, you've got time on your side, there's 16 seconds left. Just play for a sight and you win the round basically no matter what. If you're playing in a wrap position, some random corner that Sova is not going to check because there's only, you know, about 10 seconds on the clock, you're in the red time at that point, you can get away with a free kill instead of just running at them in Garage and then forcing a 1 versus 1. Luckily, Salty was able to win that with relative ease, so it's still going to be a 7-5 half. But, you know, just some food for thought, understanding when the time is to get aggressive and when to play passive. That can really go a long distance, especially as that Sage player, where your kit builds up over time and value because you can heal people later in the round so they have a second chance at winning another gunfight without really having to worry about getting refragged so easily.
One thing I want to really be, I guess, precautious with if I'm Roger State is one thing I liked about them, and I think they'll do a good job of and be cautionary about, was their pacing in those rounds. They knew when to be aggressive, but they also knew when they needed to step back, and that was something that we saw really start to breed them rounds in the latter half of that first half, and that's why we see them go ahead now 7-5, but they're just not well equipped for this attack, and I think that's something that we're going to continue to see. SMC just have a huge advantage now on this defensive side, especially with the fact that they've now found not just 1 but 2 opening picks, and that's all been facilitated off of the fact that they're very mobile. They've got a player that was lagging behind towards mid, they've got a player that was looking to deny towards the short side, and they've still got Nightfire holding out towards Hay. It's just a much better defensive presence all around for them than what they brought on the attack, and it's all brought together because they know where to position themselves, and Roger State don't have enough information and have to ego swing every corner. It's frustrating to watch, and we're only going to get more rounds of this as SMC continue to capitalize.
And only one set of flashes as well, having the Reyna, and you normally need to get some sort of pick to be able to use your flash as well as Reyna, so no Sky on the board either. It does open yourself to some very easy pop shots against the defense. SMC took full advantage of that. They were sitting in awkward positions. They were also matching up against the aggression of the attack with their own aggression, and it just simply worked out. So pretty good start for the second half here by SMC. That will now grant them a couple of rifles. Matter of fact, they've got the Vandal and then like the, I don't know what you prefer to call the Bulldog. It's kind of like that weird half-breed weapon. So they've got that going for them, which you can play pretty good range with there, and also a couple of pistols, SMGs, and a sniper in hand as well. And speaking of the Bulldog, that's going to be the first weapon to actually get a pick here, as Papa Brown is early to fall here in this next round.
Leave it up to Prod to be the player to do it as well. That's just something you absolutely expect. It's interesting. I've loved the idea in Valorant that when you have a Reyna, buy them a rifle in round 2. Do not SMG buy them. Do not sheriff buy them and have them be aggressive. Buy them a rifle. And I do think the Bullfrog happens to fit into that stance. It is a rifle, and I think that's a very smart decision for them. But Elo's also brought a rifle to the table. Another interesting decision for them, because that is essentially their double duelist comp without actually being a double duelist. And they're going to have both of those frontline players be hyper aggressive with those strong arm rifles. That is going to put a massive damper on anything Roger State attempt to do as they push forward. Now left with just 3. They do have a man deficit, but they did a good job of being able to find one. A flash could come out here from the opposition's Reyna, but it's an ice wall baited out as they were not able to get out the dash, but Salty still finds the kill, evening this one back. But Salty's quite low, and Prod has the bull ready to show the horns as he dives down on the last 3 players, sprays down 2! 3K to their name, and Salty is trapped inside of a smoke, and it's Elo to find the kill.
Oh, just lining up for Prod, unfortunately, not aware that there'd be a Reyna sitting in the back of B. The patience there by Prod was pretty good, giving his team more time to actually come back to site, play for that retake in a proper way, and then when they needed to get aggressive and go for a pick, just managed to be at the right place to do so. Pretty good work by the Reyna and the rest of their team to back them up as well, to slowly and now completely actually even things out in terms of the round count. 7-7. Going on to round number 15, things are looking quite phenomenal. Let's just see how well they can contend with when there are full rifles in the hands of their opposition.
It's going to be a bit dangerous, but keep in mind, SMC had full rifles before. Everyone that had a rifle stayed alive. Anyone that didn't have a rifle is dead. Batteries technically has a sniper and still has it, but I won't consider it still a better weapon than typically just having an SMG at long range, so I think that's still a proper decision for them, as Batteries is still going to hold down C long, use those constellations to drop down nebulas and smokes, and just try to keep the pacing of Roger State at bay, because we know they have a double duelist. I'm expecting a Cloudburst and Dash combo here from Salty, time in and time out, but thankfully for them, Elo is aggressive as all get out, even using his ability to step away after finding the first frag. This is where the aggression comes from. If you had better information for Roger State, guess what? A recon bolt would have snuffed out Elo's position and he wouldn't have been allowed to step that close. But I can't harp on it too much, because eventually I'm going to get made fun of for only saying the same thing.
Do a little bit of joking around these parts here. Looks like we've now got the Sova getting aggressive against all these duels, potentially for the first bout next to lobby. Not gonna really have a victor just yet, but now Knight is on incredibly low HP, could potentially get refrag, but they're able to fall away at just the right time. No one actually aggressing on Nightfire's position, so maybe they could get healed on later in the round perhaps. It looks to be a mostly rotate in towards mid, but Prod is still holding down that key position, gets rid of Clarky, now it's a 5-on-3 favoring SMC.
I'm really hoping we see a little bit more right now from Roger State. I've been saying this time in and time out. They are a very solid team, and they were able to put things together on their defensive side, but that's also your favorite side. You got to do a little bit more. Thankfully, Prod will fail to find the wallbang, but Papa will not. The Papa will also not last much longer, as Battery, still with the Marshall, finds 2. Tag teaming down. Danny at 150 HP in total with that armor on top, and it's just going to be easy cleanings for him to finish off Batteries. Now it's a 3-player sprint back down to the C site. Bomb will go down. Spike is effectively finished, and it will be Elo to actually take out his doppelganger. Danny Bang out for the count. Another round win for SMC. 8-7 their scoreline. They have made a major triumphant return from a 4-round deficit.
And I loved how SMC had every site on lockdown, having someone watching it, being able to give off that information. Great picks being found by both Prod and Batteries. They did their job well enough. That gave the rest of their team time to rotate in towards C, and they figured that, hey, Danny's in a 1v3. They cannot play for the post plant that well, so they got to get aggressive, work a pick, and then maybe they'll opt to fall back to go for some sort of 1-for-1 trade if someone's banging the diffuser, and then someone, or pardon the spike, and then someone else is swinging near C long. So that was just a great round overall by SMC, understanding what they could and couldn't get away with to now put themselves in advantage and get another bonus round, forcing Pistols to be back in the pockets of RSU for this next round.
Yeah, winning on a rifle buy for the competition is massive, but I expected that result when Southwestern Michigan lost only the players they needed to. But a Lear and now an Empress popped by Prod. The aggression almost insurmountable, but from the looks of things, Salty will also be a bit aggressive, looking to continue that direction. Thankfully, the Sage for SMC is still readily and available, but Prod actually does lose his life. But Batteries is still an absolute menace on the C site, still sitting over behind Brick, and they'll be able to find more. Platt has been just the key hold position for SMC, and it continues to be that way. French Fry will find himself the last taking out Salty. Once again, a joke is meant to be had there for the food pun. It is now 9-7. SMC are doing exactly what I expected them to do.
Yeah, especially since they had to only deal with pistols there in that round. This one should be a bit more close, because now rivals are back on the board here for the attacking side of RSU. They've got some ultimates to play with as well, the Tour de Force, so they can use a sniper rifle here potentially, and they also have the Blade Storms. So I'm really expecting them to be coming out of the gate swinging, essentially, but if they end up failing that endeavor, having to deal with the Tour de Force on the defensive side as well, if they both get popped by Elo and Danny, then this could still be a very challenging round, and we still might see more domination here for SMC on the second half.
It's interesting to see that usually it's a jet. They opt not to bring a weapon because they have the Blade Storm ready. Roger State say, hey, we have a chamber. Don't bring a weapon when his ultimate is ready, as well as having Headhunter. He can save that money and use that for that piece of utility. So it's interesting to see how that has changed in recent time and how the meta of Valorant has necessarily been flowing as these agents do happen to come out. But a courtyard-oriented approach right now for the Roger State side. They've got two deep up, ready to push out towards the Rabbit side, but a flanking player, it's Prod, ready at a moment's notice. The Owl Drone spots that one, not actually getting the tag off, but tries to send the shock dart, fails, and Prod also fails on his flank and getting cut down instead by the opposition Sage.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the flank not really working out. It gives RSU that man advantage. They have site control, but unfortunately the Astra is a bit lagging behind. There'll have to be a couple more seconds before they get that plant down, potentially allowing for a much easier retake, but there goes the Cosmic Divide and a barrier to be put up as well near the defender spawn. So most likely have to come down this flank. No one's really watching it that well though. Elo with two big picks. Plant still going down, but there's no more coverage after that masterful flank by Elo. 1 versus 3 out of nowhere, as Clarky will be trying to dance around their own Cosmic Divide on their team to maybe try to work these 1-for-1s. There goes Nightfire, so a bit more winnable, but they are very low on time. 10 seconds left. SMC, they know this. All they have to do is fall back. A bit more of an overextended plan here for that natural cover to actually put themselves in the post. They could maybe bring this back because they have that timer now favoring themselves in this 1v2, but the man advantage, it's still favoring SMC, and French will simply win that altercation. They've got more than enough time left to defuse that spike. It will be double digits now for SMC in this second half.
I gotta tell Roger State something. This isn't a ranked game. You can't just bait your teammates. Clarky did exactly that. I mean, you place the Cosmic Divide. Clarky didn't do it. He can't necessarily do that. But you place the Cosmic Divide, and it's not necessarily in the worst position, but you have to have an overarching cover from the Cosmic Divide to watch the Spike Planter. They had none of that. Clarky was watching the actual wall. That was ice. There was no need to watch that angle. It never got destroyed at all in the entire time frame of that round. Unless you're hearing shots, there's no need to watch that angle. And because of their decision to watch that angle, because Clarky was paying attention to the opposing side, his teammates cut down on the actual spike plant, which wouldn't have been so bad if he had also lost his two teammates in the opposing direction, who also, might I add, neither were watching the actual spike plant. Both were sitting center site of C, actually towards the back side of platform. They were too deep into the site to watch that default plant position, and they paid the price accordingly. SMC, they had the right stuff, and they pulled it off in spectacular fashion, but it should have never been given the chance if Roger State just played it correctly.
You know, I think it's funny. I'm pretty sure Salty was actually watching C long, but his teammate walked in front of him. I'm 90% sure. Either that or they got, I call it esports timing, as a lot of mistiming happens in every game. He might have looked away at just the wrong time and then just out of the corner of his eye saw Elo flanking. He was like, oh god, I got a quick peek back, and then died mid-gunfight, unfortunately. So yeah, the improper positioning and also just unfortunate timing mixed together is going to set a recipe for disaster here for Roger State. Now at a 3-round deficit and no luck so far in this attacking half for them, despite the fact that their lineup favors them much more on the attack, at least in my mind, because it can feed into that aggressive double duelist composition a bit more. But you still have to worry about the fact that they have no intel to play off of, so it's just relying on that pure gun skill, which hasn't always favored them since they are so evenly matched with SMC.
Think about it like this. Unbridled aggression can, I guess, bring forth success, but at the same time, being strategic and actually using your brain in your motion, so to say, for your attack is probably a better choice. Sova's the brain, and meanwhile, Unbridled Aggression is a double duelist setup with no Sova, because you can still bring a Sova for a double duelist setup, but none of that. They just don't. They don't have the brain of the team right now, and that's not an insult to the players saying they don't have brains. I'm saying they don't have an agent that can gather that information, that can think ahead of time. They don't have the tactician for themselves. Instead, they've just got a bunch of people that individually are fairly strong and can put things together, but they don't have anyone to act off of. So it's just ego swing one, pray that your teammate dies early enough or gets the kill that can give away the information, or just try to act swiftly enough. They finally combo. They'll throw out the Leer, and Salty will swing to find the kill. But it took a double swing to still get the same effect. But an Empress will be popped now aggressively onto the A site, and it's up to SMC to play for the retake.
Especially now that they've got full site control here. There goes the spike, and they really only have a flank to work off of, and also Heaven as that barrier is going to keep them at bay towards the lower part of this site. Prod gets one before being traded out by Danny, so still the man advantage here for Rogers State. A Cosmic Divide gets popped, actually. This could be pretty phenomenal for SMC because now they don't have to worry about the back of A main, just the site itself, but they weren't able to clear out Graffiti. And it's Papa Brown to pick up 2 massive picks, only leaving it here to French Fry as they'll try to work their way down the Heaven stairs to maybe find some sort of compensation frag, but there's no way they will be able to get inside of A while keeping their life at line here, so they'll just fall back, save that rifle for the next round. It is 1 loss for them finally after 5 rounds in a row of winning on the second half. So not the end of the world, but finally we see a response by Rogers State, and what a loud one as well to start off on that 18th round.
It was one they desperately needed as well. Yeah, the loser's bonus is adding up, but at some point it only does enough, right? It only gives you enough money, and then that really reaches its peak. And if Rogers State can't win with full loser's bonus and having a rifle every single round, then it's just not really a great outlook for them. But if they make the return, and you'll see SMC with still plenty enough money to actually buy out if they feel it necessary, but they'll still save for a little bit, as you do see a Spectre in the hands of Nightfire, and they'll opt for a Spectre in the hands of Elo. They're saying, hey, this is a semi-soft buy for us. We're not going to rock it too hard. We're going to keep ourselves stable and ensure that the next round we do opt to go for will still be plenty available for us. And I think that was the right decision, as they may have opted for the Tour de Force, but Salty finds the kill into Elo, and they only drop a Spectre in the process.
Unfortunately, a bit too wide there on that swing, not able to get back into natural cover at just the right time. Battery's now completely concussed out there, not able to do much, have to buy some time. At least they've got backup by French. We'll get one. Is there a refrag potential? Unfortunately not. It's going to be RSU to now get full control here of the site. Plant will go down. Here comes the flank. No coverage. Yet again, it's a bit of deja vu, Scott. At least the spike has still gone down, but a 2 versus 3 is 10 times more winnable than a 2-on-4.
Look here, though. The information is available for Nightfire. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have a great setup for it. Doesn't really find any sort of angle to catch 1 or 2 players off guard. It does get shot, though, giving them the information that walking out of that garage side through tunnel is not necessarily the safest approach. A fabulous Nebula place, but a Leer will be sent, shot out immediately. A crossfire set, player on 2, player on plat, and a player down below. They've got multiple directions they can watch from, and time is running out now for SMC. I think they'll just opt to kind of save in this situation, try to get rid of the last 1 or 2 players, and then take a step back and keep these rifles in their hands. But a great way to drop it down to the 2-on-2, just not enough time to complete beyond it.
Unfortunately not. Having a majority of that player base still remaining passive, utilizing their smokes as well. Good stuff by RSU. Overall, they played into having the man advantage pretty darn well. So not much to complain about, except again falling for the same trick, just not as lethally. It wasn't like a 2K when Elo went on that flank. It was just a single pick, and then they were trapped because they had to kind of walk into the site, literally and figuratively, blindly with that smoke impairing a lot of their vision here. So a slow and steady claw back here by RSU. They'll just need to keep up that exact same momentum because it is still an advantage here for SMC. And, you know, if we see more passivity by them, especially by Nightfare, I feel like they would be in much better standings throughout the rest of the second half, 100%.
SMC are getting aggressive here, and
yeah,
I think they're trying to pull something out of Rogers State's book, but it's not working out. Now, Nightfire's left alone, and unfortunately has no eyes. A Leer sent. Nightfire doesn't have the reflexes to turn and take it out, and they'll be able to break neck even as Elo does take out Danny Bang, gets rid of the chamber watching the flank, but that also gives plenty of information over to Rogers State to turn around. But speaking of turning it around, Prod turns this round back around, finding themselves one, cut down by Jethro quickly afterwards, and it's been breakneck this entire time. Trade for trade, tit for tat. Batteries up top in heaven. Elo coming in from long ramp, drops a piece of utility down onto the site, looking to try and force them away, but a great vortex cyclones one in, and Elo capitalizes. Headshot kill to Jethro, and the wallbang finish on a Papa. A quad kill to his name, and they'll find themselves another round win, their 11th, as they're getting closer and closer to match points.
fantastic team play indeed, and a very high risk of having so much of your defense alleviated towards a flank. But it paid off. I mean, that has been the weakest thing by RSU countless times, is not having their backs watched properly. Even when they have someone going on a flank, having 3 people against 1, unless you all line up to allow for a collateral, you're bound to get a refrag and still have some sort of stature in the back line. So, you know, it was a very high risk, but an even bigger reward, as we had Elo doing most of the heavy lifting there, but also that coordination between both the Chamber and Astra of batteries was just top-notch to secure that retake game successfully.
Salty has opted for the Blade Storm, and Prod tried to opt the Empress, but obviously not working. Jethro takes out Prod. French Fry for go for the Resurrection. Elo through big window, managed to find one of their own, but Salty takes down 2 Blades to the chest and body, refragging Prod once again as the Resurrection does not last for more than a second. And it's still a player disadvantage for SMC. Make it further as 2 Resurrections have been utilized in this round alone. I think this one may be a bit of a misplay by Roger State. They were almost still in a good situation to take the round as they had the player advantage. They didn't necessarily need to take it any further, especially when the player that you lost wasn't the most important in the world. You gotta worry more about the players actually defending the site. First one down. Batteries takes another through a Nebula, but Nightfire's cut down by Danny.
Oh, and there's Case as well. Spike dropped in the middle of Garage. Hold on a second here, Scott. This actually could be a clawback by SMC. They've completely evened things up just simply by pure isolation and just not knowing where to look at. Elo gets 4. Can they make it all 5? They're looking in the right area. They'll have to back away for just a second, but here we have it. SMC playing this position perfectly, both watching in a Garage. There goes a Vortex, but it will not be necessary. Need batteries. They may have denied the ace by Elo, but it's still a round win, and now match point contention here for SMC. And again, what a beautiful recovery at such a huge deficit.
It was masterclass there for Elo as well. 4 kills in the round. That's not the first time we've seen that from him. It has been time in and time out, but one of the unsung heroes, I would say, for SMC has got to be Batteries. Batteries has had masterclass combo with Util, has been there at almost every single ending of every round, keeping themselves alive when they need to be at most. And that's something that kind of gets unsung, the unsung hero for their side. And I have to say, SMC, comboing in with everything they brought to the table, they just look like the better team. And the fact that we've seen Roger State put up 9 rounds on them is actually a good showing for them. It shows that they have the talent necessary, but a Cloudburst combo tries to go in with a dash as well, seemingly failed. They'll frag back. A 4-on-4 quickly made down to the 3-on-3 as Elo and Papa find one of their own. Braun Danny trade out once again, but the tour de force of Danny cuts down yet another as Clarky sprays through the smoke and finds the head of Batteries.
Whew, great reaction by Clarky to confirm that final pick of the round. And Danny just picking the near perfect moment to swing into sight as well, getting 2 picks with the tour de force. Now it's going to most likely just come down to a game of attrition between these 2 teams. I'm pretty sure we can have rifles be bought by everybody still on this round if we have a couple of buy-ins and maybe some light armor or some semi-rifles as well. This is not the end of the world here for SMC. What I probably would prefer, though, is just to kind of throw this round in the bag, essentially, then have a full buy for your last round. That way you can be at your highest strength moving into potentially either overtime or a clear-out victory. But hey, they'll just play with the cards they've been dealt with currently and just try to end this one out 13-10.
Batteries is in the right spot, but unfortunately also in the wrong one. Takes 1 down, the opponent's Astra, and that's a major frag. That gets rid of the Cosmic Divide, the only ultimate that was on the board, but it's cut down quickly afterwards. Salty finds their second, removes the Sage for SMC, making this one a 4-on-3. Bulldog firing through, manages to get the ice wall, and Prod now has a sightline, but 2 players flanking from this C-Long, and they don't have necessarily the best rifles for the situation. Nightfire using the Owl Drone to great success, trying to gather as much information as possible. Spots 1, but does not manage to hit the recon bolt, and Prod does not manage to find the head of Danny. You may have been right here, John. May have been a better idea for them to save in this stance, because I don't know if they'll have enough money in this next round to bring themselves back into it. They are not having a great chance here. It looks to be all but done with Salty completing for 2 more for a 3K in total, now at 22. But I don't think there's any money on the board now for SMC.
I do not think so either. In my honest opinion, well, first off, yeah, just saving on that last round and having full weaponry for the next one, much better idea. But even in that 2 versus 5, having your last 2 rifle players try to get out of dodge to bring those over into the next round, would have been a way better idea, because you'll have enough money to buy back your player that died last round for RSU, so it doesn't matter if you get a kill or not, unless you wipe out their entire team and defuse the spike, which you're most likely not going to do in a 2 versus 5. So they are not looking too well here in this potential final round before we see overtime or a victory. Maybe this poor weaponry could actually be the saving grace. Maybe a bit of underestimation here by RSU. Only time will tell, but look at this position by Batteries. It doesn't look like they'll find anything, though, unfortunately. And it's an early first pick here for RSU. They are doubling down as well. It's already a 5-on-3, and they're just about ready to get the spike down too, Scott.
Batteries was handed it on a silver platter and yet turns it into copper. Not what you want to have whatsoever, and now it's just all Roger State on the kill feed. They find 3. Hilo will finally manage to find 1 in return, but is quickly cut down by Salty. It's just Nightfire left standing, and if the scoreboard is any inclination for how the rest of this one's going to go, Nightfire's not been that forefront player. They've not been the player that's getting every frag. In fact, they've been bottom of their board. They've been util-based. A very successful one, might I add, for SMC, but not the player you're expecting to clutch up here in the 1v4. Overtime almost guaranteed. Nightfire can try to piece something together, but there just isn't much time to do so. Cuts down Salty as they get hyper-aggressive, but this Cosmic Divide is being mighty troublesome, and every single player is watching that angle. There's no time left either. Overtime guaranteed here as Roger State University climb back 3 rounds in a row to bring SMC all the way through to round 25.
Well, things are completely evened up in terms of economy as well. No glass cannon on the board. You know, we've seen players like Elo manage to find 3 to 4Ks a fair amount of rounds, hence the reason why they're top frag and doing very well for their team. So there is a chance we do get to see that tour de force, perhaps only 3 pips away, so finding some sort of 2K, maybe picking up an ultimate orb as well. That could allow for some very long sightlines to have for the post plant. But we haven't really had a lot of post plant situations for SMC when they were, you know, on that first half. They just kind of did what they need to get the job done, whereas across the board, RSU, they loved going for plants, they loved going for instant site control. So I'm really interested to see how this overtime actually plays out for both teams once the sides switch in the next round.
I'm more worried about the default play here for SMC. It's been 12 long rounds since they've played the attack, and we know that they are very strong, but we also know that Roger State were really good on the attack. On the defense. There's no way to really phrase it. They knew when to play aggressive, they knew when to sit back and sit pretty, they knew to sit back on their haunches, and that's something we're seeing right now. 2 players being aggressive as they come out through the A lobby side, and then the rest playing back on site. They're ready to give up these 2 players as long as one of them can find a frag, and they do just that. Notice the hesitancy now to push even further. Spike has been dropped and lost over towards the window side, and now it's going to be up to players peeking individually, and they've got 2 watching that exact angle. Papa and Clarky each cut down 1, but Clarky's not to be outlived for much longer. Nightfire finds the kill, but Jethro takes out Prod. Nightfire is the last Lonesome Ranger, stuck in a bad spot between a rock and a literal hard place, and Danny's the player to find the kill.
One more round to do it in for them potentially. RSU could end up reclaiming this victory on Haven. It has been a very long first map between these 2 teams, but I feel like this defensive half is going to be much more favorited here for SMC. They, especially in the first half, they were very passive. A lot of times it took my mind a minute to kind of like relapse and remember, oh yeah, this is how they like to play, because like you said, 12 grueling rounds in that second half. So they were just caught in the worst spot possible. RSU read into their playstyle perfectly on that first round, and now they just need one more clean bit here to bring us home and bring us into a second map. My mistake before that, we'll go back to cams, of course, but you know, not having any information to play off of, that was our biggest gripe with them, so it is still going to be a very big challenge to end this thing out 14-12 unless they get some sort of early pick.
Ooh, thankfully we have some assistance for Batteries. That was the worst problem in the latter half of that second half. Towards the ending was Batteries didn't have assistance. This time Prod is there. He cuts down 3 by himself, and Batteries found 2 on a miraculous swing. The spray down, holding left click, gets you somewhere eventually, and that's exactly what we see. Now swipping once again, as you'll see Roger State be on the defensive. SMC will have a couple more tries to give themselves an opportunity to clap back and find out what's going to work for their attack. They have the information, they have the semi-double duelist, they have the confidence. They just need to watch the flank, because Roger State has been on your tail and rubbing it in the dirt.
Especially Papa Brown on the Astra, someone who you rarely expect to go on those convoluted plays from the backside. It just ends up working out for them. Won't be Papa to actually get that first pick. Instead, Salty with a wallbang headshot on one of the top fraggers here for SMC. That is a masterful first pick, and doesn't really seem like SMC will try to be that phase. They'll try to work their way inside of C long and hope for the best here. They are going in for a bit of a funnel. Absolutely zero control inside of Garage, and even funneling in towards C long. It's not even working out for them. It's just a bloodbath. Salty with 3 big picks. Nightfire yet again. How many times have we said this now? They are the last one alive, and finally they'll join the rest of their comrades in the grave. 4 for Salty, and now we're back with that 1-round advantage favoring RSU, but can they clean it out here on their attacks? That's the big question.
And the question may just go unanswered for quite a little bit longer. We know SMC have looked fabulous when it comes to their defense, but, well, you kind of break neck even in both regards, right? Rogers State has been pretty strong in the latter half of the second half when it came to their attack, and I don't think that's going to be denied for much longer. SMC just, they did meh in that first round of their attack, and then did terrible in their second round of the attack. There's been no glimpse from them that there could be success. Meanwhile, for Rogers State, there were glimpses on both sides. There was hints, some hesitancies, of course, but they were still trying to facilitate the same level of aggression that they brought in their second half. That got them close and tied it up and brought us into OT. There's plenty for them to work with, and it's just a matter of waiting for SMC to make that first mistake until they can completely dive bomb into the objective.
Well, speaking of dive bombs, it looks like we're going to be running right in towards A. No one watching from heaven, no one inside of A itself, so it is basically free control. And now RSU can just wall off A lobby and just simply go for the plant. They've got perfect coverage, no one on the flank. It's a full commit to this retake from the defender side of the map. This is going to be just, it's going to be a complete nightmare here for SMC. I mean, they've got plenty of util to work around, so maybe that could be their big benefit moving into this 5 versus 5 retake, but the exact same thing can be said for RSU, and it looks like that attacking side will actually net that first pick, and they are just in these perfect positions to win these gunfights. No one expects Clarky to be so close. Sprays down one, only gets that singular pick, but it won't matter. It's still a great man advantage. 1 versus 3, need batteries, has to make a miracle happen, but they are not able to do so. 15-13, favoring RSU as they finally take map number 1 on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, they just failed to bring a cut angle. Every single player was going to come from that elbow side from Split. It's just not the right decision. You have to rotate. And unfortunately, there was a smart decision there by Rogers State where they had their jet, Salty, sitting inside courtyard. He was waiting for the rotation, and that still would have been a better idea to send 2 that direction. Win the fight because you're double swinging towards courtyard, take out Salty. Even if you trade, you're still in a better spot than sending all 5 in the same direction. It's just not a solid ending to what otherwise was a really fun map for both sides. I mean, SMC had a really good chance, but Rogers, man, they really Green Bay'd their way through that one. Another reference to Roger, Aaron Rodgers, all right, whatever. You may not get that reference. It's a football reference. It was just a really fun game. I really enjoyed that one. The fact we had to go to OT and it was what was shocking, especially after the solid start we saw from the very beginning.
Yeah, no blowout just yet, and I think we're going to be in for a treat, potentially another overtime at some point in this matchup. But before we see map number 2, we'll go into a short little break and be back in just a few moments to get Bind underway after that break, of course.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Oh no, I thought you were gonna do the joke. All right, you were just trolling me. All right, well, welcome back to One ACC. You know, it wouldn't be a laugh without me and Scott having the cast do some silly stuff up here in the booth. But hey, you know, there was one thing I actually didn't get to really poke your brain out at all. Do you think there's gonna be OT here for this next matchup as well, or do you think it'll just be more of a one-sided affair here, moving into blind for map 2?
If we see Rogers State actually opt to bring a Cypher or Killjoy here, I think they take it. I don't think it'll need to go to OT.
Okay.
This map is really good when it comes to close corners, some of these early engagements, and that is something that we know for a fact that CMS really good at, right? We know that they nailed that multiple times. But I think that Rogers is just a team that formulates a little bit better on their defense and puts things together fairly well. And on the attack, if they actually properly have some util, they don't need a lot of util to dive onto the B side, so they can just take B every single time and just dive it like they really like to do anyways, and they'll still find the same amount of success they found in Haven C site, which is where they made their comeback.
And you mentioned the Cypher pick. I would honestly adore that. He is one of the best, if not the best agent to play for flank watch, and also just one of the best intel gatherers period in the game, depending on who you ask. And we saw flanks by RSU and CMU like almost every single round, if not just every other round. Cypher's util as well, a lot of it except just his main camera is kind of just set and forget, especially the tripwires. So having that, you know, insurance policy, having that backup plan, having that extra information to play off of, that would go such a distance. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have SMC actually bring out the Cypher, as they are soft locking over the chamber, and that is in the hands of Elo, who played chamber last map and did very good in the kill department. So, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, you know, at least they still have some sort of information to play off of, and I cannot say the same for RSU, unfortunately. They're going for their exact same comfort picks, which I'm not a gigantic fan of, Scott.
Choose your agent.
Yeah, this agent selection is fairly interesting. Jethro rocking the stage is none too shocked. Salty switching off the Jet and actually going for the Reyna is an interesting decision. I don't think it was necessary for them to make that switch, but I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with what RSU is bringing to the table. However, for the opposing side, Elo's still wanting to bring the Chamber. I like it because he's super freaking good, but at the same time, they don't have a Killjoy and they don't have a Cypher, which means they don't have flank watch. They don't have as much as they need. Elo can work their way around and still do a little bit of flank watch if they feel it necessary, but that's really it. They can play with a Sova for information, so they've got more than they necessarily had last map. They have plenty of intro potential with having Prod play that Raze, which is the better duelist option for this map. I would argue Raze and Reyna are your top two choices, especially over a Jet. She just can't get around these corners as necessarily as well as a Raze can do, which is one of the reasons why you bring her. And the boost pack's extremely strong, as well as the Roomba to actually be sent through Hookah. But they're starting off on the defense. Roger State can dig a massive grave this early in the game and put Western Michigan away. I think that's definitely an option for them. If SMC can't hold on their defensive side, Roger State is going to pound them into the dirt with this very aggressive attack once again.
100% agree. The attacking side for both teams was definitely their weakest part of their side, for sure. I mean, we have instant damage being done favoring the attacking side of Roger State. That's fantastic, but having Nightfire still alive, he could potentially throw out some shock bolts, maybe get a cheeky right click in. Nope, they will just instantly fall inside of showers. Nightfire's over aggression has been a constant thing so far. Elo will manage to snag one for his troubles with the Headhunter. Not enough, though, to get rid of Clarky as well. It's still the man advantage here for RSU as they continue to dive bomb inside of A, Scott.
It's the wrong man for the right job. You cannot have Nightfire, who's 1 HP, holding that cut angle very close inside of Bathroom. It's just not going to work. And speaking of not working, everything SMC are attempting to bring onto the table, the aggression of Roger State, even if it is just a pistol buy, has really dug a massive hole that now they are forced to climb out of. And it's just French fry to do it. And unfortunately, I think what the French are mostly known for is parkour, which is the art of running away. I don't think this is necessarily the right person for the job, so to say. They'll get one taking out Salty, but pop around will cut them down with a frenzy. It just seems like SMC didn't prepare correctly. Once the aggression was seen for Roger State, they should have known to make the rotation a bit quicker, especially in a pistol round, and not has been as aggressive. Nightfire has been the key player when it comes to aggression, and the fact that they shouldn't be as aggressive. I think we can all agree here that Nightfire's reflexes aren't, say, as strong as Elo's or batteries or prods. They should probably sit back a little bit further and keep their utility alive to use it in the later stages of the round. And yet, who's the first to get tagged and who's the first to die? it's Nightfire over towards Showers.
That's the one thing you have the upper hand for against RSU is information. Like, you can take your time to be like, all right, Nightfire, go recon bolt this or go owl drone that. You cannot have that for RSU. They have to run in blindly a lot of times to go work for those picks. That is such a big advantage, and losing out on Nightfire, like you said, so early on is just such an upset. They'll try to go for some shock bolts up and towards Showers, not able to connect, and neither will the Ghost too. So Clarky will get that first pick for his team instantly. Could potentially go for a plant if they had the spike, of course. They'll have to wait for the backup in towards A main. But once again, a pretty good start for RSU. It looks like Clarky will be able to potentially find another one in these next few moments if they're able to isolate a couple picks, and they will end up doing just that. A right click will finally put them in the dirt, but it's far a little too late. It's only French left to stand, and they will also be put down in the grave as well. A pretty strong second round for RSU as they are just looking top notch here on Bind.
I know that they're rocking, an SMG Bind. Actually, they did Force of the Rifle as well. I know that they were rocking that, but at the same time, I was really impressed with their ability to pivot themselves accordingly, especially if there was such a short angle like that A short really does turn out to be. They were able to find multiple directions to fire from, multiple angles to cover themselves, and it was proper utilization and positioning from an attacking approach. I would like a bit more of a default approach, a bit more of a substantial attack when it comes to these later rounds, especially probably this round, as SMC actually will have rifles to defend themselves. But from the looks of things, they're starting to be a bit better about that. They're going to have one player watch their flank. It's going to be Danny, trying to keep themselves alive from behind, but no one's actually getting that aggressive for SMC. French Fry is going to have to try and take a step away. Takes a little bit of damage in the process as the ice wall does get shattered down, but beyond that, Rogers State was cut down a little bit too soon in terms of their push, and that aggression has not paid out just yet.
Potentially get a flank going down as well. French in a do-or-die position will end up receiving the latter end of that statement. Nightfire trapped kind of inside of the elevator, gets caught with the reload, unfortunately, by Danny. 4 versus 2, RSU now back in the forefront. They don't have site control just yet, but they have plenty of utility to clear out some of those back positions and manage to finally be in their back pocket, get that plant down as well, and be in a pretty formidable spot. They just need to work for those picks and actually be able to set themselves up at the right place and right time to remove those players such as Elo, who end up finding a refrag, but it's still not completely over just yet. Still 30 seconds to play with here for RSU.
30 seconds to make a very nice rotation. I wouldn't be shocked if they still decide to go through B and actually make their way over towards this B long, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They can bait that direction, but Elo's been watching that the entire time, and Batteries is also cutting close. This is the right idea, but it's not the right setup for them, and thankfully they'll find the first pick. Salty does take out Elo. It gives them the angle they necessarily needed, but you can't rely on that every single round, especially in a round where you're probably going to have SMC have a bit more precautionary manner once they learn what Rogers State likes to do. But this round basically set in stone. Prod can attempt to bring this one back, full health, full armor, and a Vandal in hand, but Salty will make that all nil. Does not matter whatsoever. 3-0 start for Rogers State, and SMC are in a very bad spot right now as they're going to have to go in with a pistol round once again.
They just don't look that comfortable here on Bind so far, not having the specific players get aggressive when they need to. It's been a lot of French Fry and Nightfire actually being the first ones to try to open things up with picks. Players like Elo and Prod have been in the background a lot of rounds, funny enough, despite the fact they are the players who were doing a lot of the damage, especially netting those entry picks. So maybe having people like Nightfire play for the anchor game and play for the post plan instead, rather than trying to get aggressive and work for those picks, would probably be a much better position overall for SMC and would actually probably net them those entries rather than getting entry against their opposition.
I think right now it's just a matter of understanding what you can and cannot do for SMC. And they learned that after about 4 or 5 rounds in the last map when it came to trying to defend. But it was also the same for their attack. They kind of learned what does and doesn't work. Right now, Nightfire needs to have a huge bonk on the head. He really needs to start understanding that he cannot play like this, and this is just another not-so-gentle reminder. Clarky swings out of Showers, doesn't even step all the way out. Nightfire's in a very bad spot, holding left side door of that Showers entry. Just nobody does that. It just isn't a position that's going to work, but it doesn't seem to matter anyways. The rest of his team, French Fry, Prod, and Batteries, cut down swiftly and decisively as all 3 are out for the count, and it's just one man left standing. Elo versus the world, and he has a headhunter in his hand. And that is it. I would just not waste it at this point in time. I would save the little money you have and I guess try to play it a little bit tough. Watch the flank to see if they run away. Try to go for an exit frag and pick up a rifle. Whatever you can do, you got to do something because your team is struggling.
100%. I mean, 4 rounds in a row, no matter how you put it, that is just a big advantage for RSU. Even though there have been a lot of pistols on the board a majority of these rounds, it is always nice just to have that advantage. They've got technically better econ in terms of ultimates, not so much weaponry. I mean, if they lose this round, they still have plenty of creds to fall back on, but this is still a rifle round nonetheless for SMC as well. So it's more or less going to come down to how effective they can be, once again, aggressive, and also how well they can manipulate their ultimates to better let them be aggressive starting off on the right foot here for round number 5. And maybe they'll actually get a taste of their own medicine because SMC, we managed to see that ELO has a tour de force in their pocket too. Let's just see where they position in order to utilize that sniper rifle, perhaps.
Jump over it, Clarky. You can do this. I believe in you. There's a way you can jump and then curl around the corner. Yeah, that'd be a way to do it. The old TF2 style of turning midair, you know, if you jump and hold A and strafe jump in midair. Get around that corner. I don't think you can do that in Valorant, I'll be pretty honest with you. But if you could, would that not be the coolest thing? And would you expect it from any other player for that side? I mean, come on. It'd be so interesting to see Clarky get shifty with it. But the first kill will drop at Salty to find themselves one of the players now, the Sova. I fire once again. Prod being the second. Salty will devour their soul in the process, bring themselves back up, and even overhealing. And now it's just up to the rest of his side. Playing this one not so great for the side of SMC once again. Salty finds their third, digging a massive grave like I mentioned.
It's just not looking good for SMC. They will most likely have to be relegated to pistols once again unless their loser's bonus is enough to claw them back again for another potential even round between RSU. But they are just still on top of their game. And again, just the over-aggression, not utilizing a lot of natural cover here for the defense, definitely a big upset, and also just picking really some inopportune times to go for those aggressive swings has not been boding well for them. They just seem really discombobulated here on their defensive half, so maybe this will be a very attacker-favored side for both teams on Bind, but I don't know, maybe RSU just knew what they were getting themselves into when they moved into on Bind instead, Scott.
One of the things that I wanted to poke at for SMC was obviously the information that we've timed in and out, right? Knifefire has not had, I've not seen a single lineup. I have not seen them do a solid position for shock darts. We did see one pretty nice shock dart, but he was in TP and was just going to be killed immediately afterwards. He was playing to die. You gotta have somebody on that. You gotta have somebody on the Sova that knows lineups that can send these recon bolts in good spots. There's a couple really good ones that get sent towards the back of A site, towards that cubby on A site, deep below towards Hell. There's one that gets sent over the top in B that goes above cubby site on B. There's one that gets sent towards Elbow with a good bounce back from the hookah side. There's some really good positions that you can get some lineups for, and I think if we just saw him watch a couple YouTube videos, maybe mid-match, turning in and just watching that lineup, it would put them in a much better position to start to cascade onto the objective, because right now they're having to rely on one person to get that frag, and I'm sorry to break it to you, but Rogers State has util and frag potential, and they have not faltered yet. They may lose the first person here, and it is a pretty influential one, but they still have 2 more ultimates to work with, and these are 2 devastating ultimates to face off against.
No one able to, at least for RSU, find that refrag just yet. There is a flank afoot, perhaps. They're just waiting for the cutoff. Elo is in a pretty good spot, just needs to win that gunfight against Papa Brown. They will do just that. Spike now dropped as well. Could maybe relay that information. It looks like Elo will instead just fall back, so Spike will now get retrieved here, but it's still a 5 versus 3 favoring SMC. And they are kind of trapped in 2 pretty rough predicaments. There's a gigantic emphasis on A and basically just a chirp over in B. So if they are able to rotate around, there is a small chance that if they win in that race, they could get the plant down and play for a retake. But they will fully commit in towards A, and so far it pays off. Danny gets 2 big picks and looking for another one. Perhaps that Astra's on such little HP. Now a third for Danny. They've got the wall for coverage. A blast pack has popped out, but it appears that they'll actually be able to survive it while going in towards that plant. Danny now with 4 picks. They are going gigantic in this round, and due to process of elimination, they almost can guarantee that Elo is still on that flank, trying to get back around in towards A main, and Danny is there waiting for him next to U-Haul. 5 picks here, the ace clutch, or not even clutch, but just the ace victory here for Danny. That's gotta rub salt in the wound, as it is still nothing but net for RSU.
11-1.
Guy's going crazy.
Danny Bang has banged his way straight into my heart. I'll tell you that much. That's for sure. You and I can both agree. I never thought we'd be in on somebody named Danny. Good joke. We work for somebody named Danny, so we're just kind of
Mr.
But Danny's slaying us. Yeah, Mr. Bratansky, as we call him.
Yes.
Danny Bang is absolutely destroying this. This has been a master class, so to say, from him, and I'm expecting it to only continue. But it's not just him that's been showing up for his side. He's got Salty that he can pop off with as well. Sorry, not Salty. Yeah, he has Salty he can pop off with as well. Papa Brown did a pretty good job in the later stages, that last map. But if we were talking about an Astro, it was Batteries that we were necessarily paying attention to on map 1. But Batteries has been cut down, and there's been no glimpses of success for SMC. We could see a flawless half from Roger State if they just keep at this pace and keep the tempo up.
That really would not surprise me. At SMC, they have not been able to position themselves in any advantageous way. It's French fry up into heaven, 1v4. They know exactly where they're playing at, so it's going to be solid just to run at them and just spray things down. 7-0 for RSU. Nothing has been able to stop them, and I mean, if we don't see SMC win this round right here, there's going to be probably one more golden opportunity for them to get a round on the board here in the first half. Other than that, this is still looking so perfect for Roger State. And worst case scenario, they lose 5 in a row here. I mean, they still have a fantastic half, to say the least. 7-5, that is not too bad, especially on the attacking side of Bind.
Yeah, 7-5 is pretty much your expected score, but in reversal. But no matter what it does come down to, Roger State have put their name on the board, and they're looking to, I guess, put it in pin now, as they're hoping that the rest of this one's not going to be a bit of an exacto eraser, and now they're looking to step through to the B side. 2 players sent through long, 1 player watching flank. That's their Astro we've seen previously, Papa Bear, and then 2 players being sent in through Hookah. Clarky from over towards C long cuts down Fry. Salty will dive out now, but falls straight into that Sage slow. Jumps out once more. The Cosmic Divide paying off for Roger State. It's Salty to come up with 1, but the showstopper stops him short as Prod finds the next kill.
Still, though, post-plant position, I mean, everyone's oh so comfortable. That Cosmic Divide. Nightfire pops out a Shock Bolt, not going to connect onto anyone. Now they are aware there's a flank being attempted by the Sova, so Jethro will now be watching that. All of a sudden, though, there is a small response here by SMC. Better than nothing, of course, but no, Elo loses such an important fight. There's Jethro as well. Only left to stand is Nightfire. They will opt to bring out the Hunter's Fury, but it's not going to connect onto a single soul. It's still that 2 versus 1. They know exactly where Nightfire is. They just have to play back, let that timer continue to sing, and Papa Brown picks a great time to go for the swing, get rid of Nightfire, and it's now 8-0 for RSU.
I don't want to keep harping on Nightfire. I really don't, but it's time in and time out. He's the player that I can pick on. He was not there soon enough. That's what I'll say. He needed to be a little bit quicker. It wasn't a bad decision. He went for the Hunter's Fury to try and remove the player that was kind of sitting over towards Ice Wall, but he was holding it too high. He did not have the right angle for it. If he had, it could have been a different story. He could have actually gotten a little bit of damage off and maybe had a chance to move forward, but he just wasn't there soon enough. His teammates were caught out in the open. They should have been a third angle for them to watch from, but there wasn't, and the pressure got put on Roger State, and Roger State is a piece of coal. They get applied pressure and they turn into a diamond, and that's exactly what we've been seeing time in and time out. That's 2 rounds now, not in a row, but 2 rounds total. That last round, I believe, round 5, where SMC should have won the round. They played it great. They held on. They had to make a huge return. At one point, it's a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-2 or something. They have the man count, and yet Roger State still comes out on top and gets the W. It can't keep happening to them, and SMC have to start changing something, because that is just demoralizing, just like the kill Salty put on the Batteries.
Oh, you absolutely hate to see it. All the Bucky bros in the chat are probably crying through the eyes. Yeah, really unfortunate there. The tour de force popped as well by Danny. Just up to Elo now. Wondering what in God's name just happened to the rest of their team. And I mean, I guess they'll have to go and save that rifle. It is the best option. It is a 1v5 ace clutch scenario. in the post plant across the map. There's quite literally nothing Elo can do, especially not having any utility to play off of in this current round. So I really don't blame him for just hiding in showers and hoping he can transition that rifle over into round number 10. But man, it is still just no response by SMC still. I mean, I really do not think there might be any response even when we move into the second half. We might just go to split much sooner than what we anticipated, Scott. And it's so weird seeing double overtime on Haven.
There's no
and then,
split. No,
and then the polar opposite.
There's no split.
Yeah.
Rogers took. There would be no splits if SMC can't climb back into this.
Exactly.
You said. I'm
they didn't
gaslight
win
you
map
for a second.
1,
You said that we may go to split much more, quickly.
I was thinking of what you said aloud though, but I just didn't
you're okay.
mention that.
I'm just gaslighting you.
I mean,
okay.
yeah, it's expected. It's very funny because
I did it so many times on R6. I feel like it's just going to become a thing for us. This
well, you
season.
haven't done it on Valorant. So it's not oversaturated yet, but Wednesday you might need to like pick your timing of it very wisely. Because then chat's going to be like, oh no, it's Scott again trolling his duo because he knows he can get away with it.
Yeah, dude. When are they going to bring me on a face it? That way I can just gaslight you in a different scene too. I'll just gaslight you everywhere. That's going to be my new go-to. Any mistake you make, I'm like, by the way, it's actually something else. Sorry to break it to you.
See, you can't get away with that in a. You can't get away with that in R6. I know more than you in that game.
That's
This
true.
game
That's
though,
true. Sorry.
for a fair game here. Oh,
Yeah, my bad. I was quite understanding here. We've been ad-libbing on for so long now, but the game has already gone underway in this round, and it's almost already over. RSU have found themselves 3, now make it a 4th. Salty diving into the back of B, takes the mountain medal, and it's just Nightfire left standing. What have we said about this time in a timeout, John?
I don't even think I need to repeat ourselves at any point. It's just Nightfire, is either the first one to run in and die, or is just, I hate to be so blunt, but just picking daisies in the outfield. Like, they just aren't doing anything. Especially as someone like the Sova. That is your big advantage, is you're most likely going to know what you're getting yourself into because you have an intel gatherer, a person who is dedicated to letting your teammates know, hey, this is what you're dealing with, get ready for that. Yet, Nightfire feels like the most unprepared person we have seen in this matchup. They have not gotten a single kill, and they have died every single round. I mean,
I'd like to point out, SMC picked Haven. This is Bind is Roger State's map. I will say, Nightfire doesn't die last or first. I will say that Nightfire did a fairly good job. I will not dog on Nightfire in map 1. They didn't find the kills they necessarily really wanted to, but there was some not bad shock dart positions. There were some really not bad recon bolts. The information util was there. Now, it wasn't like phenomenal, but it was there, and that's what you want. You want some solid, you want some solidity, you want a platform to stand on. There has been no platform. This is the most wobbliest bridge that you've ever seen right now for SMC, as each and every moment is a give and take, and it has absolutely fallen through their fingertips. It's like trying to pick up sand, and you're trying to use a washer to do so. It's not going to do it. It's not going to happen. And thankfully, though, this round could get closer as they brought Prod back in, a resurrection to be employed, but they need to do a bit more on top of it. There's just really not enough time. French Fry doesn't watch his angle, gets the shots, but I don't think there's enough time to actually get the defusal off, and he's aware of that in the time. But actually, a really great recovery there by French Fry, as he not only did find the last kill, but he got the resurrection out to bring himself closer and kills everyone on Roger State for the first time in this game.
And if they had a couple more seconds, then maybe that defuse could have been confirmed by French Fry. That could have been the first round in the books here on map 2 for SMC. That could have actually been a really nice sigh of relief. You don't get 12 and 0'd. This round could be a win as well. I mean, they've got a couple rifles to play with here. A tour de force could be popped by Elo, so it doesn't really matter what main weapon they bring so long as their ultimate is pretty potent here on this round. But, oh, that is... Why are you wide swinging that as Sage? Why? Okay.
I choose not to really question it that much anymore right now. Yeah. Well, we're looking at it. Could very well possibly be a 12-0 half. Danny Bang finds themselves a kill and a Nightfire. Headshot potential. doesn't really fall that way. Salty will still get the kill into batteries, but it's off of just a spray down through the opposing corner near elbow. Elo holding on strong, Headhunter, sorry, Tour de Force misses the opportunity, and the showstopper Prod actually capitalizes. Clarky will fall down to the ground after being launched forward with that RPG, and it's just up to him. Prod gonna send out the rumor to the Death Bot trying to bring himself closer. Boost packs on in, finds the opportunity and sprays down Danny. A 3-on-1 now. A better odds, but still one that doesn't seem that likely. As they'll soon paint shell over to the opposing corner. No one sitting over there. Player in cubby, player sitting down below, and a player sitting towards the elbow side. It's Jethro to come up on top, giving Rogers State University that 12-0 start that no one really expects, but we're definitely welcoming of if we can continue to see such a dominant performance like this one.
And SMC, they just, yeah. I mean, you mentioned that, this not being their map pick, clearly they aren't comfortable on Bind at all. They also just aren't playing as a team. Like, the general basics just simply are not there. We were harping on Nightfire a lot. There are a lot of situations, though, where it has not been his fault. His team has lost. Like, he will do his job, gather intel on the Sova, and his team doesn't play into that at all. So it's been a group effort here to lose 12 rounds in a row. I'm hoping Split is a completely different story. I'm hoping it's more like map 1, because both teams were down at each other's throats half the time, and then this is just almost a mercy killing. I mean, this is the most 50-50 chance we'll see to have SMC actually get this first round here on the board, but potentially not. There's still a great chance RSU could claim it, but hey, at least Prod, someone who has been finding those picks from time to time, will get the first one here on the second half to maybe leave some sort of statement that they are not completely out of the fight just yet here on Bind.
Quick entry. Prod finds themselves an opportunity to take one. A second one now, but Danny and Papa clap back. A 3-on-3. Plant has gone down. Batteries managed to take out Danny, but a spray down from Papa. The Frenzy has done exactly what its name implies. It has been the menace that you necessarily want. But a 2-on-2 could be ample breeding ground now for Rogers State to actually complete this in a flawless fashion. Elo sitting on top of double boxes has been boosted up. He's got his Astra down below, hoping to assist where necessary, but Batteries could be a dangerous side to peek from. Frenzy not successful for Papa. Elo finds the kill, and the Sheriff not successful for Clarky. It will not be a flawless victory for Rogers State. It will be a 12-1 so far. Maybe even a 12-2, as it will be an SMG force here for Southwestern to give themselves a chance. You'll even see Elo opt for a rifle.
Oh no, this is interesting. All shorties. If they're only gonna buy shorties, I'm not gonna hate it. This is just more of a power statement of, if we win this round, this is sheer mockery. But not really buying a lot for this round. Totally fine. That way they can get rifles for the next one. Even Danny now joining in with the shorty gang. They're gonna actually end up selling the Marshall to have a bit more credits for next round. I don't think we're gonna have RSU win this, but man, if they do, a statement will be said today here at NECC. And oh no, they didn't check the corner. Danny gets one, Scott.
They're continuing it. Salty finds French Fry, still alive, and Jethro tries to dive bomb Nightfire, but it doesn't work out. Now it's Salty with a Spectre in a 1-on-2. This is actually a very high possibility. Spike is down. He has control over this position. They don't have enough utility as of right now to actually disallow any sightlines. It's going to be up to the Astra to do so, and they're going to opt for a Vortex instead and actually get aggressive off it. They really wanted to commit to that. I don't think that was the right decision, but Batteries feels like it was, and it works out for them. So thankfully, SMC will survive for one round longer, but there's still a 10-round differential between these two squads.
In SMC, they don't have horrible weaponry. I actually would have loved to have seen the Odin by French Fry. It's a very difficult weapon to use on the attack, though, because you're very sluggish. You have to run out with your knife a lot to rotate quite effectively, but that's okay. Our Vandal will be switched out instead. Much better idea. It's 2 rifles against one another. This is a fairly even round, so maybe we'll have SMC actually win 3 in a row, similar to what their opponents did the other half, actually, here on Bind.
I think it's a big possibility, actually, that we do see Rogers start to fumble the bag a little bit, right? Whether it be from them not trying or whether it be from them doing stuff like that, I guess, mentally start to chalk or something. I don't know. I doubt it, but there's definitely the possibility. Defensively, there's still a lot that they can structure. Clarky's holding on through Octagon, has not been pushed, but looky here, it's Nightfire to be the first to die. They swing around the opposing corner. Elo should have been dead, but Clarky scuffs up the shot, misses the opportunity, and Elo will quick flick over and find themselves the next kill for the refrag.
Oh, there's Papa Brown. Gets rid of one. There goes French Fry. He's got backup by his teammate as well. Elo is there to net yet another one here, though. Luckily, still gonna find another one for Papa Brown at least. They are just not checking for this individual. At least Elo is still doing all the heavy lifting for his team and will now have to ace to deny this. A turn of force has popped, though. This could be big, but they're gonna whiff that shot, unfortunately, onto the player trying to defuse the spike, and that's it. It's a wrap here for map number 2. 13-2. For the defensive side. Wow, that was completely different. Night and day comparison from map 1 and 2, Scott.
15 rounds of gameplay and Salty picked up 20 kills.
Yeah.
That is a impressive statistic, to say the least. What a dominant performance from Roger State. There's really nothing else to say about it. I mean, they just obviously weren't comfortable, right? SMC was not comfortable on that map. They picked Haven and they played much better. They brought it to OT against Rogers, which was obviously a really good team that is well coordinated, has proper utility uses. They have some strategies in their books. Their defaults could use a little bit of work, but they were obviously attempting to do something with it. And the things that did work against their attacking strategy on the map of Haven, SMC did not employ here in map 2. There was no aggressive flank. There was no working through showers and catching them on the flank as they try to go to B site. None of that unbridled aggression we liked from SMC. It didn't get employed at all. And I think that was ultimately their undoing. It just was SMC's game to lose, and they shot themselves in the foot time in and time out.
I'm just hoping that we're comfortable in split, because if not, then we are just gonna probably have more of a
split.
We're not?
No, SMC won game 1. Sorry, not SMC. Rogers won game 1. Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure.
You might be going mentally insane, Scott.
Am I mentally insane?
Yeah.
There's no way.
I'm like 99.
I'm pretty sure Rogers. I thought for sure Rogers pulled back the comeback. Am I crazy?
I mean, we'll go check right now. We've got
no,
the facts
I am pretty
pulled up.
darn sure Rogers won. Salty, Papa Brown, Danny,
Oh no, you are
Clarky,
correct.
Jethro.
So
I
we
am
had
correct. You have gone crazy.
I Mickeyed. I Mickeyed.
You Mickeyed.
I am.
You Mickeyed. Gaslight.
Yeah. See, there's the time you got to do it
I
though.
mentioned it
when I make a
earlier
mistake.
too, and you were like, no.
Nah, I just must have
I
misread
think
something
you were being
then.
serious.
No, I was being serious. I really had
confusion.
thought we saw the full redemption arc. Nope. All right, guess not.
No,
well,
no.
Man, that's a weird way to end it off, but I guess we'll have to now. I mean, hey, great 2-0 victory for RSU, but I'm hoping to see more map comfort overall by the opposing side there for SMC, because they, like you and I both mentioned, they did have their shining moments on Haven, even like a handful on Bind, but just weren't able to fully flush out a lot of the issues that they had there.
They had, 3 rounds on their attack? No, sorry, on their defense, where they brought it back really close, but then were just barely not able to get it, right? Like, just barely.
On Haven, right? Because they didn't.
No, on Bind,
yeah,
sorry.
no, you're right. On Bind as well.
On
Bind
Bind.
as well. Yes,
3 rounds.
Just didn't win it overall.
But they had it,
right.
but they didn't win.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't sing one of
Super
those. But they
close.
got really close, but they just weren't able to complete it. If there would be one thing I would say, it would be work on lineups for everyone. And it's not just Nightfire that needs to necessarily work on lineups. They need to be a bit smarter about where they're deciding to use some of those ice walls that they wanted to do. They were just kind of using it, gather information, run away with it. Like, it's not really what you really want to have. Just knowing where to put utility will pay a huge difference right now. And for a map like Bind that's been in the game for that long, it's a map that a lot of teams will opt to pick up because they're comfortable on those agents that were classic on that map. So think twice about it. Work beyond that and hopefully progress to provide something a little deeper in terms of strategy for your team. But that's it for the NECC right now. There's another game coming up right after this one. I'll be casting that one with my good friend Dallas. John, you'll have to be saying goodnight. That is because we fired you after you said that we were going to the map of Split twice now.
Been an honor.
So it's been an honor, but we will be seeing you another time. I'll have to gaslight you in another league.
I'll have to make the same mistake on the mainstream now, 'cause that's where I'm going for the 11 o'clock game. So stick around for that as well if you are interested.
Oh yeah, get to break. We'll see you guys soon. Stay tuned for the next map. That's not break.
I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Pick Mick, aka Mick, aka Dallas, aka Dude with the Beanie, looking like Joe Bartolelli from.
Hey, who doesn't love a good TikToker now?
That's true, though. It's a very popular thing these days. But we got two teams coming up, ready and ready to go. It's George Fox versus the Blue Gold B squad. And Dallas, I'm fairly excited for this one. Why don't you tell us a little bit about their rosters? We got their names coming up for you guys in just a short moment.
I mean, come on now. We obviously know the league that they're going to be in. We're going to be here for some good games, even though the last one wasn't really as much as we really wanted. I mean, the teams that we got are going to be good ones. At least I'm hoping somewhat of a different story here tonight. So as I can see from the side, we're going to see old Bull. Baduck. That's a tongue twister in itself. Egg, Kobe, not with the K, Scrimp, and Fusion Marks. So a lot of good teams here for at least this for home side. But I mean, I don't know, man. We got to sit there and see what we're up against.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about Blue Gold as a whole, it's a roster, at least a team that we've seen previously in the NECC, talking about last season, the seasons before that. But unfortunately, this one's been a little bit different. There's some people in here I don't necessarily recognize. You've got Tintin, who's a sophomore. I actually do recognize that name, at least to a degree. Duck R. You got Thick Rudolph, and then Dalton R. And you got a lot of freshmen on this roster here, Dallas. That's maybe one of the reasons why we don't really recognize very many of the people on this list, is because it's a very young roster, a team that has come up out of the woodworks and is looking to, I guess, make their name known here in the NECC.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, when you go ahead, you get yourself, especially into this kind of division. I mean, this early in the season. I mean, we're looking at emergent, so it's not going to be the top tier. But I mean, this is something that you're kind of looking to get some growth out of. Find yourself to get up there in the roster. Go ahead and find some synergy among your teammates, and figure out what you can get going over the course of at least this season. Especially at such a young roster that we see out of the second year out of Blue Gold. They're saying, all right, well, it's not really that big of a deal. We go ahead, see what we can figure out, see what we can get together, and then make any kind of adjustments, even then with new recruits coming in. So a lot of factors to really kind of take in, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to what they're going to put on the table here.
Yeah, what are they putting on the table? The map bans will come right up, and with a young roster, maybe a roster that's not as regimented. So strategies could be something that don't work as well together with not having the team chemistry for as long a period of time. But the maps we're heading to first is Ascent. Map 1 going to go in their favor. This is actually George Fox's. I know that it is a white thing right there, but George Fox's logo is also white, which is why it's not necessarily showing. Ascent is our first map. Second map will be Bind, and our last map, if it does choose to go that direction, if we do need the third, it will go to Split. Dallas, what I'm most curious about is, what do these map bans themselves yell out to you?
It really tells me that these teams don't like new map pools. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I mean, that's all it really dwindles down to. Every single one of these maps we see in the map pool, they don't really sit there and like to look at verticality too much, which, I mean, Split does provide some of that, but it's a decider. So it's kind of on the back wheel here to go ahead and see if either one of these teams really want to close things out. But we're talking about Fracture, when you have a lot of variables to look for, two approaches to every single site for the attackers. We have the likes of Icebox, where you have to really paint up the map. I also want to say that kind of makes it where Viper isn't as much of an interest out of these players. I don't think they're very comfortable with that, knowing that Viper is the biggest differential, the biggest denominator on all these newer maps that are coming out.
And he's talking about Breeze, especially. Viper is phenomenal. I know you and I did a little bit of VOD reviewing and chuckled about some of these Viper screen lineups that we've seen recently. They could use some work from some teams that we've noticed, but a Viper screen can make or break a game. And for a map like Ascent, Viper is really not like a go-to choice in a lot of ways. In fact, you will barely ever see her. I tell you who we will see, and I guarantee to see as we get up and close to this agent selection screen, is probably going to be Astros. It's just your guarantee thing. If you don't see an Astra, it's going to be very strange to see. For the George Fox side, we're going to see their long lineup going up. It's Bull picking up and going for my brain for a second. I'm blanking on this. Dallas.
No, I'm blanking on this too. His name is Breach, but I don't know why he's being picked here on Ascent is really the kind of biggest questioning thing I got in my head right now.
I can't even get my name around the agent because it's just never played on this map. That's the problem there. But Chamber, you have Arena, you have a Sage, and finally you're seeing that Astra be locked in. Astra's being locked in with the opposing side as well. Rudolph will go for their Astra. You see a KO. That one's actually come and had a bit of a resurgence in recent times. You'll see we also have a Sky, which is something you really actually like on this map. I know you and I have talked about this previously. A Jet, which has been one that's also very popular, and then of course the Killjoy, so that you can lock down that B site basically solo if you're on that defensive side, which guess what? They are up first.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, looking at the way we have the defending side already getting off, I love their composition a heck of a lot more. It seems very meta. It seems you're kind of tried and true when you're looking at Ascent. And Ascent, you can go ahead and have yourself a twist up. I think one team, I'm trying to think of which team it is, but I mean, there is a squad, I want to say maybe be X-Set, where they can sit there and play Ascent without a single duelist. They find themselves to go ahead and have a pseudo duelist, which is going to be that KO, and go ahead and have so much control across the map. And I understand the diversity here, but the one thing I'm going to keep on my eye on for the likes of George Fox is going to be that Breach. I really have never seen it before out of plenty of professional matches, semi-pro and collegiate. I haven't noticed it once. So I'm really wanting to see if that can really make that biggest of a differential, knowing that you're compensating a lot for it. You usually go a double initiator or a double duelist on a set to make sure you can get yourself a pretty good retake, knowing how close and concise these maps are. But with the lack of all that, there's going to have to be some massive compensation.
It just seems weird. It seems like a better idea in almost every situation to bring a Sky out instead of that Breach, but we'll have to see how it necessarily pans out. It's Duckrar playing it from bottom mid. Does get a lot of damage off on Akobe of the opposing side, but so far really uncontested sitting here. Gets a little bit of HP back. It's that regeneration that comes through when you're playing as a Sage to have that little extra assistance off the top. The healing orb is very successful for them. Akobe's going to get tagged once again. Somehow not dead. Firefight another time out. This time dropping to 11 HP and really out of options. Forced to make that rotation away. And I love the default right now we're seeing from George Fox. They've got one player sitting deep in B, and it's strange to see a default like this, especially in round one of a pistol round where typically teams just dive on a site and play for the frags.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we usually see a little bit more aggression out of both sides, and even then, this isn't going to be the best start for likes of George Fox, showing that they're already being a little bit hesitant, getting themselves onto his side on this pistol round when they can go ahead and make the most of what they got. You would usually find a Sage wall to lock down a side or create some kind of an angle where you're really not composed. But I mean, the way they already get themselves there onto A, able to find themselves at least a door down. They also may find themselves a pick as Egg grabs one right there. So an even exchange, a lot of health already off the pool for both these sides. It all comes down to who can really follow through and find the kills.
Ooh, Duckrar really paying dividends early, though, and did actually manage to complete one kill, so maybe the fact that Kobe did not complete that kill at the very beginning will come back to bite them in the rear, but it's only been 1 for 1 so far. Tit for tat, shots do go forward. Rudolfro is in a bad fight with Kobe, but Kobe seemingly getting the worst, and if it's still at 18 HP, and Tintin finds their own. Duckrar frags back, finds their second of the round, and a turret will be sent, trying to gather more information. Bullbot finds a nice right click, but it still leaves them up in the open, finding themselves killed, and Egg completes for a third, but the last man standing of Tintin finds themselves yet another, their second of the round, and a defuse on that spike to give Blue Gold's defense a round 1 win.
Yeah, this is small victories that really start to add up over the course of the game, and something like this right off the get-go, just having one player stand. Sure, it's a pistol round. You're not really too concerned about that. That's why you get as scrappy as you can, find yourself these real awkward angles, and find yourself some late entries to kind of really even things out. And it's a great standing form right off the get-go for Blue Gold to find themselves that first round and to get themselves a force as well. And Duckrar able to go ahead and find that Marshall in hand. I want to see what kind of power plays can be made here. Obviously going to be stationed towards the middle of the map, see if anybody wants to challenge that catwalk, but it's going to be round 2, and with nothing but pistols in the hands of George Fox, I doubt they're really going to move there yet.
Well, I'm more curious about what the default's going to be in this round. With George Fox not having the SMGs and not forcing because they did not take the W in round 1, I I'm predicting we may see that typical round 1 strategy of them just dedicating themselves to a site and pushing forward, but this is not the objective to go through in this situation. There's a Killjoy on B site. You can guarantee that at this point in time, and you can guarantee that they actually have utility available. It's round 2. They won round 1. They have the money, they have the rifles, and they have the utility in pocket. It just doesn't seem like the strongest of choice, but they'll go ahead and give themselves an ice wall, them hopefully walk towards that catwalk side, but the Nano Swarm does go down, tagging a little bit of damage off, but George Fox and more specifically Kobe will heal it right back up, and it's 10-10 for back at Boathouse to cut down Fusion Marcus.
And that's all it really dwindles down to, finding yourself on Boathouse for that power play. But even then, when you have the backup, it's not going to matter. So many players there to back them up, get those kills, go ahead and double down. Finding only one player still standing, and that's going to be Egg on the defending side. Able to go ahead and grab one kill, grab a second as well with that Spectre picked up. Get a little bit scrappy here, but with only 48 health, that's as scrappy as it gets. Finding another one.
This is unprecedented. Egg now at a 3K looking for the 4th, but 10-10. The clutch player from round 1 denies a 4K to his name from back of Boathouse. It's that pivotal frag player you need. They can play utility, they can play tactician, they can play fragger. Any role you're going to throw at 10-10, it seems to find success so far here through round 2. However, let's keep in mind here, Dallas, they lost 4 weapons. 4 SMGs out of their hands in that round 2. George Fox didn't really have to dedicate that much to do it, but yet they're still only able to buy SMGs. They forced enough, and yet they didn't find the W. This is going to be once again a force-on-force round, and we saw the last one went for Blue Gold.
Yeah, no, I think Blue Gold has the best opportunity here to really step things up, especially when you have Egg able to go ahead and grab that Torty Force and put it in hand. That's going to be a huge differential. You already see that green portrait up there in top when you start the round, so you're saying, all right, let's probably not peek mid all that much. Let's stay towards the sides and stick to our respective sites. But I mean, you're going to have to peek eventually. You're going to have to face this man. He's going to show up his way onto site, and he's going to look for these engagements as much as he can. But, I mean, moving up the middle of the map, looking for a little bit of a split, you want to look out for this crossfire setup here for market.
I would almost worry that this wasn't the round to pop that Tour de Force. Yeah, getting it early is an impressive factor, but think about it here. This was going to be an up-close and personal round no matter what for Blue Gold, considering the eco they had and the amount of weapons they lost in the last round. You could have saved it for the next round, which would have been a guaranteed long-range attempt from Blue Gold. But they're holding on strong. Close angles being held, kill angles attempted, but 2 players dedicate without watching the angle, make it a 3rd being felled, and Rutherford will find himself the 2. Bulbaduck has managed to survive for a moment, but is in a bit of a firefight with Ducker on the opposing side. Loses the fight once again to Rutherford, completing for the trifecta as their KO finds one of their own. It's just Egg left standing, and Rutherford will find their 4th on top of it. That means 2 players with 2 4Ks in rounds back-to-back for the Blue Gold Esports side.
And see, I mean, I'm kind of against you when it comes around to popping that Tour de Force. I'm completely okay with it if you find yourself sitting in the right spot, able to go ahead and get some mid control and be working off of that. Because when we see towards the later ends of that round, when you see Bulbaduck trying to go ahead and find those frags towards the back of spawn, knowing that there's some players just surrounding them, if you get that cross from Egg, that's pretty much a power play. You have complete control of the map. You have a player to go ahead and push up. You have a player to go ahead and make sure to trade that out and possibly pick up a weapon as some kind of an exchange. But instead, we just see Egg playing a little bit too passive with it and really just going ahead and choking them up with at least the potential that Ultimate could have had. So with them already playing a little bit more passive towards this A site, once again, George Fox has to make a move somewhere, and they also have to get themselves on the board in the meantime.
Yeah, they have 4 rifles, something that Blue Gold Esports still do not have. They're still rocking a semi-force. They have a Guardian. Oh my god, Duckrar. That was one of the nastiest things I've ever seen. Future Marcus is probably just left questioning where he even is in life at this point in time. A wallbang through the box at top mid. It's the first kill collected, and guess what? It's against George Fox once again. Blue Gold giving themselves the man up. Now looking to make it further as Kobe's in a firefight with 2. Had a chance to break down both, but they somehow narrowly survived both Duckrar and Thick. At a little bit of HP left, but they're still up and standing, and that's rifles and the hand of Blue Gold still ready to fight back against George Fox.
And sure, they have themselves some rifles, but how much health do they have? You have a Sky towards the back. You have Thick 2 times now nearly dying looking for a kill, but you have a Sky, so you're not really too concerned about things. But do you have the angles? Can you have the setup to really make sure to double down on this? Well, I think they most definitely do. With George Fox already being choked up 2 members, Egg finding a kill of his own, able to make a respective trade. You make it now a 3v4 with the more powerful weapons in your hands, but you got to make a move somewhere. You have an initiator, and this is where it comes down to if Bulbaduck can really step up to that role. I mean, a Sky with those flashes will make things pretty easy. You have those Seekers in hand. Could have made that an option as well. You have the dog to go ahead and scout things forward, but instead you've robbed those resources of yourself, and you really have to compensate right here, right now. Otherwise, you're going to be choked out for a while.
There's no flashpoints available either for the breach here. Bulbaduck's going to be in a very tough spot. Still player back in Boathouse. They did not clear once again that position, and 10-10 goes off, finding another kill. Kobe found one in mid, and Rutherford will finish off Egg in the last few seconds of that round as time dissipated and left absolutely nothing on the board for Jorah Fox. Another round of loss for them, and this one probably even more demoralizing as they had a pretty good chance to make the rotation, but I think it was squandered by their hesitancy to push through the site once they did so, and then the factor that they left a player in mid to die, which he did do so, and their secondary player failed to protect the spike plant as they were not expecting Tindon to still be camping back in Boathouse.
Which is a big problem, knowing that 10-10 also camped out that last round in that same exact spot. This man's making himself at home in the boathouse, and even if you watch Pro VODs, they like to stick to that boathouse for a B plant. Let a player play passive, let a player go ahead and sit and market, let everybody scatter themselves across the map. But, I mean, we just don't see George Fox really reacting to that. Instead, you see yourself a breach ult coming out, it goes ahead, clears out sight, you know you have yourself some time, but you need to make sure to get on the site with that. You got to find some kills to back it up, and you got to make sure to find it. And even then, 10-10 finally getting picked off in that boathouse, but not with any kind of exchanges not being made. You already see 2 players down for George Fox. You have the Empress out, and you have a stun coming through as well, so I'm sure a retake's going to follow it.
And damage does go through. Scrimp will manage to take out Rutherford, which does even out the odds just a little bit, but Kobe's head has been spotted, now aware of their position to at least a degree, and Duckroar can begin to dive off that point. Carry utility still on the clock as Blue Gold look to push it and force it onto the site, but so far no real firefight dropping in one direction or the other. Dalton in a bad spot gets the wall bang kill to Bulbaduck. Not where you want to sit in that position, but Scrimp will still hold on strong. Staircase player out for the count, finishing off the kill to Dalton, but Duckroar still playing on this catwalk. Finds one, now 2, his 3rd for the round, and they'll find themselves the defuse on top of it. Both players, their HP not even adding up to 50 at that point in time. They still hold on, Dallas, and find themselves another round win.
Whether you're at 50 health, whether you're at 1 health, whether you're at 150, it doesn't matter. You find yourself a round win, you have 2 players still alive with those Vandals in hand, and you find yourself a reset with a lot of these players still having so much money in their hands. I mean, a 5-round streak right now. I mean, I know the money doesn't really accumulate over and over and over again. It caps out at 3 wins, but, I mean, 5 wins in itself is extremely impressive to start off this entire series to show that, I mean, George Fox, they're just not checking their corners. We see Blue Gold just holding out extremely well, and I want to know what your opinion is of whether or not we see George Fox just not having that game awareness, or whether Blue Gold is just being that much better about hunkering down on these sites they're selecting.
Think about the hesitancy we're seeing from George Fox about entering these areas. They're not really using their Astro Smokes to, I guess, the efficacy I'm really wanting to see from them. I have not seen a single Constellation placed for them on their attack that really denies sightline. Even there, that smoke they just placed, the Nebulas, both that they placed in market and towards the defensive spawn, they didn't really cover as much as I was expecting them to, and I feel like that's a missed situation. I feel like Blue Gold could still keep that in a nice one-way and find an opportune moment to pursue, but they're still managed to do just that. Duckroar in mid, bottom gets taken out by Bulbaduck. A nice shot, and Rutherford will find yet another, this one onto Kobe.
I mean, even then, I think it was a kind of a rhetorical question, but I really did want you to answer it because it seems to be so blatant for both of us to see what George Fox is doing right now. They just don't have the confidence to back themselves up, and they need to find that somewhere, especially when they had themselves a lead earlier when they had the round bye, but the other team didn't. So, I mean, things just not looking too hot for them. But with now being a 4v2, you're really just pushing all these players back into spawn, but Bulbaduck finally able to go ahead and pick up that spike. Not sure why I was even in spawn in the first place. George Fox really stepping things up as Blue Gold is now robbed away of 3 players, but it's still a 2v1.
3 players being burned out, especially with the losers bonus at this point, will actually bring George Fox into a better position, but Flashpoint not really doing anything. No one hanging out in market. 10-10, probably known to be one of the last players alive, as they do know that they have yet to kill that Killjoy and move her from the board. Boathouse, probably the routes that they're going to be working towards, and this is where we saw Bulbaduck fall last time around, as 10-10 did a great job of clearing him, and it looks like that will be the case once again. Last kill dropping to 10-10 back a Boathouse. That drops Rutherford and 10-10 at 9 and 8 respectively. 10-10 only dying that one time we saw. I don't know what George Fox can put together at this point to fix what's going wrong. I can tell you one thing, Blue Gold are very decisive when they dedicate themselves to their strat.
Yeah, and I think even though, I mean, we don't know what George Fox has to do, and I don't think they're really too aware either, but thankfully they had themselves a save round, and they can go ahead and look for a Thrifty if they really want to, but they got to sit there and make sure the plans they execute are going to be backed up with their actual physicality. We just haven't seen that out of them yet. They've been playing a little bit too hesitant. They haven't been pushing themselves on the site. Big problem is Duckroar now has an operator in hand, and I really haven't seen this player with an op yet, but if he's as strong as any other Jet, that's going to be a massive problem for the rest of the squad.
Nick's in a very close spot, but Still trying to fight this one up close and personal, and this is actually why you bring a lot of flashes, why you have a Sky. You can gain information as well as blind. That's also why you have a KO. Flashbangs galore. We're seeing that right here as Thick has been absolutely drowning the retinas right now of George Fox, but it looks like they'll begin to dedicate. Scrimp has popped the Empress, leading me to believe that they'll probably force their way through A, but it looks like they're hesitating and actually flanking backwards. Scrimp has popped the Empress here, George Fox. There is not time for you to go back the other direction and pansy your way on over to the B site. Still put yourself towards A, and it looks like that's what they'll do. It's a bait and switch to B, and they'll still look towards A, but the Empress has fizzled out with nothing to say for it.
Exactly. There's been no damage even put off from it. There's been literally nothing out of this Empress. So you finally wait for your teammates to follow up. You finally find yourself getting onto site, and the Empress is already down. So, I mean, congratulations. You got the trade, but what else do you have to go with it? You have no teammates there to back you up. You find the rest of your squad just following behind you. It's now 4v3 against George Fox. And, I mean, they already had the Seekers looking for him as well. You got old Flag right there on the edge getting hunted down as well from 10-10, with the rest of the players having so much health and ultimates available. I mean, out the galore right now. And it's only a 2v4 for George Fox, and I mean 27 health on Marks there in the back. I mean, this is not looking too hot.
Yeah, I'm very worried about Fusion Marcus here. Now he's the lonesome ranger left alone. 10-10 takes out Bulbadoc, actually stepping away from his stronghold on B. But it's Duck Raw with the operator, the player you were questioning with it, but obviously has been able to hit some shots, at least the landing one there. And it will be another round win here for Blue Gold Esports. A 7-0 victor right now.
That's bad.
This probably continues. I think it is bound to. The loser's bonus has maxed out at this point for George Fox. I cannot think of any other way for them to make the return. They bleed out 2-3 rifles in this round, then they do that every round from here onwards. Maybe they can force Blue Gold to be running out of credits, but they've given no signs of that. And Blue Gold have rocked the world of George Fox, and I'm not sure George Fox has the agent selection even available to piece together a strategy to get past these chokeholds.
Yeah, they most definitely don't have the pieces of the puzzle, and they definitely don't have the right pieces either. I mean, when you look at the team composition, when you look at what they're providing, there is just not enough to back this up. I mean, I've liked what Egg has done so far, making some plays here and there, really trying to step up as that player with the rifle in hand, trying to get a little bit over antsy every here and there, but sometimes it could pay off, sometimes it may be a risk. And you already get the peek of the back of his hand right there. You know that he's pushing onto that B side. That's going to be a call for 10-10, who stepped up time in, time out, to possibly just do what he does again, already finding one.
10-10's just wavering in and out of this very cheeky Astral Ultimate, the Cosmic Divide, making things a bit more difficult, but the plant does go down. 10-10 seemingly hears it, just barely though. It's very muffled due to the wall. Two players sitting inside. He does not find either. A great dive there from George Fox, and they actually have a player advantage as Fusion Marcus and Kobe each collect for one. They'll send a quick little trailblazer out, but it's Duck Raw to find the next kill. Player holding close left. Duck Raw has to find the shot, cannot do so. It's Kobe instead to come up on top, and Dalton is the last man alive. Needs to clutch up in the 1v2 with Thrifty for George Fox. Could pay off, but time is running out for Dalton. Still sitting in the hallway. He doesn't want to commit to this, which I feel like is a bit of a misplay from him. He could dedicate himself to a quick rush, but nothing, not even a wallbang tag, and that's going to be it. Killed off by Fusion Marcus, and George Fox find their first round.
I mean, at that stage, if you don't put yourself on the spike, run. I mean, you do one thing or the other. You press W or you press S. You commit yourself to a side for that retake, knowing you have a teammate there for your backup. Or you sit there and say, I want to save, I want to go away, and I don't want to get these guys, you know, too much money to be playing with because they've already sat there and grabbed so many kills. And when you're going ahead and you're sticking to a kill that much, when you know a player's locked in towards left boathouse, you know they're strafing in and out, wallbang that right wall, push up and say, all right, I've checked it. And that's all it comes down to. I've already peeked on the outside. Now I need to push onto the side. I got to get on the spike, and I got to do it instantaneously at that. So finally getting on the board is going to be George Fox. A great standing for him. I mean, finally having an answer, even though it was somewhat handed to him, I feel, out of the contention and the chaos of that last B push. So as things are going to be adjusted now, you see 10-10 with a lot more utility really allocated to that side of the map. But you also see Script allocated another kill, as Stick is going to be the first to fall on this one.
It's a decisive first frag as well. Scrimp has been very annoying with those flashes that a KO does bring to the table, and have to worry about when that ultimate does come up. Bulbadoc will go ahead and use his Queek Rolling Thunder, hopefully trying to catch one or two players off guard, but seemingly no one affected by Blue Gold. And Dalton has been playing in Winery this entire time. Now on the rear, peeks out, checks his right corner first, swings back, finds a second, but Scrimp gets off the spike and actually goes for the kill, completes it, and there's his flank player coming back into the fight. There's a Sage Resurrection available on the board as well, but a lockdown is being employed by the defense. Rutherford sitting up top, takes down Kobe before the resurrection can be employed, and now it's up to a fight for George Fox as they are trapped on the site. The lockdown going through, and there's no chance left as they tried to fight it out to survive, and Blue Gold deny it.
I'm not really sure about the investment in the Blade Storm there. You don't really need it when you're already putting down the baby cage. But, I mean, even then, at the end of the day, you get the job done. You find yourself sitting at 8-1. But problem is now, with the follow-through, when you see what Blue Gold has to offer, they only have that Cosmic Divide, which isn't really too much of a retake strategy and something you can rely on. But regardless, you still find yourself sitting at a pretty darn good lead here for this first map to really just run off of. Thing is, George Fox, how are they going to answer this? How are they going to say, we finally got ourselves onto the board, we're actually a factor in this game? Is it going to be a rally, or are they going to sit there and just kind of keep on doing their same old, expecting the dice to roll in their favor whenever it comes around? And I think, honestly, this round is going to be an extremely good tell of whether or not they do that, because Blue Gold will probably hit themselves at 10-round guaranteed if they win this one.
Tour de Force has been popped here as well from Egg. And Egg has been the player for George Fox in those early stages. Even when they were losing rounds, Egg was collecting a couple kills and giving themselves a fighting chance. But now Duckroar trapped, real operator in hand, and Egg has given away that position. Could try to dash away both players, not finding the kill, but Duckroar does manage to actually get some damage off. Egg is now being forced to use that healing orb to bring him back into fighting contention, back to that fighting shape, but still all 5 on the board until Duckroar can get his hands on Kobe.
And even then, you already see Duckroar able to go ahead and capitalize on that, find a kill though towards the middle on that Sage, and that's a big problem. And that's the one player that didn't have a long-range weapon. I mean, you already saw Egg with that off in hand, or with the Torty 4, so he could have been an option. You could have swung that out, but instead you go ahead and say, Sage, go out there and see if he's still there for me. Nah, that's not the best bait and switch you really want to ask for, especially when you're already down 7 rounds. So exactly. I mean, a lot to really compromise there. And even at the end of the day, Duckroar still finds that second pick. So a 5v3 for George Fox, trying to get themselves onto a site still, but instead just lingering out towards the middle of the map, trying to just accumulate a plan. But I don't know if they're going to find one in the situation they're sitting in.
I'm really confused as well when you have an Astro, you have Fusion Marcus ready and raring to go, and you're not using him as a collaborator for any of these peaks, any of these pivots around these corners. You have a general consensus idea where each player was, and yet you've kind of faltered and not used the utility where available. But I'll tell you what, Scrimp has picked up the pace, now found 2, dropping this one from a 3-on-3, a 3-on-4, now to the 3-on-2 with George Fox taking the lead, but with only 1 second on the clock. He's forced to plant at bottom of stairs, and there is just no time to do it. George Fox waiting too long. It's kind of like Michael Fox. Only comes one time a year, and it's just the wrong time of the year. Last Christmas was the time to plant, and you planted in fall.
Yeah, and there's just not enough here. I mean, we already see George Fox not really able to have the confidence to not only get themselves onto his site, but then again, to really plant the spike when they get there. I mean, there's just so many factors that they really got to get themselves together. And I mean, Blue Gold, we sat there and mentioned earlier, they're like, oh, okay, look, these guys are looking pretty good. I mean, they're going to sit there and really step things up, and they most definitely have. George Fox is the more experienced roster that we were looking at, or at least the older roster, and they're just not putting as much down onto the table. And I think that may just be a lack of team collaboration, but as it stands right now, Duckroar back up against the wall, almost looking to dive, and instead the attention gets taken away from him towards Catwalk.
Still a 5-on-5 though throughout all of the chaos that just ensued towards mid-market. No one's been felt. All 5 players for both sides, 10 across the board. This is a fairly strong start for George Fox. In all honesty, they managed to keep themselves in contention and brought things a little bit closer, but a Vortex will make things a little bit more difficult. Kobe has a nice ice wall, trying to lock down Tintin. Does just that fabulous play by Kobe. And Tintin's out for the count from the back of Boathouse. It's going to be up to Rutafurl. He'll only find 1. Takes out the Austria Doppelganger of Fusion Marcus, but Marcus wrought back by Kobe. But Kobe denied by Dalton. And Dalton loses the fight to Egg. Egg has been insane and has been boiling his way through these rounds, and yet he only managed to take 1 W, much as Duckroar takes the W against Bobadoc.
And this is why I like Duckroar right here. Able to go ahead. If you're going to go ahead and find yourself sticking that kill there towards the center of the map, you got to make a trade out. You got to go ahead and pick up that Vandal. Make sure you're going to be a lot more relevant when it comes around to this fight in the Champions Aura. That's the skin I run. Let the people know you have the most kills in the lobby, that you have been stepping up so far. Follow through with it. Keep on with it. Find a 3K. Look for a 4th. And instead, you see Mark's able to turn things around, grab that second round here for the likes of George Fox. It was a little bit scrappy there at the beginning, but we at least saw a plan come into fruition, get laid out onto the field, be executed, and find a round. So I think this George Fox finally standing up and saying, look, We only have 1 round left in this half, but 9-3, we see a lot of teams sitting there, so it's not that big a deal.
I'd like to point out, I think the MVP of that round was Kobe. Kobe gets the sick
agree.
boost, takes out Tintin and back at Boathouse, then turns it around, gets the resurrection off on Rudolph, who clutches the last 2 kills. There's not a more influential player on the field, and there shouldn't be when you're talking about having a Sage being able to pivot around and find success, and yet we see so many teams struggle to use a Sage effectively, but not seeing it lacking for George Fox. The only thing we're seeing lacking is obviously the round differential. It needs to kind of be snuffed up short, but Nick trying to go in with a Bucky in his hand, seemingly just playing cheeky, but losing the majority of his life in the process. George Fox looking like they're contending towards a site.
And honestly, we see Blue Gold able to really be set up to win this round, especially had themselves a massive hole where they could have grabbed a couple of first initial picks. I mean, with all the flashes right there in A main, they had such a good setup to just absolutely rush out and storm them. But instead, you see Scrimp able to have the out there towards the center. A lot of kills going out for the side of George Fox right now, so looking really, really good. But I mean, with only 2 players left, Blue Gold can still take things up with 10-10, still liable to find 1 in hand with the Guardian still working things out. But Scrimp on the edge, finding another kill. That's now 1v4. So all comes down to 10-10, that clutch player who found a 4K earlier here in this half. Can he do it again and in a much different scenario where he's not just a sitting duck?
Tintin's doing his best, has the turret out. He is shot out quickly. Scrimp is just denying that emphatically, and Tintin will have to bust down the door to have any chance of pushing to the objective. Yeah, there's no point in saving, obviously. It's last round, but he's going to save himself a little bit of KDR as he'll take the head off Scrimp first, but Egg capitalizes back. We were talking so much about Egg at the beginning of this game. Egg now not even top fragging for his side. Scrimp has come alive, and we're seeing what a lot of teams in recent time have been seeing. Chamber being kind of that secondary duelist, being the secondary best fragger for the side, and then your main duelist typically top fragging. It's that 2-on-2 combo, and I think George Fox has kind of find themselves a winning chance with it, but this round differential is hard to get past.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing that really comes out from Egg so far is I feel like in those earlier rounds, I don't want to be the guy to really just rat out somebody, but I feel like a lot of it was baiting his teammates. He was one of the last couple alive. He would sit there and finesse that 4K and then make things look really good and then find kills here and there, just playing things slow and steady. And you'd always seen an initial pick come out before him. Once you finally go ahead and get that momentum rolling, Egg's like, look, I'm doing great. I'm finding kills. Well, you're not finding them by yourself. Your teammates are going ahead and providing that distraction while you grab that kill. Once you actually throw yourself out there, you get wiped. And speaking of getting wiped, Bulbaduck is going to be the first one of this round as everybody else pushes right through tree, trying to knife up that wall, finding a massive collapse here on the A side.
Trying to push through, it'll be successful. Duckraw comes up with the first kill. Kobe out for the count. Excuse me. And Scrimp is trapped over towards glass. He hasn't really dedicated himself just yet, still holding back, but Duckraw gets aggressive and pays the price the second to find the kill. This one under Rudolph. Fight for his life. Egg is somehow still alive, and I'm honestly shocked that we see Dalton still alive at that point as he got pushed from multiple directions. Egg is still alive! Why can he not finish any of these kills here? Thick out for the count by Fusion Marcus, and it's just 10-10 left standing. Alarm bot triggered. Location given away. Finds one. Austin the Nano Swarm down as well to guarantee. Gets the second. Now can just buy time. This is massive right now for Tintin as he can do exactly what he did in round 1 and round 2 of the last half. Clutch up in the last few moments for his team. That's going to be all she wrote. Scrimp has absolutely no time, and the spike will find its kill.
Massive start here once again. 10-10 just having that spike awareness, playing that center role absolutely perfectly, especially in a post-plant scenario. Set up for that spike, and sure, we all know it. Just throw nano swarm grenades on the spike, and it's all you do is this KJ. Well, yeah, you also need to sit there and keep note of the bomb timer, of the spike timer, to know when that exactly is going to tick down, and when you're going to find yourself in a scenario where you don't have to peek or when you're and have to peek, and it's extremely necessary. And things like that, I mean, you just don't really learn that too much. You're not going to go into, YouTube and sit there and say, all right, when does this timer really start to get to that stage? Let me start counting down seconds. That's something you learn over the course of the game from playing that role. And we can see 10-10 doing it now twice on each pistol round, stepping up, able to hold that out.
is a very important player for their side as well. And you need that when you're a Killjoy. You need to be an important player for your side. Tintin's done that not just with the tactician side of him, not just with being able to play out the strategy perfectly to a T, but also with his killing potential. But killing potential can't be everything, and right now Blue Gold needs a lot of it because they're on the attack and their strategy needs to be cohesive, but Killjoy kind of sits in a back role here. Kills are a bit more important. Need to charge up that lockdown to flush people out of that B site and give your fighting chance to rush through and maybe take Egg out of that boathouse position. And there it is, lockdown employed. This is an extremely early lockdown because of that insanely important last round for the side of Blue Gold. This is going to be devastating. Egg barely surviving with his life, and then this is a complete and utter control now for Blue Gold on this site.
This is a huge setup for Blue Gold. I mean, as you said, go ahead, get yourself onto that site, find yourself a spike, and you can even see, I like the idea there from Egg to go ahead and say, I'm going to get a little bit tricky with this, but at the end of the day, you see Blue Gold stepping things up, knowing exactly where these players are. You got a couple players playing that bounty hunter role, just going across the map, knowing they had the weapon advantage. Still sticking together, though. Meanwhile, you have the other side just going ahead, playing it slow and steady, but opened up. George Fox, 3 players still alive now in a 3v2, making now a 3v1. Only player standing is Thick, and George Fox actually pulls this one out for a 10-4.
I think that's because Duckroar got a little bit too extended in mid, got trapped towards that short cubby on bottom mid, and just had 2 people swing every time. George Fox has done a phenomenal job. There's no other way. There's no way to understate this. They double swung everything. They did not pick a single position besides the ones that they had to run away from sight with without a secondary player. And we saw Blue Gold do that as well when they removed Egg from Boathouse. But George Fox did it better, and they did it to recover from the round, which is exactly what they needed. And Blue Gold just didn't set themselves up for it. They pushed through with just sheer effort with that ultimate and just expected them to roll over and take it. And George Fox said, we got plenty of time. We know what we're doing. Tintin's not the only one that can read that clock. We're also a part of this one, and they take it back in very triumphant fashion.
Yeah, they're trying to really answer up now. Go ahead and say, sure, you may find yourself where we usually win the force, but we're trying to come out swinging. And instead, Duckroar swinging a little bit too short, not finding that first kill there on the Kobe, able to go ahead and have that wall play a massive role, at least in this round, to make a huge halt and let you know that, okay, there's 4 players over here. They are making a full push. I heard a lot of footsteps so far, but I'm going to go ahead and take down 2, make our jobs a heck of a lot easier now, as Blue Gold is kind of forced up against a really, really tough spot. Finally picking off that sage they need to take care of. That's been so kind of a big nuisance thus far. They need to make sure to have a contingency plan. They got to execute it on it right now. They got to find themselves going to the middle of the map, go ahead and fight for some control there, but I'm not really sure what weaponry they have to do that, even though with a bunch of sheriffs in hand, up against the likes of a bunch of specters. So they want to go ahead, play this long-range game, or at least longer, knowing the sheriff is actually more viable in these long matchups. As you can already see Dalton finding picks like that. It's just these examples, setting them, executing them, and feeling confident about them.
Right now, they got to get through Egg, though. That could be a bit of a problem, right? I mean, you got to deal with a player that's extremely strong. He'll go ahead and step back to the Boathouse side,
left.
getting a little bit of information, realizing they're not going to dedicate themselves to the A side, and the rest of George Fox will transition on over to B as well. You got to make a swift pivot, and if you're not able to do that, then you need to be very quick on the draw when you actually get to the frag. They'll send a Lear out. This needs to be shot quickly, but 2 players watching. Close. Dalton cannot cover his teammate. Neither of them, but he still gets the 3rd. There's only 10 seconds left, and he gets the ace in the process. Has the ability to guiding light, sends the bird, but does not seem to find anything. You'll also see that he's going to transition away. There's just no chance here for Dalton. Can't even find himself a 4th, and it will be another successful round here for George Fox.
And a huge player I've seen thus far in this attacking side. I mean, going ahead, finding the right picks at the right time, just doubling down with the rest of his team. But George Fox finally getting that awareness they need. I mean, we sat there and mentioned earlier on that second round here, this half, saying, look, they're double swinging everything. They're making sure to check each other's corners. They're setting up crosses, and they're executing on that in just almost an FBI fashion, just breaching into a site. I mean, no pun intended, being they actually had themselves a breach. But, I mean, these retake scenarios are looking exactly, oh, wait. What is a retake scenario? They're playing attack. They're getting onto a site, and they had such a lackluster first half. I'm kind of confused to see where this is coming from and why they're just now deciding to do all of this.
I don't even know. George Fox has come alive, though. And Duckroar, please stop pressing W. I'm begging you. There's no sprint key in this game, but it sure feels like he's just sprinting into the objective every time. This is not the Duckroar we saw pick up 10+ kills in the first half. This is a Duckroar we're seeing that's looking a lot like a person that caused this game to go in a lopsided affair. Not what you want. Not what you want at all. Seekers sent Kobe pulls out the util at the wrong time, and Rudafurl will capitalize. Bulbaduck pulls out the util as well. Aftershocking himself a little bit more in the process, give himself some spacing, but it will be a spike planted for the blue gold side, forcing a post-plant situation and putting a time constraint on the throats of George Fox.
You can already see, though, George Fox able to step up, find themselves 2 kills, looking absolutely much better now. But Dalton still being alive, that player who had the chance in the last round, now saying, okay, I get it one more. I still have a teammate here to back me up, but at the wrong time, you choose to break out that utility. But we do see Rudolph still alive, able to find at least one, but not the other 2 to really close out this round, and George Fox makes the most of it, grabbing themselves a 6. This game is looking a heck of a lot closer than what we really expected and saw earlier, and I think that all comes down to Duckrar not being able to play that duelist role, able to go ahead, rush into his site, create that space. Instead, as you said, just pressing that W key, dying instantaneously, and literally doing nothing for the job that he's supposed to. Instead of creating that space, grabbing 1 or 2 kills, or at least creating a distraction, you fall instantaneously. You've let now the opposing side know where your team is going to be rushing off of, and you've done nothing but suffocate them.
Yeah, it's right now, all Duckrar has done for his team in this half, at least in those last few rounds, these last 3 rounds, has been being the Achilles tendon. And guess what? George Fox is a knife. They have been absolutely pristine. They have been sharp. They have been keeping themselves just constant. And I think that's one of the big things about George Fox. We did not see that in the first half. They were, by all means, not to, I guess, dull the words of myself whatsoever. They were terrible in the first half against this blue-gold defense. They couldn't piece together an attack. They only picked up 3 rounds total, and it was much too late. Those 3 rounds all coming in the last 5 rounds of the half. That is an abysmal performance from George Fox. This time around, though, they look insurmountable. Blue Gold have found one, and it was the pistol round, and they almost lost that one. They looked indecisive. You've got to get something better for you because George Fox is punishing you. And I think Duckrar is aware of that one. I think that timeout there was Tintin taking it and saying, hey, we got to do a little bit more. Talk about it. Tactician, that's the side I want to see from Tintin. It's what we saw all on their defense. Strategize a bit more and be a bit more calm and collected.
Yeah, and it all comes down to whether they can get that post plant, though, because that's where we see Tintin able to set things up, able to play that sentinel role. Otherwise, you're not really controlling too much of the map. You have no reason to. You have no reason to invest all that utility and just to watch your flank when you don't even know if you're going to get onto that site yet. Sure, you create some space towards the back, but you want to make sure to invest that going forward. And there you go, grabbing that stun. That's a double stun there. Move yourself onto the side. You have a baby cage down. Move in there. You know Egg is possibly going to be in the back. You have all 5 players surviving. You grabbed 1 in exchange for 2 of yours. But Rudo able to step up, find 2, have now the ultimate in hand, knowing that Egg is back there towards Boathouse.
There's only 2 players left standing for George Fox, and when they're trying their best, they finally cut down Egg, but it's up to Kobe. Goes to the same exact thing and devastates Duckrar in the process. The resurrection is available. We see him tease it for a moment, but there's really no one close enough that he feels comfortable to pop it. Could go for his breach, who's currently dying up on Plat itself near that market side, but it may be too deep in a market to really be able to guarantee it. Instead, opting for a different direction. He's going to resurrect the Astra Fusion Marcus that's a little bit out in the open, and Thick tries to dive off of it, pays the price, and it's just Rudafurl left standing now, facing off against Fusion. Fusion has to run back to even pick up a weapon. Spectre now in hand, facing off against a rifle on the opposing side. 1-on-1. Timing is everything, and they're playing do-si-do around the central box. Boathouse is clear, and Rudafurl dive bombs in for a 4K, saving Blue Gold from a absolutely abysmal loss once again.
If you're Fusion Marcus right there, you were saying, why did you put me in this situation? I mean, being in a 2v2. Yeah, like, why me? What is this? In the most apparent place where I could have died instantaneously. That's great. You give me the little bit of backup there, but you die so quickly that I'm saying, all right, well, I couldn't even pick up your Phantom. I couldn't pick up a Vandal. I have to go back, grab a Spectre, and now clear a site that I have no intel for whatsoever and don't even have the utility to back it up. So a lot of problems there to really kind of execute on and to look at going forward for the likes of George Fox. And I mean, they've sat there and had themselves some outstanding rounds, but this one could be even better. You see the shutdown coming out for KO, able to go ahead and push onto that site. 10-10, instead of being a Sentinel, playing more of a duelist role than Duckrar in that round alone, able to go ahead, get themselves on the site, get a spike plant instantaneously, now setting up the util and giving themselves a 5v4 to just wait out this timer.
This Cosmic Divide is allowed for Blue Gold to not go into hell. Instead, they're creating hell by staying up top on this Rafters as well. Unfortunately for Duckrar, he dies first. Thick will get the refrag, but Fusion Marcus gets that intel from his teammate. Is able to dive bomb quickly afterwards as well. Egg is trapped, playing extremely far back and looking to find a kill. A double swing comes out eventually. It's still blue gold with a player up now. Bulbaduck stepping out from door, has a chance. Fusion Marcus has cleared out hell from underneath, but there's still plenty of time to be sent there quickly after if they're not wary of where blue gold lies. It does not seem to be any chance for them to contend with this one as Tintin sprays down Fusion Marcus and Bulbaduck sprints away, praying to survive, and will barely do so, unlike Tintin and Dalton.
Yeah, I mean, but you still have your top frag Latif, you still have Udifurl able to just go off and still maintain that KD, having a Cosmic Divide to be playing with, and even then, when we look at the way that round really panned out, I didn't even look at the top of the leaderboard. I didn't look at whose Cosmic Divide that was. That was Fusion Market. That was a defender Cosmic Divide, but it seemed to be helping out Blue Gold more than George Fox there. I mean, that's why I didn't even question it. I thought it was going to be something I was like, all right, I understand it's for a post plant to slow them down a little bit, just buy some time to get your nano swarm grenades down and just go ahead and get a setup where they can't hear it. No, you made their job 10 times harder doing something like that, but it's not going to be that hard for Bulbaduck to grab a free kill into Thick who has that knife out. Wrong time, wrong place, buddy. Sure, I understand getting the suppression, but you can't suppress gunfire at the end of the day. So, Artie, now on a 4v5, trying to get themselves onto a site, once again wrapping around to this A site. We see Blue Gold hitting this time in and time out and time in and time out. And I don't mind it, but when you sit there and have yourself 2 players already down, you may want to start, considering other routes.
Yeah, I don't think this is necessarily the route you want to go just yet, but Dalton will find himself one, trying to bring things back a little closer than, say, things have been previously, but George Fox still have the man count, and Dalton took a little bit too much damage. No Sage on the board to bring them back. 10-10 frags instead onto Scrimp, tying things out in the regrowth to bring 10-10 back to full HP. That's why you bring a Sky, folks. While it may not be a Sage, you can also bring a Sage if you necessarily wanted to, and have a little bit of extra assistance on the top. The icing on the cake, so to say. But Kobe, speaking of Sages, has an amazing cut angle, but they were seemingly aware, but Tintin still caught off guard, and that's the spike down on the floor. 30 seconds on the clock. Dalton's going to engage. That guiding light is sent, and Kobe will somehow survive it for a few seconds longer. Dalton has to send another one, but Kobe dives in a Rooterful at the exact same time, and finds the third as well. Devastation against Blue Gold as George Fox capitalized for yet another.
And it's these small little battles where you can really sit there and tell when the comms are coming out, whether they're way too congested or where you just can't figure out what's going on, and you got players calling things out. You probably got dead teammates who are calling things out as well. You're like, look, buddy, you're not in the game anymore. Let us do what we need to do. Or you find just a lack thereof. I mean, that Sky Flash there, you didn't see the execution. You didn't see Astra pushing up far enough to say either, we're just going to grab the spike, keep going. I'll set up for a flank. You just find yourself onto that site and see what we can manage. Or play this with me, find an off angle, and we swing at the same time. Just neither one of those options really came to light. And speaking of coming to light, we're going to have to see Blue Gold come to light for at least one more round, or George Fox come to absolute spotlight. I'm talking sunlight, the entirety of the solar system, to get themselves another 5 to get into overtime.
They made themselves a fighting chance. I mean, you're talking about a 9-3 half. They've gotten things pretty close, but they've also given up 3, which is not where they want to be. Still up top, just barely, but it doesn't seem like the greatest odds favoring them right now, but they're still trying to hold on. Duckrar sitting in top mid, only has a Marshall in hand, but enough of those ringing out in the distance, and eventually you'll start to fear. So you also have to put your worry up on the board. Dick throws a piece of utility, but will also have to throw his head clean off his shoulders right down to the floorboards as Egg lops it off very quickly. Yes, it was very funny, Dallas.
He flashed himself, the big off of it. How can I not laugh at that? I am so sorry.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes, but still, even with Blue Gold down a player, they still have to dedicate themselves to a site. I don't like their default right now. 2 and 2, and one of them's trying to play in as if they're going towards A site. This isn't it. Your spike's on B, and with only 23 seconds left, you've got no assistance to this player. Now he's fighting a 1-on-2 on site, and it doesn't take much to do that math. It does not seem like a likelihood, as Bulbaduck has been a great source of denial. Needs to swiftly make it. Dalton with a great shot, forcing this one now to a tie 3-on-3.
Oh, but there's actually time still left on the clock, so this round isn't done and dusted just yet. Duckrar finds one. Dalton finds another. This is now 1v3. We thought things were going to be gone. We thought there wasn't going to be enough time that players couldn't get there, but finally, Blue Gold stepping it up, playing the attacking side like they should, and closing things out just when it matters most. So a great way to end out that one, and finally we saw I feel like we witnessed human evolution in the terms of one map. That was gorgeous. Human life is just great to witness, huh?
Wow, that's Dallas's baby right there. Dallas is like, I watched them go from birth to the retirement home. They have aged this much. They have matured throughout this match. And it's only map 1 right now, Dallas, as well. Keep that in mind. There's still plenty more growth to happen as we have a map 2 that has to come up. I forget what map it is. It's Bind, I think, if that was the same one as map 1. I hope I'm not going crazy and just remembering my game 1. But that was a really fun map. Talk about the recovery there from a situation where at one point you were 7-0. Or 8-0, and then you had 7-0, and then you finally picked up 1, you lose another, and then you pick up the last 2. A solid ending, right? To bring yourself in on that second half. Finish off strong, 9-3 curse, har. You don't finish it, though, because they're still a solid team, and you have to do a little bit more for that one. But man, Blue Gold really tried to hand it to him there for a while, because they just did not have what it took, and they were just catching George Fox on mistakes, which is not the way to play attack.
And I feel like even then, the biggest thing was, and the biggest lackluster side we saw from each of these teams was that attacking side. Each time we saw old George Fox not wanting to push onto his site, saying, you know what, I know our sole goal is to get onto a site, but what happens if we don't do that? Well, you sit there and find yourself a really bad half. Spoiler alert. And even then, on the flip side, we saw Blue Gold able to go ahead and finally evolutionize, sit there, get themselves to a stage, because that's what I wanted to see. We saw Duckrar be an absolute warlord, almost looking like a main protagonist in terms of the storyline of this match alone, just finding frags left and right. But then this guy turns into one of those Revolutionary War drummer boys that runs out with no guns, no armor, and says, look, here I am, and here's the rest of my team. You can't do that. You need to sit there and play a little bit more strategic. You need to sit there and wait for calls on your team. I mean, y'all have so many flashes. You got Sky. You got KO. You have smokes to follow up with that off your Astra. You have so much set up that you can kind of just predetermine before even moving on to a site to make your W pressing job that much easier and guarantee at least 1 kill to where you can say your job has been done. But I mean, at the end, they pull it out. You can't really be too mad at them. It all comes down to whether or not they can double down and find themselves a second map, or whether or not we want to see George Fox really step things up and say, look, Bind, we feel a lot different about.
Yeah, well, here's hoping. We'll have to see necessarily how George Fox can, I guess, try to make their triumphant return. Is it possible, or is this just going to be another victory for the opposing side? Stay tuned to find out. This has been the NECC. Map 2 is coming up after a quick, short little break.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back, everybody, to our matchup here of the night in the Emergent Science Division between the likes of George Fox and Blue Gold Esports on their B team. So joining you tonight is going to be myself, Mick. Over to my right, it's going to be Mr. Infinosis. We are going here on to map 2 after the likes of George Fox find themselves falling pretty much, I'd say, a little bit short in that last one as we take ourselves in here in a bind.
A little bit may be a bit of an understatement to a degree when you're talking about the first half of that round. At one point, we thought for sure we'd have a return to what happened the last game on this stream just about an hour and a half ago, which ended almost in a 13-0. It was a flawless 12-0 half and almost ended 13-0. We managed to come back 13-2 or 13-3 was the scoreline, but yeah. We survived that. We don't have that occurrence. We did not have it happen, but it was on the map of Bind. There's still plenty of room for that to actually occur, but map 1 on that game was actually an OT, so seeing the second game go off that far was fairly shocking. But let's talk about what our agent selection may or may not actually look like. Obviously, races are fairly popular for this map. Killjoys can be popular. Astros are still somewhat in the meta, and she is good on any map. But Dallas, what is your opinions?
Well, when we're looking at the likes of Biome, we've seen a lot of change-ups here recently. Looking at, some buffs, some nerfs, a tiny bit of changes here and there, and just the way that the game plays out. Astra, I feel like, is going to be a necessity everywhere. And one thing we're probably going to see consistently is Egg on that chamber. I mean, so we really saw him in his comfort zone. That's where we saw him fragging out, at least for the first half, looking like the hero of his team, but then started to fall short in those later stages. While everybody was kind of stepping up and doing their own thing, it casted his own shadow. But as an exchange, instead of Bulbaduck going for that breach that we saw, the lone breach out of the likes of George Fox, which kind of really started to sting them there towards the end of the game, now switching up and finally making himself sit onto a relevant character, sitting on that jet. So I like George Fox's composition a lot more so far, especially if they make these last 2 locks. I mean, a double Sentinel, sure, you have yourself somewhat of an exchange there. You have a really good defense, but even then, I'd say Chamber's more of just a pseudo Sentinel duelist, so there's not really too much you can ask for there. But on the other side of the field, we do see that race that you mentioned coming out of thick. We see Rudo on, once again, the Astra, Dalton on the Sky, and 10-10 making a switch up instead of saying KJ, saying, you know what, I'll keep on playing Sentinel, but I was fragging out. I think Chamber would be a much better option.
I have to agree with a lot of what you said there. For the agent selection, there's nothing really that shocking about this, but a Sage is one that is somewhat nitpicky for a lot of teams. It's really just kind of personal choice for your attack, as on defense, it doesn't have as much use as you would necessarily really want. A lot of teams will, like on Ascent, use the Sage wall to buy time towards the arch entrance of A. On this one, there's not really a great place to buy time. Maybe you could argue you could use it as a way to boost up on the A side somewhere, maybe try to play it on B, but typically it's an attacker move to give yourself safety to actually plant on that A site. While back in the beta of the game, it was Viper that was used heavily to do that job by using the toxic screen, because no one knew how to counteract that at the time. But obviously not really a huge player or agent when it comes to this map, and we'll see a raise for Thick, no raise on the opposing side, as Bulbaduck will still go for the old tried and true tested method of Jet.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, we've sit there and noticed here recently that Astra and Viper, because of how small Bind is, they're almost completely interchangeable. I mean, I feel like regardless of what side you look at of which agent is better, they are completely interswappable of each other on this map alone. Because, I mean, one Viper wall could cover a whole site and a half, with how these teleporters kind of connect each other and essentially are right next to each other, making this map feel extremely contested. So I feel like they could play into the favor of George Fox if they just go ahead and find a differential. Knowing that their attack was a little lackluster last time, that's because of how narrow these entries onto side are. I think with them being a little bit more open, a little bit more apparent, they could sit there and have themselves a different story.
Well, first shot, no one really connecting with either, though, until finally Dalton getting a bit of tag damage off the opposing direction. Eggs attempting to commit when it comes down to A short, but lose the fight to Dalton. Dalton is everywhere at once, and this is something we saw happen on map 1 as well. Dalton was the player that came alive in the second half. Everywhere, but yet nowhere. Phenomenal pivots, great rotations, knew exactly where he needed to be, and we're seeing that time in and time out. Headhunter kill for 10-10. Misses the opportunity onto Scrimp, but Scrimp will capitalize instead. A 3-on-4, this time favoring Blue Gold. But Kobe's walking into the danger zone, and it's a highway straight down to the bottom place, and that's Nick to find the kill with the shorty. Second sit, and Rutherford was blinded at first, not sure how much, but still takes out Scrimp, and it's just Bulbaduck. Trapped, left alone, and probably in shambles now, as it's a 1-on-4, and he's trapped over in showers.
Not with as much utility as you would find in a breach, but able to at least manage a kill here. Making it a 1v3, a 1v2 actually, with a clean secondary shot to find Thick. But knowing there's other players still on the map scattered about, where are they going to be? With that Astra having a shorty in hand, only 70 health remaining, you find that third kill, now making it a 1v1. So you get the spike as well, you start making some plays, you use the tailwind to see if there's a little bit of a pick towards that rear, but instead, the last player's on your rear, and Bulbaduck finds the 4K to actually clutch things up.
Yeah, I don't think we saw that coming here, Dallas.
No,
wow,
that's why I screamed.
George Fox. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know how to react to that situation. I'm sitting with my jaw open. Jaw dropped. Tongue hanging on the floor. I had to wrap it back up before I picked up my talking point. There really isn't much more to talk about. I want to scream about it. Like, George Fox taking the first pistol round, and I threw Bulbaduck under the bus. I did not expect him to make the comeback, and I should probably not do that. That is something that was should have been returned the other direction. But now it's Blue Gold in a very bad spot. Shorties once again. This obviously worked for them prior, but only worked when you're talking about U-Haul. And now from the looks of things, George Fox are kind of teasing their way over towards the B site instead.
And even then, we see George Fox not really buying themselves utility or bigger weapons, just opting for a lot of sheriffs. So, I mean, that's a lot of reliance on your aim right now. And knowing that you're going to be clearing these corners, if you don't check every single one of them, it's going to make your job a heck of a lot harder. So you already find yourself one player short right now. You know that Kobe's there towards that U-Haul, or excuse me, the hookah area. So a lot of things panning out right now. Making it a 4v4, you make the call, say, okay, they're probably over here pushing towards B, and especially when you go ahead and get that chamber trademark to come out and say, look, they're definitely on B now. How do we play this out? Well, you get close enough with that shorty, you find another kill, and you hope to God that 10-10, with this headhunter in hand, can make some plays.
Kobe gets the plant down. Spike is enforced, and Bulbaduck will enforce his will onto 10-10. 10-10 playing the chamber. Working out just yet, and neither will Thick on that raise as Bulbaduck caps off yet another one. 2K to his name in this round. Make it 6 to him overall with 0 deaths on the board. A lot of people joke, what's your scoreline? Oh, you must be Bond, 007. Well, it's about to be the complete opposite. I don't even know how you'd rephrase that. But Bulbaduck has been an absolute powerhouse, and George Fox have been imposing their will right now on Blue Gold.
Yeah, I mean, so everything looking good so far, at least for George Fox, to go grab themselves 2 attacking rounds. And that's 2/3 of what they already found in that last map. So things are looking a heck of a lot better for them, especially knowing those are the pistol rounds. But where things got to really start to kick up for the likes of Blue Gold. Now having themselves a buy round, which isn't exactly the best buy round we've seen. Still not really having the money. Still opting to spend some of that in those secondary rounds. They're actually cutting themselves short right now and could possibly work into the favor of George Fox, as they already had themselves a Vandal and a first kill to back it up.
Blade Storm is popped by Bulbaduck. This is none too shocking, considering how quickly he's been able to charge this one with the kills he's been doing. But Thick's going to go for the TP. Scrimp obviously aware of it, but spraying straight through. This could be a bad moment as a paint shell will be tossed. This actually kind of zones away Scrimp for just a moment, but there has yet to be a cut right now from Blue Gold. They have not tried to transition the opposing direction. Maybe you see Dalton be a bit swifter, but he's still trying to clear out Egg and make sure no one's coming from that shower side, but it's Rudafurl coming up on top first. Egg will be cracked, and now an attempted plant hopped off quite swiftly, and Bulbaduck will be the next player to fall, denying him of anything further than his 6 kills.
And even then when you saw Rudo grab that first kill, there was no health taken off the man. So he found themselves a clean exchange, knowing that there's no damage done literally to their side at all. So, I mean, some great setups, but can you have the backup? Can you have your teammates there? Thick finds one, knowing that the other teammates are probably going to be on site or towards that tree section. But when you see the suppression coming down towards spawn, you know exactly where they're standing at. Rudo having themselves a night right now with 4 kills in that round alone to find Blue Gold their first round. And go ahead, pick up those weapons, make sure you have yourself a pretty good secondary to back it up and find yourself an even game. But I mean, this game is just now starting up, so with how things are going to pan out, obviously comes down to whether or not we see the buys come through and we see a rifle on rifle round with a lot of utility to back it up.
You know, a lot of like UFC like fighters will have like a walkout song they walk out to. I know Rudafurl's anything you can do, I can do better, because he's just one-upping Bulbaduck as much as he can. Comes out of that round with less of a weapon, gets the 4K, and leads his team now, giving them a round win. He's trying to one-up Bulbaduck at every turn. He's only 1 kill behind, but yeah, does have 1 more death. But I would dare argue that Rudafurl's ultimate is harder to get and a lot more influential. That Cosmic Divide is going to be paramount to Blue Gold's success here. There's really no ultimates that he has to contend with the opposing direction. So I would argue the number 1 most important person to keep alive right now is going to be Rudafurl, as you need that Cosmic Divide to make it very difficult for George Fox to dedicate themselves to a site.
I definitely agree, and even then, it's not going to be too hard to keep him alive, knowing that it's going to be somewhat of a default here for George Fox. Not all 5 players rushing aside, a 3-2 split towards more of that B side, where the fake is actually going to be coming out. You don't have the spike over on that side. You're waiting for a move out of your players on A to go ahead and get that wipe, and Rudafurl, being that player alive right now, looking to once again clutch up and really have the impact. And there's one. You don't really know what the second one is, but if your teammates go ahead and speed up, you can at least get the read. But instead, Bulbaduck, Rudafurl, the 2 MVPs of these 2 sides right now meeting up. The Jet coming out on top as to be expected, but a quick trade to follow it up.
Tintin clapping back now,
Oh
2
my
on
God.
top, put respect on his name. But Fusion Marcus says, I'm here as well. He'll find himself the refrag. Now it's just a 1-on-2. Scrimp with really only a Sheriff in hand, and Duckrar waiting with a Vandal over by Tube. That's the current moment. He's not really forcing anything. I don't think he really actually commits to this just yet. He'll toss a Leer out, tries to cut the weapon out of Scrimp's hands. Will do just that, now dismissing away. Fusion Marcus will have a great getaway option as he can take the avenue that is that TP. And he'll manage to get away with his life. Same thing as Duckrar, but it's still a thrifty round win for George Fox.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a great way for George Fox to really step things up and say once again that they can find themselves a round where things are a little bit more evened out. Even, I mean, in that round alone, we saw Fusion Marks not even have a gun in hand. But if now we're looking at the leaderboard, one thing that's starting to stand out to me is Egg being at 0-4. Meanwhile, your team has still found 3 rounds. I mean, comparative to what we saw in that last map, where he was really stepping up, you have Bulbaduck really stepping up here, able to go ahead and carry the team and be that engaged and play that role a heck of a lot more than what we saw out of example, I'd say, you know, the Jet in the last one. I mean, we're just seeing a completely different flow and pace of game right now to George Fox, and I'm loving every single bit of it. Thing is, I think they're favored here for this attacking side with how well they're looking, but I don't know how it's going to look for defense unless Blue Gold can step things up and really make this look more of a contest.
I would argue that the aggressive approach available for Blue Gold is probably better for their attacking side, as they have a Raze and the Rain at a combo. And George Fox doesn't necessarily have that same level of aggression that can facilitate the defensive approach, right? But at the same time, their attack's going to be really darn good for George Fox, and I think that's what we're going to continue to see, like you mentioned. I'm just questioning when Blue Gold's going to start to clap back. When are they going to start to find a bit more success? Because obviously their one-round win was off of a thrifty round of Rutherford absolutely going ham and swinging things in their favor. That can't be everything. Rutherford can't clutch every single situation. You're going to have to start having the rest of the players step up in stride. Egg being aggressive on the side of B, stepping towards elbow. Dukrar sees him first. But Egg will try to spray through the Nebula as well. Not coming out on top, it's Dukrar. Nebula dissipates and he'll find the clutch. Swing through as a tailwind comes out from Bulbaduck, and Tintin gets him into the loving arms. He'll step away too and finds the kill. Secondary player, it is Fusion Marcus, felled by the Titan of Tintin.
Massive plays there from Tintin to go ahead and just play that chamber role and be a nuisance once again. I mean, that's kind of his entire job. Use that rendezvous. Find yourself to go back and forth. Just poke the enemy wherever you can and just become an absolute nuisance. And kind of daisy chain those little pillars to find yourself moving across the map as conveniently as possible. So a huge way for Blue Gold to step up. Now winning that round, not really sacrificing too many members, having 4 still alive at that. You spend almost no money here unless you're Dukrar because you got overzealous and you found a kill. But the exchange is warranted. I'd say even a teammate should buy for him to make sure not to really be too beat up about it. Especially when you see Thick able to say, look, I need to go ahead and have my name called out too. Finding that first kill for this round, saying they're probably A. I saw 2 or 3 players over there, but I already took one of them out.
Ooh, a bait and switch. Did he just do his old CSGO flash trick? Like, he really full sent that in that stance, and Thick will complete for the second now. Bad stance for George Fox. They have been crippled early in this round, and it'll be Egg running away, stepping back, not wanting to be there. This is not the situation that George Fox is trying to bring to the table, and as of right now, this table looks mighty small. You could think of Blue Gold's current roster being the adult table at Thanksgiving, and George Fox only a couple left on the boards, the kids side. You obviously know where you want to be, but you can only have one at a time, and it's still favoring that Blue Gold adult squadron. Bulbaduck tries to bring things close, runs out of ammo, goes for the reload, but Dalton capitalizes where necessary. Only one player left. It's Fusion Marcus left standing, spike in hand. He's got a pretty good shot here to take control over the B site, but still having a chamber nearby. Tintin has been very strong. A weak start, as we initially called out, but a very solid ending to the last round in this one as well, with the tour de force forcing its way to finish this round, tying it 3-all.
I want to go back to that VOD and see when Fusion Marks decided to rotate, because he was the only player moving towards B.
When they transitioned out of showers after the second kill was dropped on a Kobe, they transitioned away towards short. That's where we saw, I believe it was Bulbaduck try to step up through short instead, and that's where we saw Fusion Marcus step through Link over. 2 Spices.
Honestly, you shouldn't even said that, because that's even worse now they get to say it on stream. I mean, that's honestly, you don't make a call that early. You have the spike in hand. You need to be pushing up the side. You need to be playing with your teammates. You are the sole source of utility for your team, and you need to be there to push onto the side. You're essentially a second duelist. But we're talking about duelists. We already see Thick trying to step up, but Egg having that torty force in hand saying, no. Let's not do that around here. You go ahead, pick up that vandal, you push yourself onto that side a little bit more, but with 2 of these trailblazers going ahead and intersecting each other, you still have George Fox coming out on top, having themselves 5 players, now looking at all these seekers, but Bulbaduck here on the edge, having to play in this round, but not even really needing to with however these players are just kind of sitting across. Don't. We're thinking the same thing, I know.
All right, back to actual shell casting. It's 1 player left standing. Egg has found their second kill with that tour de force. This one into Dukrar. The first one onto, of course, the Rays player for Blue Gold, who failed to find an opportunity. But Rutherford has been pivotal. Now they're third in this round. That one to the head of Egg. Tour de force out for the count. And a still difficult opportunity in a 1v2. It's going to have to transition all the way through that defensive spawn, straight through B, through Metal Hall, and decide necessarily where they want to pivot towards. Scrimp can have a long shot angle over towards elbow side, and if he does peek it, I think Rudolph Earl is fairly ready for it, but Scrimp catches him when he's looking the other direction and will lead George Fox to another round win.
Well, when you miss some shots, thankfully you got some teammates there to go ahead and trade it out for you. So George Fox trading out these rounds as well. Now going and getting back to that back-to-back kind of mutual exchanges, mutual handshakes for these rounds so far, knowing that we've now seen Blue able to go ahead and step back up, make themselves the round comeback they've needed with that 2-1 answer. But this is where things really start to turn up. Knowing that Econ's going to be flipping back and forth, and knowing these teams are going to go ahead and have themselves some pretty good money. I mean, George Fox being set up for 2 rounds right now. Blue Gold needs to win this almost instantaneously. Otherwise, things are going to look a heck of a lot worse and probably be a 9-3. But 10-10 with that op shot, and, you know, going ahead kind of settles your nerves a little bit.
What is this position right now? They did lose one, right? So I understand it to a degree, but all of them being dedicated still to B, they have no flank watch, and they don't also have an agent selection for flank watch. There's no Cypher, there's no Killjoy, there's no real sort of a flank denial, a flank watch. And if we did see that level of aggression from Blue Gold, which you do see the raise for Blue Gold being a bit, I guess, in your face as he steps out of showers, that could be a huge problem for George Fox. But they're just so trusting in their, I guess, dedication to the forefront. We do see a fight engage. It's Duck Rar versus the opposition Sky inside of Hookah. They'll turn script looking now to fight the opposing direction. 10-10 gets an operator shot. This one's not the tour de force, but it's still absolutely a force to be reckoned with as Duck Rar finds their own, finishing the kill onto script.
Still an operator. You still find yourself a one-hit kill at the waist above, and you don't find a one-hit kill at the legs down. But, I mean, still, you know you can hit those shots. You know you can go ahead and find yourself grabbing a couple kills here and there. You know you're set up pretty well, but you know that the spike is over at A site. Meanwhile, you're fighting B continuously. So this is where the rotation is going to come through. We're going to see Blue Gold have to step things up. And in a 5v2, they're just going to play things slow, steady, and safely, knowing that they can have every single weapon still at their disposal for the next one.
I guess it's just a battle of attrition right now. Kobe's entire job is just to pick up a kill or two before he dies. He'll do just that. Spike is going to be diffused fairly quickly. They plant 2 weapons, though. And for a team that has lost that last round, that could be a huge factor for them. Obviously, George Fox, they should be able to still buy up here in this next round as 2 players have 4K, and it should be not a huge deal for them all around. But you're looking over here at Blue Gold. 2 of their players only have 2K. And I know there's an operator on the board, but he already had that previously. If they had lost that, that would have been another save necessary for Blue Gold to keep themselves back in contention. It was a necessity round, and George Fox still took 2 rifles out of their hands. That is a solid thing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying kind of earlier with that buy coming through in that last round. Looking at the fact you bought an operator, you sat there, invested fully into all your utility. I mean, your guns, your weapon, your armor. I mean, just so much to stack up there that was a catalyst round. Not only for them to go ahead and find themselves back into a lead possibly, but to go ahead and make sure they can breathe some life into this game. But if we're talking about life, we already see 10-10 losing his almost instantaneously with a great shot out of Bulbaduck, who's now the top fragger here at this lobby. And look at it carry on that momentum.
Egg's very wary of this teleport pad, and that's exactly what he needs to be. Dalton's going to actually go through it, and he's going to wallbang Egg out, seemingly aware of his position. The Egg knows all, and unfortunately now knows what Hades looks like. So he's sent there quickly. George Fox now at another player disadvantage is thick. One taps out Bulbadox, looks for one as well the opposing direction, but I think that we're seeing George Fox want to go towards teleport. Rutafro's going to make sure they regret not taking it. Swirls to 1, twirls to the 2nd. That's 2 for the man himself. And it's just up to Scrimp now in the 1-on-4. Trapped in the back of Hookah. Duck Raw, really the main point of focus right now, but do not worry. Dalton is currently also sitting in mid, ready to punish Scrimp accordingly. The Sky-on-Sky violence, and Scrimp seemingly coming out on top so far, but that could go either direction, and it will go in Scrimp's favor. Baiting out Dalton, not falling for his guiding light, and sending him afterwards to a bad spot. The next round, so to say. 4-on-4 when it turns to the round differential, but a 3-on-1 in this round. George Fox makes it even closer. 2-1. Scrimp fighting back, but can't get the job done. Finally, Blue Gold stop beating bleeding players, and they'll go for a double swing in 2 different directions.
And a double swing, and now a double round win as well to go ahead and give themselves a little bit more money to work with. I mean, that round was a lot more scrappy than what we witnessed in the last one. I mean, I felt like a very dominant performance from them in the round prior, but I mean, as they went ahead, find themselves going that second, it all started with 10-10, not really grabbing the necessary kills. Not able to grab that first blood, really going ahead and switching things up, saying, look, Bulbaduck is still alive. He's already gone ahead and shut down an operator. I mean, think of all the theoreticals. Your mind starts swirling right there. Does Bulbaduck now have an operator? Is he going to start going off with that? Is he going to push up now? Is he going to grab that ult orb and possibly go ahead and pop a blade strike if possible? I mean, you're not really factoring in everything because you just can't really think. But one thing you can think about is if we go ahead and kill him right now, especially with Thick getting that lineup, you could have already found yourself an easy rest assured.
Ooh, quick juke there by Scrimp's Trailblazer, and it actually manages to find impact onto Dalton. That's hefty as well. They'll send a paint shell the opposing direction. Seekers have been sent, and Scrimp will start to dedicate himself over towards U-Haul. No one in that direction except for Dalton. One really getting the better end of the other one until a nice guiding light sent out by Dalton will make things a bit more difficult. Head spotted, but Rutherford fails to find the kill. Dalton will refrag back, but his life is short-lived by Bulbaduck. Thick finally finishes the kill towards Showers. And we're still breakneck even. 3-on-3. Kills dropping for both sides. It's a constant pain and a constant effort as they're straining to find the victory over the other. But Thick's attempted push upwards to the skybox falls short as he drops down to the ground with his head lopped off his shoulders, and it's just Tintin left standing. I don't think this is one he's going to make it back in time, and I think he's just going to opt to save this operator.
Yeah, and I don't really blame him here. You don't have too much backup. I mean, you have no backup, excuse me, and I mean, that's kind of the same thing. You really just don't have too much to work with. You have no utility scattered across the map. You have no players that are really alive, but I mean, worst case scenario, Blue Gold still losing this round, not the biggest deal. Sure, they bought themselves up, but they had that, streak to play off of. They had 2 rounds of buys, and when you look at those tiny faded yellow portraits there in the background, Blue Gold is going to have 3 ultimates to work with in this next round. So that's a showstopper to get right aggressive, right off the get-go. Get that initial kill. Possibly 2 or 3 if they really keep on grouping up like George Fox has in some of these rounds where they want to go ahead and double down, make the rotation, and then all push together rather than that natural default they pan out for themselves. But, I mean, having Scrimp fall as well, that's also going to help them. Knowing that that's possibly another player with this little bit of a switch-up, not able to buy here with only 3,200 in hand.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, he'll still have Egg be able to buy him out if they feel it to be a necessity, and I think they will. I mean, it's a pretty easy decision to make here. You could definitely have an even half, 6-6, but Blue Gold still have an operator to work with, and they just don't have that much money themselves. I think Dalton's going to be looking worse for wear, maybe just opting for a Sheriff, and maybe they'll just try to opt for some soft weapon buys to keep themselves in contention, and that seems to be the case. Rutafro will still opt for the rifle. An interesting decision, but having an SMG and a Bulldog to work with on their side as well, then there's still plenty to fight. Tintin will be forced to rendezvous away. Duckroar holding close. I love the skin for this Spectre, absolutely. But it's unfortunately for Egg going to go to the victor of Duckroar as he swings out with that Spectre and cuts down Egg.
And that's the perfect player to make that initial move, to push up, grab that kill, because you now upgraded your weapons, and you also had a heal to back up. So you have no trade-off there. You have no problem making that aggressive move. So as you go ahead, see George Fox trying to go ahead and create some kind of contingency plan. You see him able to try to resurrect Egg there, but, I mean, now he doesn't have a weapon. Sure, you've gone ahead and picked the guy back up, but he only has a Spectre to work with, and even then, Blue Gold only has 3 players to work with. Tintin being all by his lonesome here on this site, looking for a pretty good setup, trying to find at least one pick. Finds a collateral! So that's a perfect trade-off to make things look a heck of a lot more doable for the rest of these guys, who are now looking to find themselves a flank.
When Tintin gets the information from his utility as well, knows that they attempted to swing that direction. Opportunity, and Egg will be cracked as Thick hits him upside the head with a showstopper. The TP has been utilized, and Fusion Marcus will make his way over to that A site to go for that spike plant. TP once again used by Kobe, and that's all the information Blue Gold needs to know to say, hey, the A site is the avenue they're heading towards, and Thick will be the first person to actually met up with a fight. Thick will be facing off against Kobe. Spectre in hand. This is the perfect spot, but I don't think Thick is aware of where Kobe exactly lies. Look that corner though, but he looks away. Kobe finds the kill and still trapped in the 2v2. Blue Gold feel a little bit stuck, but they've sent the Seekers that gives them intel, 1 to each side. And Dalton has a weapon now. He can commit. He's got skill, but Kobe's got the class. Finds an opportunity. Tintin with the headhunter. Now just needs to take out one more, but Kobe completes for the 4. It's 6-5 your score, and it's 1 round away from halftime switch.
That could have been a much different situation if we saw Dalton go ahead and pop those Seekers just a little bit sooner. Give yourself that intel for that retake. Let you know exactly where these players are sitting, because we saw right there. I mean, it's just sad enough to see that Thick just didn't check that corner completely. I understand you check that way. You know that players could possibly be there, and you kind of think of the likelihood, the percentage in your head to say, what are the odds that somebody's standing here? Well, in a retake scenario of 2v3, you're expecting them to be sitting on site. But sometimes you don't know how desperate they're going to be for that extra round to find a lead and guarantee themselves this even half. So they will be holding some weird angles possibly every here and there, given the opportunity. But if we're talking about opportunities, plenty of opportunity here for Tintin to grab some massive kills, but with the rendezvous not really being within range, he has no easy escape route besides the TP.
The TP's good enough for most players, typically considering that this is still held, but yeah, kind of chokes it. Misses entirely on that second shot, and Now it's up to Thick, sitting inside of Hookah. Will hide inside of a Nebula, gets aggressive, and this one will cut the life off Egg once again. He has not had a good crack at it, so to say, when it comes to playing inside that mid to push through Hookah, but either has a lot of blue gold in a lot of ways. It's just one player left, Dalton, facing off against the world, and it's Bulbaduck with a headshot kill with the Blade Storm. 7-5 our halftime score, and George Fox have the lead.
Switching sides.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, usually Ascent is the map where you find teams getting a much more even differential in rounds. I mean, every single time I've casted Ascent, I want to say 70, probably more than 75% of them, they end up going into like a 6-6 half or an overtime at some stage or another. But, I mean, right now, George Fox able to finally step up and say, look, this is different. This is a map to where we know how to play things out. We're not really kind of too compressed. We're not really claustrophobic when it comes around to pushing onto these sites. We can have a default. We can have these wide open lanes. We can sit there and get these initial peaks. And especially if we see 10-10 missing his shots every here and there, even though he's sitting at 12-7. No disrespect to the guy by any means, but when you go ahead and put that operator in your hand, there is no room for any mistakes, quite honestly. And that's the kind of risk reward you take of having a one-shot kill weapon, but you're not close enough to your utility to back it up.
Blue Gold are looking towards the A site, shower-oriented push, and unfortunately for the player of Duckrar, Fusion Marks finds the kill first. Thankfully, Tintin's there, Headhunter in hand, and completes it quickly afterwards, but he still has to deal with Egg, who's now holding up in heaven. Both players a dangerous entity on that chamber, but Bulbaduck losing a bit of HP from the Boombot may make things a bit more dangerous. Scrimp finds Rutafurl, Thick takes out Scrimp on the refrag, and it goes refragging once again, with Bulbaduck coming up on top. A 2-on-3, but with the spike being planted, Dalton has the advantage, can lie in wait, but misses the opportune moment. Headhunter in hand, and so does Tintin. Clutch up for George Fox, and they'll go up 8-5.
Good start here for George Fox to go ahead and be following through what they really put down. I mean, getting that first pistol round, that's massive. Getting a second pistol round, that's essentially most of the time 4 free rounds to be working with. And I mean, you can see George Fox doing exactly that. They found the first two. Now if they go ahead and grab this, they can accentuate their lead even more so, and it's a really good standing, especially knowing that their first game really wasn't all that solid. But I'm liking what I'm seeing out of them. It's a completely different squad. I'm seeing a much different mentality. They weren't afraid to push these sites. I mean, they're just not feeling really too congested. And even then, when they get onto a site, Bulbaduck having so much more of an influence than what we saw initially. I mean, I like the idea for having an initiator, but Scrimp not really doing too shabby on that job for you to sacrifice in that first map. Jet looking like a much better option for Bull.
Bulbaduck's watching Showers, trying to play the long angle, but Dalton goes for the shot as well, but fails, and is slapped quickly afterwards. It's a bit of a quick knockout, if you ask me. That's a devastating one to take early. And it looks like we're trying to see George Fox send us into map 3 and guarantee the map of Split. This is a very roundabout way to make a recovery after the abysmal first half of that round, map 1. But Rutafurl will clap back, trying to bring things closer, but with Blue Gold still a player behind, this doesn't seem like the best odds.
Are we really going to ignore that kill earlier? I mean, just the full running ghost headshot that went through that crate to find that kill. That's not legal. But you know what? It still happens. Riot. It is what it is. We sit there and see ourselves in a 3v2 where Blue Gold is now once again choking themselves for resources. I mean, not really having any help in the pool. You see Script already setting up for this site, already having a player, knowing that they're going to be here, knowing they got to rush this site. They have no secondary option. Having that first kill on the hand now, looking for the second one of this round, and even then with the rest of the team here to back up, you know the spikes dropped, you have the play, but you have the kills as well. So George Fox able to finally find those kills to necessitate themselves and give themselves a catalyst to move into possibly what could be a buy in this next round. But with them opting to buy nothing but sheriffs, I'm curious to see how this pans out for economy, because I don't think I've really seen this too much. I know you can buy yourself and you can, you know, double down. With the Spectre, you get the bonus and you get the switch up. There's a lot of money. It's more of like a math major kind of like thing. I'm not even a math major. I'm just very confused of like how these buys are going to go out.
I'm honestly shocked with George Fox is I don't even know, Dallas.
Win 2 rounds and you go for a Spectre with light?
Yeah.
There.
I'm at a loss of words is really what it comes down to, but
it may not matter.
Yeah, we'll move beyond it. Script finds the first kill. This one a headshot onto Thick. That's payback for last round, all things considered, but Beyond that, they have quite a few more they need to clean up. Rutafurl will be the player to do so. Takes out Kobe. A long shot attempt from Bulbaduck. It's a Sheriff in hand, but the Trailblazer doesn't even make its intended target. Cuts a little bit short. You're still fighting a 4-on-4. No one really suffering from any concussive. And Scrimp in the line of sight, but still winning. Rutafurl.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously this is going to make some kind of a call for the rest of the team to push themselves up a little more when you've already made it a 3v3, and with so many George Fox members not really having a lot of health in the pool and not having a Sky alive as well, and the one member that had full health is now going to be knocked out as well. It's now 1v2, and Dalton R looking for a clutch here, but a Vandal still in hand, and you have to kind of worry about these other players that are towards the back. You saw that a lot of these guys didn't have these rifles in hand, but they can definitely pick them up at this stage. With only 7 bullets left, completely, not even in the magazine, you got to step up and you got to at least find one to trade things off.
1-on-2. Dalton versus, well, not the world, but at least 2/5 of the world at this point in time. Bulbaduck going up to the high ground. Dalton's hanging inside of Lamb, trying to him that close door position. They'll swing at the exact same time, and a guiding light will also be sent. Scrimp will, fortunately, even with low HP, have to take a step back, and Dalton will take the brunt of the damage. They'll send a guiding light both directions. The blind goes through, but a great dive by both of George Fox's players. That's the teamwork and coordination I mentioned in map 1, where we saw them double swing when they did win those rounds on their attack. We saw them double swing very successfully for that retake at one point. I guess it was their defense. For that retake they did. They just do it again. George Fox really work well together, and I'm very, very fortunate to be able to watch this time in.
Yeah, finally able to go ahead and really play off of their utility is what I would say. I mean, not just doubling down as players, but even then, I mean, your player has so much reach as to what their utility can sit there and accomplish, not just what the player with the gun can do. I mean, we've seen it time in and time out. Lots of teams have themselves one Slayer that can just really carry the game, but if everybody else is there to back up that utility, know how to work off of that duelist, off of that player, it makes their job so much easier, and you still have factored something in at the end of the day. So, I mean, working out those flashes, sitting there playing into it, using the tailwind to back it up to make sure to be into that fight and cut that corner. There's just so many volumes that speaks. But talking about volume, this boombot's getting a little bit loud, and so are these paint cans. And it's going to force Scrimp out of the hookah area. So, I mean, with the wall also put up towards this B long, you have B on lock, but at what cost? Because you have used so much utility.
I mean, at this point, where is the diminishing returns for the utility use when you're dedicating to one side or the other? It seems a little bit strange to see. Fusion!
Knife?
You have no pistol! Fusion does not have a secondary, and somehow he lives to the last shot from Dalton, but Dalton's the last man standing. I am genuinely in awe. I refuse to look anywhere else in that engagement, same as our observer, because I'm still just in awe at how long he lived in that situation.
Even then, he got the reload off, and he could have just pressed that mouse, at least probably gotten 3 or 4 bullets out. But it's really not that big a deal. What is a big deal is George Fox and how much of a different squad we are looking at right now compared to that first map. We are not looking at the squad we saw. I mean, I sat there and said it earlier. We witnessed human evolution in the making right then and there. This is a completely different team. They handed Big Brother the controller, and now we're seeing some compositions that I didn't think we could see out of George Fox, quite frankly. I mean, they have stepped up. They have sat there, been working out the utility with each other. They've been collapsing those outstanding rounds, those 3 rounds we did see initially, and those couple rounds we saw in that second half. It's almost a continuity factor now. We are seeing it more often and more often and more often. It's looking outstanding for him to really turn this around.
Paint shell in hand, thick. He could send that over through to B, but there's only one player back behind, and I'm sure he's not going to get the exact position for it. But Duckroar comes at big. First kill dropping, but be taken out by Kobe. Long range angle. Seekers being sent, and a heal orb will be used by Kobe to bring himself back to self-sustainability. Seeker trapped inside of Hookah. That is the AI of a lifetime, but Dalton will be another player that finds a kill. Thick with their own. This one to take out Kobe from the back of a B site. And there's only 2 players left standing. George Fox. This isn't a great odds for them in this stance, and Dalton is aware that there's more than one player to deal with. And now with only Bulbaduck left, he'll try to tailwind his way on out of there, but still has to deal with more.
Ooh.
Oh, a nasty shot to Thick as his head is no longer Thick. It's splattered on the wall behind him in back of metal. And Bulbaduck has to decide how he wants to peek out of this one. 3 players to deal with, his head being tapped away by one of the few lonesome players left for Blue Gold. It's Dalton up close, his head now gone as well. Payback, so to say. And Tintin misses the shot opportunity. How many times have we seen that so far? Another kill dropping. Bulbaduck with his third. And the Vortex will get him off of it in time. I'm pretty sure there's not enough time left, and Bulbaduck is aware of that as well. Saved just barely, but talk about how close that was.
Yeah, here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm hoping the Blue Gold kind of goes through this VOD to sit there and see what they did right and wrong, and I'll go ahead and at least give you a little bit of a hint. Play for post plant. I mean, it's about as easy as that. I mean, I don't think it should take 3 players on your team to go ahead and die to say, look, maybe we should play a little bit more passive around the spike instead of just playing bounty hunter against the top frag in this entire lobby who's beating out the secondary by, I don't know, 8 kills. I mean, or 7 kills, excuse me. Actually, no, make that, I don't know math. I'm sorry. Make that 12 kills. 13. I mean, that is, this, at least on his team. I mean, 15 being the second in the lobby. You see him going off once again right now. Feeling, looking, I mean, everything about the guy. Smelling, amazing. I mean, every single one of the senses are now just lightening up for the likes of Bulbaduck, saying, I am out in my element. This map, we are going off. We lost 1 round just there a second ago. Who cares? I have myself a game before then. Carry it over into this round, close things out, and even then, just going away with it. Now make it 3. You finally get shut down, but it's a little too late.
With the way that this map has gone, especially in these later stages with George Fox just kind of brutalizing Blue Gold, it makes me curious about how Split's going to go, especially when you think about Split being somewhat similar to this map in a lot of ways. Kind of to close corners for the hallways you do push through. A really big control over towards mid, though there isn't really a mid on this map, but you do really like that hookah push, and you also really like that A short push. You can kind of consider those the mid-oriented pushes for it. This is a little bit too late of a timeout, in my opinion, Dallas, but, you know, if they need to bring themselves and recoup back together, maybe they'll do it, but I'm thinking this one's going to Split, and I think George Fox will take Split if they keep it the same pace, especially with Bulbaduck dropping a 30 bomb.
Yeah. That's a big problem here. I mean, George Fox looking outstanding overall. And surely the head of the snake is going to be Bulbaduck. And when you cut off the head of a snake, let me tell you what, from a Southern boy, the nerves kind of go off and the rest of the body will still wriggle afterwards. It will still be alive. And we can definitely see George Fox able to live off his legacy anytime he sits there and falls in a round. Thing is, I mean, we see Egg not able to step up as much as in that previous game, so maybe Bulbaduck being that duelist, you can get a little bit more influence out of that. I mean, we can see Chambers go off, but it's essentially rare, and you have to have somebody in their comfort zone for something like that. And I feel like it's still very niche and very, I would say, demographically limited at this stage in the game right now. But the way that Blue Gold is going to get themselves back into this, quite honestly, is utilizing at least one of these ultimates right now. I haven't seen one Cosmic Divide in this entirety of this map yet. I need to see one that really is just outstanding. I need to see that Astral Mind, that Cosmic Divide come through for the Galaxy Brain to say, look, this has created a stall, this has stopped to rotate, and we can force ourselves up the map off of this and at least grab 2 or 3 kills. But how are we going to follow through with it, knowing that George Fox are going to be already ready to answer once again, just having to find one thrifty or one round to really close things out. Scrint finding one already, making a pretty good start, able to not really find the damage to back up for a second one, but that's okay. Here comes Kobe on the edge, looking for 2. There it is! 3v2 now, still in the favor of George Fox.
Yeah, I think this one may be done. It's just one lonesome player left, and that's it. 10-10 out for the count. And we will, in fact, be seeing Map 3 is Split, a guarantee result, as you do see them make a clapback victory after the upsetting loss in Map 1. They thrashed in Map 2. That was an unexpected result, to say the least, Dallas.
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, George Fox looking like a much different team this time around. I'm going to say that probably 300 more times within this series alone. I mean, just go ahead and get used to it, because I want to go ahead and give the credit where the credit is due. And George Fox stepping up. I mean, I would say that map alone spoke a lot more volumes, showed a lot more adaptations, showed a lot more adaptability of the likes of George Fox and what we saw prior, which is odd enough to see knowing how evenly distributed Haven is. So, or excuse me, Ascent. So, I mean, going forward, going into Split, this is where we really have to hunker down and figure out what's going to go on. And I want to set a little bit of a preface into this before we go to a break, is knowing that Split, I feel like it has almost the same feel as the likes of Ascent, if not 10 times worse. You have extremely narrow hallways to get yourself onto a site. And sometimes you don't even have multiple options. You got to hit mid, and you can't sit there and rotate around a tree. You're still going through sewer. You're going right there on ropes, and all that is, I would say, extremely more thin than the likes of Ascent. So George Fox needs to step up. We need to see an outstanding offense from them out of that, and I think it all comes down to whether or not we can see that same play around utility of what we saw here prior.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you whatsoever. I think this map's going to be very interesting. I think there's some aspects that you can pull from Ascent and from buying these last two maps to give us an inkling of how this one's going to go. So before we jump to our quick little break, Dallas, who you calling for map 3?
George Fox.
George Fox, I have to agree with you. I called it already before. I think George Fox has a really good chance to take this last map. So stay tuned to see if we're going to be correct here and George Fox can, in fact, find themselves the W on the map of Split, or if things are not going to go in their favor. This has been the NECC. My name is Infernosis with my friend here, Dallas. Stay tuned for more.
Always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernos, is joined here by Pick Mick, a pick me girl that's a caster, so we're always getting up there at some point in time. He doesn't know how to react to that. But we're here for some more Valorant. It is map 3. We're going on over to the map of Split, and we already have voiced our opinions about how this one is going to go. Dallas, you want to reiterate?
I feel like we're both on the side of George Fox, especially looking at the way they sat there and had such a great standing in that last map. We saw so many changes, so much adaptations made overall, just in terms of this series compared to map 1 to map 2, that Bind looked outstanding for them. Thing is, the one big obstacle standing in their way is going to be the likes of Split. They sat there in Ascent, didn't look all that hot, didn't find themselves a very good attacking side, but maybe the confidence they rallied up will actually sit there and incentivize them to say, hey, let's push onto a site here this time.
Well, here's hoping that they can piece something together. I personally do like the map of Split, and I'm actually really interested to see how this one is going to pan out. I'm also really interested to see how the agent selection is going to go. Obviously, we can already see GF looking to lock in Egg with the Chamber once again. Script's going to go to that Sky, the tried and true, and it looks to be the exact same lineup as we saw on our last map of Bind. Which, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
I think that's the attitude here, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were literally thinking the exact same thing. I mean, just if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's all it really dwindles down to. I mean, everybody sat there, did their job. I feel like there's a little bit of a lacklusterity out of a couple of these players. I mean, Egg not really finding any kills until the later stage of the game, not having the best standing in that entire match. I mean, even then, I can go back and check the scoreboard. Man sat there, had 6 kills in the entirety of 19 rounds. So, not really too good, and even then, Fusion Marks standing up one more, sitting at 9 and 16 for everything. So, I mean, not the biggest influence. We didn't really see much utility come out of these two. But one thing they could do differently is Split is a lot more util heavy. So, I mean, knowing the verticality of the map, knowing that there's a lot more angles to check, and knowing that you got to sit there and look up and down a little bit more, knowing that, especially when you're attacking, things are going to be a little bit more problematic. So I want to see whether or not we can actually see that adjustment be made out of George Fox, or whether or not we can see Blue Gold step things up with somewhat of a switch up themselves, I would say, or maybe not. It's almost the exact same thing with Duckrar going right back to the Jet is what we saw on map 1 and Thick. We're staying on the Rays. So I like this setup, but it looks very, very attack heavy is what I will say.
And that was the side that they did struggle a lot on, right? Even when it came to map 1. They were just really good on the defense, and then on the attack, they let up a couple rounds. It's not really where you want to be. So I would argue that whatever you can prep yourself for the attack, I would probably stick with it. But George Fox also has a really solid team to give themselves a solid attacking lineup. Chamber, obviously, is one that gives you the Headhunter and also sets you up for defense. You've got the attacking, you've got, especially with the Tour de Force, the attacking and the defense all in one. Scrimp gives you that Sky that can be a great aggressor on the defense, but more importantly on the attack, it gives you information and can let you blind around these corners, which are extremely dangerous on the map of Split. Kobe can place down the ice wall to watch down the flank and also to disallow sightlines in towards mid, which in the map of Split, he who controls mid controls the map. It's one of the most important aspects of this game. If you have center control, then you have control over Heaven of B and essentially Tower of A. I mean, there's just not much more to deal with. It's just too strong of a foothold to give up.
You have to control the middle of the map, and that's why we see Sage being such a hot pick on this map. It would just go ahead, put that wall up, let you know if players are trying to look for it or whether or not they're even just trying to contest for it at all or keeping their eyes on it. Because if you hear no shot, you're like, okay, well, nobody's fighting for it. But that Sage wall instead, on the attacking side, can be used right there to push up to B, but could be counteracted massively off Dalton with that collateral, able to find 2 instantaneously, looking for the backup from his teammates to find a little bit more.
I don't know how to react to it, but the round must go on. Rutaforo finds themselves another. This one now third for the blue gold side. They're looking to make it even further, but Scrimp has something to say, but it drops down 2 in emphatic fashion. A flurry of kills to his name, but only 2 players left standing for George Fox. Commitment must go through. 10-10 with a Headhunter completes for another and finds the last. Honestly, I believe he should have just dove in on the last player to disallow them from getting that spike and that extra bit of credits in the pockets, but everything's hindsight is 2020 when you think about it in that direction. But what a great start there from Blue Gold. Dalton with a fabulous way to hold that one off. A pretty obvious route there for George Fox to place down the ice wall and cut sightlines from heaven. So you say, hey, a guiding line around the corner. It'll guide itself in that direction. Then I can swing and go for the headshot kill. Don't overcommit the swing either, which is something we noticed he had a problem with previously. He'll swing enough to see one player, and he happened to catch two.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, the overswing not really being too much of a problem. I don't think I've noticed too much. I'm not going to critique them too much off that because at the end of the day, they still win that round. They still get themselves the first and looking a lot better than what we saw on the last map of Bind, where George Fox took the first 2 rounds on each half, giving themselves a massive advantage, a 4-round lead in the entirety of the game when it wasn't all that big off. I mean, we even sat there and noticed this, the point differential for both maps was only 1 compared to over everything. So, I mean, the way things are looking so far, not too hot with that chamber, with that tree mark, I'll say. But regardless of that, you still find yourself dying, and it's not going to matter too much anyway. So this kind of chokes up George Fox once again with only having 1 player down now, and still not really too many weapons to back it up.
You mentioned earlier having the Sage being able to place that ice wall in mid, and that is something that Blue Gold are lacking. And that ice wall is not just a way to, disallow the opposing side from walking up. It's also a great way to funnel them. It's a guide line for the opposing side. If you hear them break it, then you've got a pretty good inclination to come in from that direction, but it also forces them to funnel in through that one opening or force them to create another, which is just another bit of time sink that a team has to commit towards. If they do none of that, then they're committing to another direction. There's only so many things a team can do, and if you are predicting all of them and know all of them, then guess what? You are way over-prepared for the situation, and that's exactly where you want to be. But an ace-sided plant, what we're seeing now is George Fox have been able to commit in this direction and actually get something down. Second round in a row, they've been able to use and plant that objective, but Tintin pops off once again. This one headshot to the Hunter corner player underneath that hillside. Tintin gets another one with a Spectre. Knife kill and pouring in Rudifurl will flurry that knife into the back of Fusion Marcus and give themselves another round win.
I gotta say, I did not expect him to say, you know what, I got a pistol in hand, I'm just gonna knife this guy. That's funny. But, I mean, even then, what's even funnier is the fact that, I mean, Blue Gold is now actually stepping up. I mean, sure, it's only the first 2 rounds. We expect them to win the second off the first, but it was a little lackluster with these marshals in hand. But one thing I want to talk about as well that you kind of mentioned on, but you didn't really mention both sides of the coin, is how it does funnel the attacking side, that Sage Wall, into one side or another. But you got to think about what that does for the defense. That completely opens up the map. That splits, no pun intended, the map in half for the defending side, say if an attack does come out quick enough. That gives you complete coverage to say, I can now rotate through the middle of the map with no congestion, no worry of dying, and I can get there to reinforce my team almost 10 times quicker than what it would be to sit there and rotate through spawn. So a great kind of idea to have, a great resource to have time in, time out. But what's even better is these rifles in the hands of George Fox, who is looking to turn things around and get in the board.
We'll love to see how this one pans out. Ice Wall doomed to go down, or should I say destined, as it's a fairly standard strategy, but they'll go for the old Cloudburst and Tailwind combo. Ice Wall will be the second one to go forward. Spectre in the hand of Bulbaduck actually takes out Duckross sitting on top of that Raptor side, but no one's going to hit just yet until the Seekers get sent and actually manage to find impact. Egg finds the second kill for their side, but Dalton has something to say about it. Sprays down Kobe with a bit of a share of play, but it's High Noon somewhere else, and Scrimp does it with a Spectre instead, refragging in return, but Thick and Tinted each find one of their own, dropping this one to the 2-on-2. And they have full control over the garage side, 1-on-1 now, as each person finds themselves one. And Scrimp has to fight Thick. Thick has a lot of utility, will toss the paint shells forward. This does not find any sort of target, and Scrimp can take a step back, play for time, and give yourself a better outlook here in the 1-on-1. It is a massive advantage for this, and there's just little to no time remaining. Thick will has to commit. There's just nothing. Scrimp is not falling for this. This is the point in time. It's not happening, and the 3K will be completed. Fabulous round for George Fox.
And it's that kind of situational awareness we sat there and kind of harbored on earlier, saying, okay, well, you need to know how low the spike is. You need to know when to go for that diffuse and whether or not you can at least get it to half or at least try for it. Whenever it's ticking down that much, I'd say at least try to stick a half, because worst case scenario, you die. I mean, best case scenario, you die. I mean, it's just really a lose-lose. And I mean, there's a tiny space of margin there, but it's not good. I mean, you need to sit there and work out whatever you can, at least in terms of progress on that spike, knowing that even if you don't get the kill and the defuse as well, you still win the round. So, I mean, a little bit of trade-offs, a little bit of awareness to be worked on here for Blue Gold, but not the biggest deal in the world to really just kind of stick on to here for so many rounds. So,
I mean, as we do move into this fourth, we sit there and see George Fox trying to go for a tie game, still having a couple rifles in hand, but not really too much economy to be working with, knowing the round swaps and the streaks and the entire money game. It's going to be flipped up a little bit more, and we're going to see Blue Gold with these buys.
This is a plant already going down. You see Dalton getting aggressive, swinging out from the tower side, and pays the price as Egg on site actually gets the kill. Bulbaduck finds one of their own. Egg does eventually die, but at this point in time, it's still a man count advantage for the side of George Fox, and it's up to Rudafurl and Duckrar to be the first two players to find impact. They do have a little bit of assistance from the opposing side, but he'll take a while to do there. Raze may have mobility, but can only do so much. He's trying to bide his time and play this one slow, but unfortunately, sorry to break it to you, Thick, you gotta commit to the site. I feel like this is proper time management, or improper time management from Blue Gold. They're running out of time, but thankfully they're getting the kills necessary. Now 3 to their name in very swift succession. They have time to go for this defuse. I don't think they do. They took just a little bit too much time, and it's now paying the price accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, so some trades to go out right there, especially with the spike for 2. I mean, that's going to be a good standing here for George Fox to find not only the round, but a couple kills on top of it. Now calling for a timeout is going to be
very early.
This is extremely early here for Blue Gold, and I respect it, but when you're on somewhat of a budget round, you don't have the money to be buying anything, you're not really going ahead and using much resources, I would wait to see what you could pull out right here before making that initiative. Going ahead and saying, look, I mean, rounds like this could be used as a saving round and going ahead and look for strats as well. Sit there and say, look, we just go ahead and say the classics, go ahead and fold on defeat and sit there and say, let's go ahead and start stacking up. Find whatever we can, knowing that George Fox really just doesn't have that much money, because you can already see Bulbaduck with the Spectre in hand. You see the Classic with only 3,300 for the likes of Kobe. So, I mean, you're already going to be a little bit short-handed. I mean, Blue Gold, I feel that this could be a round that could be a catalyst for at least 4 more if they find themselves on top.
I feel like an early timeout is something that's kind of hit or miss.
Yeah.
The fact that it allows you to talk early and kind of understand a little bit of what George Fox has been bringing to the table, but at the same time, you don't have that now. Right? You've wasted it. It may be more important in the later stages to employ it when you're a couple rounds down and the game is kind of ending it kind of swiftly, I guess. Maybe not as late as Map 2's was. I mean, that was too little too late. Same as Map 1 for George Fox, but, you know, middle of the game, somewhere you've actually had more than just 4 rounds of experience against this squad on this map. There's got to be a bit more micro adjustments. One thing I do like is the fact that even though this has gone 2-2, the last 2 rounds have been won by one side, but yet every single player on that one side has died. Every one, which means there have been no rifles left over. Every single weapon has been reset, and that price is being paid as George Fox is forced to bring Spectres on every single player.
And even then, not a big problem for them being on that attacking side, able to go ahead and push up and already find the right utility usage to find themselves a frag. But you already see the middle of the map, an exchange to come through as well, a trade to come out, and knowing that Spike is down, Rudo going off, finding that second kill, able to hold down the entirety of the middle of this map, but with no teammates to back him up, he's not really too concerned about it. Finds a third, says, look, Fusion's right there around the left. I know he's sitting there, so let me see. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull him out a little bit, find that last kill. But instead, 10-10 now come with that 24, saying, okay, saving some money, saving some lives, and maybe we can save this game.
Great round. There's no way to understate the value of the round there for Blue Gold, especially when you're talking about they employed a timeout for that round specifically and for the rounds onward. They had little to no money as they've been on a 2-round deficit, and they force wrought every single one of those rounds. And on top of that, they have just been in poor straits, dire straits when it comes to the strategies they've been employing. Their retakes have worked, and they're getting frags, and I would argue that they're the better killing team in terms of technical skill, especially on this map so far. I guess technically on this map so far, I would say last map Bulbaduck was the best player by far, but on this map, it has definitely been Blue Gold out fragging in every single one of these rounds, and yet their strategies have been lacking. Their strategy in that round was solid. Their defensive presence was great, but it was still carried by one man. If they lose Rudafurl, I am still worried about what they're going to do defensively, especially as this swift A-Rush comes through.
No, I completely agree. I mean, Rudo is essentially their Sentinel right now, and their controller. I mean, that's the only kind of utility you have to sit there and stall an approach or go ahead and deny a plan. I mean, there's so much that can really be factored in, but when you already see so many ultimates coming out, 3 for the side of George Fox, completely investing into this round, to cause a divide, it'll sit there and give themselves a free move onto the site, but it all comes down to how they double onto it and how well they hold it, because you can see right there in the back, Egg holding things down, looking to sit there and hold this angle, but how much will that matter if you go ahead and make the noise? Thick able to find one as well, so this flank is going to be massive. Egg still has no idea. Okay, now he turns to his right, but you sit there, had the exchange on a Duck Rar,
you know everybody's here on site. It's, you know, we are family, and we got to go ahead and shut down Kobe.
You're trying to pull a me and like make things rhyme for. I'm sorry. That's funny, Dallas. That's funny. Oh my goodness. That was a solid round. And I want to point out the reason why Egg has no idea is because he's sitting on the other side of that Cosmic Divide. That Cosmic Divide muffles all audio. There's just not a great way for Egg to necessarily know. That's one of those situations where, yeah, the Cosmic Divide is freaking awesome. I mean, there is just no way to state it any other way, but it has its downsides. It's not this end-all, be-all ultimate, right? It's not the single greatest thing on the planet. They have limitations, and the limitation here being it muffles audio. And that can assist you and can also be your downfall in that situation. Egg gets caught off guard. Only finds one in the in-between, but gets quickly fragged afterwards. I did not like Blue Gold's return in that round as much as I necessarily should. Not to, you know, pick at something that doesn't need to be picked at, but I think this one is a problem that they have. Even when it's a 3-on-1, they're single solo swinging that one player. Why when you could double swing and guarantee it?
Well, the one thing we can guarantee is that the game's going to go on, and we're already going to see Blue Gold being down a member. So that's not as much of a defense, not as much of a retake more likely when you lose your duelist, so you're not really too beat up about that, but you want to make sure to leave that Astra alive. So now when it's still there, knowing you still have that Cosmic Divide, knowing you now have a showstopper coming out here from Thick, you're looking for a frag, and there it is. You grab two, you make sure the numbers now go into your advantage, knowing that players are probably going to be back there towards, I'd say, B main and back side. Well, guess what? There's a player on both ends. You knock out one, there's only one left now. He's going to be Bulbaduck, and he sat there, put out plenty of clutches. I would say 74 pieces. Able to go ahead and make things come to life this one time around, but only 10 health remaining now. 3 players dead, and it all comes down to this Asher, who has 2 as well, so things are not looking good for either one of them. It all comes down to whether they can get the defuse.
He's going to commit to it at this point. A spray through, and it fails! He gets it! Defense defuses, and Blue Gold stays alive despite Bulbaduck.
Bulba Fish.
Boba Fett. He's a monster. He dropped a 30 bomb on map 2 and turns this one around now, and it's impossible to understate just how valuable he was on that round, but what a clutch play by Rutafurl, and that's someone you expect to always hit those clutch plays.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you were kind of hyping up earlier, is that Rutafurl has been that player to step up every single time. Have the utility, go ahead and bide some more time. Once again, playing that Sentinel role that you need, because you have a lack of that role entirely in your composition. So you got to have one person to go ahead, step things up, and play both roles. And having the most kills on top of all the utility usage at hand, you want your Asher to be feeling himself. You want your Asher to be going off. You want your Asher to be absolutely running this side of the map while you can really make that impact. And I think every single round that Blue Gold grabs on this defense, knowing they have no Sentinel, is almost a blessing in disguise. And even with them to have a lead on top of that, they're looking a heck of a lot better.
I think right now the most worrisome factor for George Fox is going to be these entry points, and they're just not playing any sort of utility to deny. Cockroar with a third on his name takes out them as they immediately walk out from the garage side, but cut down by Scrimp. As I'm saying, one of the big problems for George Fox is getting past these chokeholds. They're not laying down nebulas. They're not smoking themselves off in any direction. Their ice wall can't even be placed because they're not keeping sight lines safe. Anyone in back of B site's going to cut them down, especially if they have a Blade Storm and their name starts with D and ends with R, and aka Duckrar. It just doesn't seem like they're prepping themselves accordingly. And I think that was one of the things that we were talking about. We said Blue Gold may struggle on the attack in some ways. They do have a very aggressive approach. Sorry, that we thought they would struggle on the defense. We thought George Fox struggled on the attack. That's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing George Fox not use their utility correctly. They're well equipped for this. They have people that can handle it. And Astra, that's good. But look at Fusion Marcus. He has done nothing. He has not performed in this map, and that's their undo it.
And I even feel right there, I mean, just kind of getting overzealous. You see 10-10 able to go ahead and make that initial call, get a little bit aggressive, look for that first pick, and then finally backing up, then opting for the Torty Force. When you want to go ahead and be a little bit more preemptive with that. I feel like the entirety of the utility is being more reactive than proactive. And right there, Egg getting proactive with that kill, finally making a difference here in the game, finally able to grab that first shot. But, I mean, with the rest of the team still alive, still well, 10-10 still having that Torty Force in hand, and Thick finding a kill of his own. It's now an even game, and you know the players are pushing A. They're a little bit too far up for them to rotate out.
Ooh, Egg gets resurrected. A piece of util dumped now by the Attack inside of George Fox. It evened things out, though, thankfully for them. But unfortunately for him as well, Kobe gets taken out immediately afterwards. So the resurrection is fruitful, but beyond that, there's not much, and Duckrar has the flank. Hanging out in sewer, but unfortunately, George Fox is not watching their noses. They're listening with their ears. No Cosmic Divide to snuff and muffle that audio. They should be able to hear him if he does attempt to use that rope, but I think he's bought enough time to give himself some spacing. Egg may find one, but Duckrar flanks and finds the second, and Bulbaduck removes out Thick from the equation. Still tied when it comes to ducking down, but unfortunately beyond that, there's no one else on site for him to deal with. He has to deal with one more else. Duckrar with a 3K to his name, hiding now in Gubby, has to use it and cannot get away. The Cloudburst does not stop bullets, and Scrimp finds the kill.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, Duckrar not really having too much to deal with. You don't have too many bullets in your magazine. You're forced to reload right there, and you're just kind of up against a wall in a really hard place. And I think in that scenario, we could have seen a little bit more out of who was the other one alive. I want to say it was possibly 1010, if I'm understanding correctly. But I mean, just kind of going ahead, whoever it was, just dropping down, sitting there, making sure that you're a little bit late for that flank, and then immediately ducking. You're not really doing too much work. You're not checking to make sure that player can get the swing. Sure, you get yourself to another scenario, but you can drop down to that box, still find yourself at a crazy angle, and still win out that fight. But if we're talking about winning fights, it all comes down to whether or not Blue Gold can still come out on top here on this defense, and this Tour de Force could be a big differential to really set that apart.
I'm really interested to see how this mid play is going to work out. Obviously, when you're sending Scrimp up mid solo with Spike, you're not really thinking it through that much, right?
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like the smartest play. I get you're not confident for the B site. I get that, especially when Bulbaduck's failing to find a kill early. You're not confident in the first place. That site has failed for you time in and time out. But beyond that, you need to be dedicating. You need to be very stalwart with where your decision-making and positioning is trying to go. And right now, they're very flippy-floppy. And I like default flippy-floppy strategies, but when there is no default, and it's just you randomly spreading yourself out, there's no plan and there's no wherewithal to keep yourself calm and coordinated. And that's why you start to see people like Rutiferl, who are sitting in a very weird position, just capitalizing a kill because you're sprinting.
Yeah, so it all comes down to Duckrar, who can really just pull out this 1v3, and we've seen him basically almost pull off stuff like this, but the spike isn't down, so it's a little bit of a different story, and it's a little bit kind of a different scenario than we expected. Sitting your Sky down mid, not really having the best positioning, and not really having the best standing, and even then, if we're not talking about the best of anything, that wasn't the best shot there from Egg to really go ahead and grab that kill. But with a little bit of damage done there from Fusion Marks, has made a good standing to go ahead and kind of set up this kill for the rest of the team, but Duckrar needs to choose a decision. I mean, he needs to choose a way to really get onto this site, and standing in the middle isn't going to be the best way to really play it out, but you find one of them getting overzealous, Script not really being in the best standing, and having a Tailwind to just cut the gap across really shoves Egg into a bad position to say, how can I win this out? And you don't find that kill, making things look even worse, and the timer's ticking down, but it doesn't matter. Duckrar, I think he may have time here. Oh, he most definitely has time. The baby clutched it out, 16-4. The man is on fire.
That was, as you said, he still has a chance here to clutch the 1-on-3. Yeah, he does. It's Duckrar. That is his third 3K now. He's found himself time in and time out being exactly where he needs to be, and that's the player we're talking about. Jets typically are the most confident players for your side.
We saw the confidence in map 1, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
We saw it earlier.
We saw no confidence from Blue Gold on map 2, though.
Yeah, well, we know the confidence is there. You just got to be in the lead to see it. There's a lot of kind of factors that sit there and set up this scenario. But once all the 3 trillion check marks are kind of ticked off, you know you can get that confidence. But there it is, finally coming to fruition and finally making an impact here in the game. So I mean, Blue Gold now having the guaranteed advantage here in this half. Best case scenario for them is going to be that 9-3, and worst case it's going to be 7-5. They're not worried about that. But already grabbing that first kill, it can at least go to an 8-4 if we see Blue Gold able to capitalize on this. Go ahead, back yourself up, play a little bit more slow, get behind that tent, see if you can find any more kills, because 1010, he's here for the reinforcements, kill Scrimp, and now with that bomb just absolutely being shoved up, and 1010 pushing up the map as well, you have so much influence until Bulbaduck has something to say about it.
Bulbaduck with a snappy shot with a Blade Storm as well. That's going to put themselves in a much better position, but they're still down by 2. A quick peek, and that's what happens when you peek this one without an actual angle. You should have double swung the spot, but Rutiferl will still pay back Bulbaduck twofold, and take him out for the count. Just Kobe left standing, and he's going to fight back 3. Is his name Duck Rar? Is his name Kobe? We'll have to find out. Can he channel his inner Duck? Will he unfortunately have to quack his way into another side? He'll not find any, and he will cough up his own life, leading it now 8-3. We could see the coveted 9-3 scoreline, but Blue Gold, no matter what, have put their name on the board. They are taking a very positive half.
And even then, they had themselves 3 ultimates in this round alone to invest over the course of this game to sit there and play into. I mean, they sit there, have themselves a Cause of Divide, the Seekers, the Bladestorm. The Bladestorm not really being a necessity by any means, knowing you have a rifle in hand. It's more of like a save round scenario to save the round. But, I mean, as it looks right now, I mean, I don't think it'd be a bad option to kind of almost have like a secondary shotgun or something. You press that X button, get a right click, and they go ahead and force themselves onto you because, once again, George Fox going for that site that just has not worked out for him, and even then, Duckraw grabbed a lot of kills on that lineup with the Bladestorm earlier.
Dalton's holding down mid. I would actually say I'm very impressed with how Dalton has been able to hold on to this mid play time in and time out, despite not being a Sage and not having the ice wall. That's something that is very impressive for them. But despite them failing to gather control and be able to put themselves on any substantial footing, they're still going to have the rotation over towards A. Scrimp still holding in towards that sewer side. I think he knows Tintin is there, and here comes the flank from the opposing end. They're not committing to actually snuffing him, though, as Tintin is still sitting back and waiting. Nobody's watching that. This could be huge if Tin can get up without being noticed, and I think he has done just that. A flanking play in submission. Rutherford misses an opportunity, will not miss the second, loses his life. That's thick to Bulbaduck, and unfortunately, Tintin's strat has failed him in the end. It's a 2v3 with Dalton's kill onto Bulbaduck, and unfortunately, Duckrar loses his life and can't employ the Bladestorm.
And 2 players there on the flank to just kind of go ahead and try and make a play, but it just doesn't really come out as they expected to. I mean, you go ahead, see some of these kind of all sandwich plays where you have a flank on the flank and you're like, wait a minute, that's our job. What's going on right now? But it's not going to matter too much. You do see Dalton R trying to go ahead and make this play, but I mean, with only 30 health remaining and not too much time to back it up, and with the wall stopping him, essentially funneling him to get onto the site in one way, you hold that one angle while the bomb's ticking down and you have no problems. You can call it a day. But able to find another one, things are looking a heck of a lot more doable so long as Kobe can just say, all right, I know where he's at. He's right there on bomb. That's going to be an 8-4 half here for the side of Blue Gold to come out on top and look a heck of a lot better than what we saw in Bind.
Yeah, I would like to point out as well, at this point in time, I'm pretty sure Bulbaduck had 28 kills. That's exaggerated, but it really doesn't feel that way because Bulbaduck went monstrous in that last map. But he has been silenced to a degree on this one. Despite being on the attacking half, the side that's, rewards the aggression of a Jet, he was only able to perform on par with Scrimp, the Sky main of the George Fox side. Meanwhile, for Blue Gold, they've got 2 players outperforming a lot of them. Rutafurl rocking the 13-7 scoreline, and Duckrar rocking that 17-5. But now with the halftime switch and Blue Gold now on the assault, things are bound to change.
Yeah, and I think it all starts once again here on this pistol round because we saw George Fox prior on Pine grab the first 2 of each side, and I think they're set up to go ahead and really get themselves back in the game off that alone, make it a 6-8. But if Blue Gold ends up winning this, and we especially see Duckrar start to just go off again, now having that double duelist lineup, having the pseudo duelist out of chamber, and with their flashes being a little bit better, I would say this could be a massive problem. But that's your problem right there. The man of the hour is already killed.
Man, and that's a huge trade as well. Duckrar off the board. Thankfully, Tintin's there with a headhunter. Does manage to get the 2 body shots necessary to forfeit Bulbaduck's life from this round, tying this one up 4-4. However, the longer this round goes on, the more it favors George Fox. They have a Sage. They have the ability to heal themselves up, and while there is a regrowth available for Blue Gold, it has its limitations, and now it's unfortunately fizzled itself out. Astra not able to bring herself all the way back as Rutafurl will prey on any and all of the competition, finally finding that kill as Fusion Marcus fails to go any further. Kobe takes 1, loses his life to Rutafurl on the refrag, and Egg in a bad spot, and Thick is the man to capitalize. Scrimp, last man standing, he's been spotted, and Rutafurl catches him off guard. Scrimp, you can't get away from that situation. You know he spotted you. You're not that cheeky. Sorry to break it to you.
And the spike plant on top of that, I mean, Blue Gold having an outstanding reaction there. I mean, noticing that B main may not be the hit. Once you go ahead and see Bulbaduck pushing up there, saying, let's grab that 1 kill, they're going to have a reaction to say, let's probably rotate over to B. I mean, that's probably where they're going. So you expect some players to go through spawn, you expect some players to go mid, but most likely a lot of them are going to hit spawn more than likely, knowing that you can sit there, get up to heaven, and get yourself onto site from that same alleyway. So I mean, the reaction there to say, let's just push up mid where there's probably going to be less players, have the reaction there and swing on it. Not the best flash there, but also not the best shots to really go ahead from that Astra to go ahead and find the kills necessary to really turn the round around. So, I mean, you sit there, get to the second round here this half. Blue Gold stepping things up, looking for almost, I would say, a guaranteed 10th, unless they just go ahead and miss a couple shots that would be absolutely critical.
I really would like to see Blue Gold do a better job of forcing George Fox players into an island, right? We need to force them and separate them from the rest of the squad. I just haven't seen that to the degree so far. Of course, it is the pistol round, but here we go. Finally won. With the removal of Kobe, Fusion Marcus is trapped over in the corner, and that gets rid of him fairly quickly with 3 players diving at once. 10-10 finds one of his own. Rutherford frags back for the 4th overall in this round, and it will be a flawless round as well, with Scrimp taking the L to Thick's Spectre. A fabulous, fabulous round for Blue Gold Esports. And I'd like to say, I didn't like the start, Dallas. They walked through the ice wall, and they walked through it only through one single wall. I would have preferred, it would safer if they broke through 2, because at least then there's a wider angle of approach, and there's a wider angle to peek out of.
Yeah, and I don't think it was that big a deal knowing they had themselves a weapon advantage. So, I mean, honestly, we can't really kind of hunker down on Blue Gold and what they're doing wrong as right now, because they're the ones who are still in the lead. They know exactly when the ball's in their court, when they've made the shots, and when they need to sit there and react. And right there, George Fox finally having the ball in their court, taking the shot and making sure if it's Scrimp who's shooting, he's going to find at least one. So with the reaction to come through of Kobe with that Vandal in hand, I don't know about that swing specifically, giving over Vandal to the other side, but thankfully the weapon falls back and another teammate can pick it up.
It's actually a lot bigger than a lot of people would necessarily anticipate, especially when you're talking about the 3 players that are still standing right now for Blue Gold.
Yeah.
Duck Rar still having the support of having your Sky up close and personal, and Rutherfurl as well. This is a lineup that you do not want to be facing off against, and it's one that, if they get that rifle, could be an absolute game changer. But so far, surviving.
There it is.
Scrimp with the nastiest shot I've seen all day, besides maybe the one that you said was cheating on the map of Bind that I glossed over because I refuse to believe it happened. And Bulber found another. This one to the head of Rutherford, knocking it clean off his shoulders. A decisive kill, and Dalton is the last man standing in a 1-on-4. This one not as likely an odd to take, but if he could get something, it would be big. And unfortunately, Fusion Marks is the player to do it instead.
So, I mean, a lot of rifles to be playing with now for George Fox, but this is where Blue Gold finally retaliates. Says, look, we had ourselves a bonus. We still grabbed a lot of kills there, and a lot of their players still didn't have too much money to work with, because in that second round, knowing what a big deficit they were in, which I really don't believe was all that large, they still, I would say, George Fox semi-force. Grabbed themselves, or did a half-buy, I would say, more likely, a budget half-buy. Grabbing the Sheriff, grabbing half armor, some of them grabbing a Marshal, some of them grabbing a Guardian. Nobody really going for those rifles, except for the same people who are holding on to them because they've traded everything around. But the force you're dealing up against now is Blue Gold with 4 of those in hand, knowing that this is the round that they're really trying to just go ahead and flip things off. And they're in that double-digit threshold as well, and if you can find a kill with the Stinger, that would really set things apart.
Fight in mid. Substantial control lost, though, for George Fox. The ice wall has pretty much been split wide open, and Scrimp's in a poor spot. Trailblazer connects, and a bit concussed, losing a bit of armor, and that's 2 walls down out of that central ice wall, giving a much easier line of sight for Blue Gold and a much safer one on top of it, as they'll have multiple directions to swing, and it won't just be an easy spray down for Kobe. It's not an easy spray down for Scrimp either. Duck Raw with a shorty in hand, dive bombs in, and takes 1 for the count. Vit has been successful, and now they're going to transition through tower over towards the A site. Egg in a bad spot. Duck Raw turns and finds the kill, and George Fox has no idea what to do now. 2 players down.
I mean, well, they know they at least have to rotate, knowing most of these players are probably going to hit A off that. You find yourself a kill in the mid, you find 2 kills there towards mid, and you sit there and say, all right, look, well, now that we're going towards A, we have no contention here, no real competition, and we've already found ourselves a 3rd kill if you're Duck Rar. You almost grabbed that 4th, I think didn't have to step up, but the one last player standing alive is going to be Bulbaduck with only a Guardian in hand. So we've seen some crazy plays out of the guy, but with no ultimate and no real rifle to be working with for that one-shot headshot kind of threshold. I mean, a Guardian can definitely do it, but let's see how continuous it can be. And when you don't have that firepower backing it up with that RPM, it's not going to do as much results as you want.
For a round that dedicated a lot of money from Blue Gold, and one that was basically make it or break it for him for the next 3 rounds, as the Rico would have been in dire straits and needed a major recovery, they clutch up. And not just in a simple clutch up, coming down to a close situation. They dominated that round. Blue Gold finding the opening pick. Double wide wall on the ice wall being cut open. That allowed for them to get past Kobe inside mid, watching from mailroom, and allowed for them to dive bomb into Vince to find their first frac. And that just cascaded them forward to find successive kills and swing onto the A site. I've really liked what Blue Gold have brought to the table. Thick, how did you not just get spotted in that position? Did he get spotted? Nope, did not. Thick finds the kill and Script does not. And there's the Doge sprayed over the top.
And even then, I mean, going back to what you said earlier, I feel like that was a massive swing round. I mean, you sit there, not only do you want to prevent teams from getting to 13, but I feel like hitting 11 is a much bigger differential because you know that you get to that countdown, you win one more round, match point, and by match point, your mental's usually scrapped. So we do see shots trying to come through. Rutafurl able to find a kill through that smoke. Outstanding job there to go ahead and dwindle down those numbers, and the Cosmic Divide to come out as well. So this could be a perfect setup if anybody's on the flank, but instead, 10-10 actually will be on that flank. There towards Heaven, able to grab that first kill into the Jet, knowing that it's now a 3v2. I say just hold it down, Chief. You know they don't have the money to be playing off of it. Play towards that spike and then see what you can work out. But instead, Rutafurl going to the other side of the map saying, all right, y'all have fun on B. I'm going to go have a party at A all by myself.
I don't know how Egg is just not spotted and given away in this position. A Seeker's being committed is the completely wrong decision here as well. Dalton is committing an ultimate at a point in time where it's not a necessity to do so, and you're nearing match point. You could have saved it for the next round and split it wide open. Instead, you've wasted it. You did not double swing the individual in that position. I honestly am upset with Tindin because he heard the audio cue and he initially flicked, but he flicked high and then flicked back down low towards the back of B site, even after his teammate had found the kill. Rutafurl had found that kill. I'm not liking this. I feel like there are some major misgivings, and I would not be shocked to see Egg clutch this one up. He has 100 HP, 25 armor. Rutafurl has steel wits, though, and definitely bring himself back together. Nerves of Steel goes through. It does not pull him off enough. Rutafurl, he's still on it. You need to spray through that wall. He is going to commit, and it will be, in fact, be a defuse. Rutafurl failing to clutch up, and this is why you double swing every angle and do not trust a 1v3.
And I mean, even then, we sat there and saw so many mistakes. This is one of those rounds we can go ahead and double down and really just chew Blue Gold apart. There is so many mistakes that I could have noticed there, and I could spend an entire hour just kind of dissecting things just from their perspective if you sat there and completely blocked out what the enemy or where the enemies were with their silhouettes. But, I mean, just what they're doing here, I feel like they're just playing as if they got the game in the bag. And that's never the case. You can't go ahead and ego peek you can't ego chow every single player. You can't sit there and just run yourself on every single site. You can't get overzealous and think that you've won every fight just naturally because you have the advantage. That's not how this game works. You see George Fox, especially with the way that they've already played that bind, that they know they have a legacy to hold up. They know they have a pretty darn good game when they really step up and actually play it and really sit there and collect themselves to work on that. So as the game goes along a little bit more, the longer you let this go, it's still 11-6. You're not on match point. You've only broken 10. This game is still wide open.
Especially with the fact that you utilized an ultimate and just wasted it. You sent it while you were standing in the open and then didn't do anything beyond it. Okay, Kobe sitting pretty, managing to find one. Duck Roar out for the count, but I still think Blue Gold have done a great job of swinging that middle section out wide open. One player coming short, Vince. One other player coming in through stairwell towards the heaven side of B, and then one player on back B. There's plenty of opportunity for Blue Gold to mess this one up if they happen to do that, but the Tour de Force will be a great way for them to try and swing things back into the favor of George Fox, but it's not going to be the Tour de Force to do it. It'll be a Spectre in the hands of Bulbadox. Who else will get that job done as the Tour de Force rings out and finds none? Rutafurl will swing up and find the kill. Shots coming out. Fusion Marcus fails, and it's just the 21 HP, one Tailwind use Bulbadox left. He only has a basic rifle in hand. This is a 1v3. This would be the third 1v3 clutch we've seen in this map alone, not even counting the first two maps we've already seen. Tailwind and it fails, but Tintin collects for the 3K. 12-6 match point, series point.
A much better standing here for the likes of Blue Gold. I mean, look at that KD ratio for every single one of these players, saying, look, this is looking pretty good so far. Everybody's positive. Everybody's doing their job. Everybody's slaying out. But the fact that George Fox is still within 6 rounds, who's their biggest carry? Who is their catalyst? Who is their common denominator in every single one of these rounds that's really setting things up? Well, it's going to be the players that have the most utility at hand and also have the fragability. So that's going to be Scrimp and Bulbaduck most obviously. And when you look at this round alone and you sit there and allocate a timeout on the winning side, I got to say I'm a little bit confused because you have 3 ultimates and you have one job, push onto site. And looking at that lineup, 4-2 so far in this half, you've done that substantially better than the likes of George Fox did. Why are you giving them their time to go ahead and create a plan when they have themselves, I would say, a lot more defense-oriented kind of ultimates to be playing off of? You're now giving them that time to figure out what to do with it.
Once again, I think this timeout may be too little too late. But at the same time, it's the attacker
This is for the
timeouts.
attacking side,
Like,
yeah.
It doesn't make much sense to me. Like, are they just dogging it in at this point? I'm not sure. But I will point out it has been a very fun series so far, and it has been very interesting to see how this one has flipped multiple ways. This one now going to its 3rd map. OT not available, but basically complete polar opposite scores between map 1 and map 2. George Fox losing map 1 in a dominant way. Major win in map 2 on the map of Bind. Now at the butt end of a loss. The same type of scoreline we saw on map 1. It could be the exact same if Blue Gold take this round.
Yeah, and I mean, the way the Blue Gold have sat there and stand so far, I think they definitely have the potential to do it, so long as they just don't get overzealous and sit there and put themselves in stupid scenarios. And Egg going ahead, getting a little bit crazy, I can understand this one because you have that rendezvous. You can instantaneously back up, you get that intel there, and you're saying, all right, well, I have a Nova to back that up, and a kill! So, I mean, a massive start here for Blue Gold if they just go ahead and sit there. Oh, excuse me, I've got my sides mixed up. That was old Egg, and coming out on top, but Bulbaduck coming on top as well with that kill in the middle.
Well, ultimately, I think that Blue Gold may have shot themselves early in the foot. Losing 2 is a bit of a gut-wrenching impossibility to make the return, but with the Seeker being sent, it's just going to slowly make its way around the map. A game of hide-and-seek, so to say. The last 3 players for Blue Gold, but Rutherford will make it so that his position may be known, but the danger is still ever-present. A cornered dog can bite back. Some even say it's even more dangerous. Egg, headshot kill to Tintin. Chamber and Chamber violence drops in favor of George Fox, but Rutherford claps back in a solid fashion. But Script was prowling down in sewers. He'll find his own into Dalton, and Fusion Marcus will clean up, leading us to another round. It's not over yet.
Most definitely is, and only a 5-round disparity. It's really not as big of a gap than we would expect. I mean, we've sat there and seen 9 threes get tied up almost instantaneously, so just imagine what a 7-12 could be. So it all comes down to whether or not George Fox, I mean, having only invested one of their ultimates in that last round, and Blue Gold also investing one, but not really capitalizing on it or finding the necessary kills with it. So it's a little bit of a slip up here, and honestly shows a little bit of desperation as well as we see a change in the strats come out. 10-10 rocking that Odin. I get it, but the Odin has always been more of a defense-heavy kind of weapon. So I want to see what they got to pull off with this, especially with 3 ultimates. I feel like they just pop all 3 of them and guarantee a dub, knowing the showstopper will usually guarantee yourself a kill.
Ice wall up, but not completely, unfortunately, as it's already been cut down. But this one's really leaving a sightline towards the vent side. Cosmic Divide employed by Rutherford, and looks like a bee brush will be what goes through. Trailblazer employed, Showstopper sent. This one's going to go to the back. It does not get sent fast enough, but this is good. He can work around the corner and send it close. Now Bulbaduck's out for the count. Best player for George Fox out, but they do have a resurrection, but Kobe's down for the count. That's maybe all she wrote, as you do see a man count advantage for Blue Gold Esports. It's down to the 4-on-3. Time constraint force for George Fox, but they place down their own Cosmic Divide. This one not working for them. The 1-on-4, it's just up to Script. He'll spray down thick, needs to find more, cuts down another, but cannot find the last as Duckroar completes for the last, and you'll find themselves with another map win, series point win for the Blue Gold side.
Yeah, a massive win here for the likes of, the side of Blue Gold to go ahead and turn things up. We sat there, saw them being pretty lackluster there in that second map, and honestly, they finally woke up. And it was when it needed to be necessary. I mean, we sat there, obviously. We always want to see map 3. We always want to see the series go as long as possible and see as much gameplay as we can, but all things considered, these teams are wanting to close things out in 2, and now you see exactly why, because of the potential of what could come out of here. You see Bind coming on top. You see both teams having a very dominant performance on each side. Within like 6 to 7 rounds is the disparity of each one of them, knowing that at the end of the day, it's just flip-flop, and once again came down to that exact thing. We didn't see the likes of George Fox just choking up, not wanting to hit sites. I think they had enough confidence to hit those sites, and we saw a different team in terms of that regard, but their utility usage just wasn't nearly as what it should have been, knowing that, once again, their Astra, let me read that, Katie, for you, Chief. Fusion Marcus sitting at 4-18. Probably the worst he's done tonight when he really hasn't had a very good performance generally.
And the opposite of the board, Rudolph 24-9. It's total opposite, right? That's the difference in that map there. And I think it's going to be the same thing. I'd like to scroll up to map 1 as well. Is this map 1? I believe it is map 1. Rudolph, second best on the squad, 22-13. And where was Fusion Marcus? Down at 11-18, second to last when it came to your average combat score. It's the difference of the Astros. It is the difference of the Astros. It comes down to whether or not we can see an Astra pop off and commit. Rudolph didn't have the best game on Bind. He still was the second best on his squad, but there were still 3 players above him at that point. He wasn't able to do what he needed to do or felt like he was necessary to do to pop off. And that's what you need. The difference maker is going to be that tactician in the background. 1010 was one of those tacticians, especially on Ascent. I love 1010 on Ascent. He put his name and just dug it into my mind after map 1 because I'm like, man. But
he put it in the dirt. He sat there and said, this is my site. Let me go ahead and put some graffiti up and say, look, this is 1010 territory. Beware of the turret. Like, this is what you're coming into. But it's like a landmine field. It's like, all right, nanoswarms, turret, you name it, I got it. It's out here. Killjoy's junkyard, people. Everything bites.
I called him earlier.
Be a big prop.
I call him earlier the 1010 Titan, so I just imagine him like the AOT Titan just over the wall peering over. You guys got objectives in there? Like, just
do I need a retake? Is that what's going on?
This is a retake? It's
but,
all me, baby.
Yeah.
I loved that game. It was so much fun to see that. The story that we wrote throughout that one was really enjoyable as well because these two Titans of a team came at each other, guts wrenching, and only one could be crowned a victor, and Blue Gold managed to come out on top.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, right, just a quick little mention once again on the Astra point is whenever you find yourself an Astra who is slaying out, this is, I feel like, really important for the likes of old George Fox to step up and really get their Astra game to elevate. And Astra is literally a cornerstone for a team. Whenever you have an Astra slaying off, not only do you know you have a player that sometimes your utility, being you don't know where these players are, where to place it preemptively, it's a very 50-50 shot at even it will have an impact. When you have an Astra who is constantly killing people, you sit there and eventually notice these tendencies to say, okay, well, they're rushing right down B. I know I can probably put a star there, and it'll increase my likelihood of actually making an impact in the game of it. Oh, they're pushing up towards middle. Okay, I know where it is. Oh, if they hit sewers a lot, I'll just put one there. Having an Astra slaying out and seeing a lot of these combat instead of just hearing about it gives them a much better translation of what to do with their utility than it would just sitting there passing on the word and sitting there passing things through the telephone line or through the grapevine or whatever you want to call it. It has a much more bigger influence. But once again, to go right back to where we started, games looked great. Both teams looked solid. Thing is, just a little bit of kinks here and there to be fixed out before these teams become a heck of a lot better.
My last points, Fusion Marks, you played great. You know, you did your job. I would say for the map of Split, when you're talking about you have a Sage on your team, and Kobe did exceptionally well, 17 and 12 on their second map. I mean, he was good. There's no way to disallow that and just distinguish what he did. The ice walls needed support behind it, and Kobe was there to fight it every time from mailroom. A vortex placed down, and even a concussive blast. Any of those would have been a level of assistance necessary to help. It's one small thing like that probably would have swung at least 3 or 4 rounds in your favor with a very early start in those. But this has been it for the NECC, and more specifically, it's been it for me, Infernosis, and my co-caster here, Dallas, aka Mick, aka Pick Mick. We've had a very fun time casting this game with you guys. Only one person we crowned the victor, and it was that blue gold squad. So congratulations to them. Make sure to check their Twitter out. I don't know what their Twitter is, but I'm sure their school has a Twitter. Make sure to check our Twitters out as well. Mine's INFERNOS1S. His is pick_Mick, as is below our names. Make sure to stay tuned for more NECC action. We got Rocket League coming up tomorrow. Stay tuned for more.